Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL 2016 Spring Promotion Tournament. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Ryan FLICKR and more, and I'm ready to get into more LSPL/LPL action.
Yeah, you're really excited. He's running the Gauntlet right now. I feel like Atlas is just living underneath the desk.
The dream, FLICKR, and that is what I'm living as we are already into the WE lineup. Spirit, you just saw on your screen. We missed out on Aluka for some reason, but of course that is because he's so incredibly important that we don't even need to show him on the screen. GA right there. Been playing a heck of a lot of Ezreal, but we're not going to be seeing much of it on 5.14.
Yeah, that is correct. We are now on 5.14, so goodbye, Runglaive Ezreal. And hello, Mystic on that Vayne pickup.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, playing a heck of a lot of the Vayne, and of course the Jinx there as well. But Mystic's Vayne has been impressive, despite the fact they haven't been able to pick up all that many victories, and that's why they're here in the promotion tournament.
But that's the one thing, though. W are actually on a winning streak, as opposed to the very last loss that, kicked them out of their playoff run. But before then, they were always almost making the miracle Gauntlet run towards that 8th place spot. So bit of a disappointment that they missed out on the playoffs, but we do see them in the promotion tournament, and they're facing the LSPL team, Newbie.
Yeah, Newbie, it's interesting, isn't it, FLICKR? Because they're made up of a lot of, I guess, former WE players from either WE Academy, M3, teams that are somewhat associated with this WE name.
It's kind of like a family reunion.
It is.
We're going to see some Yushe, some Candy, things like that. So that's something that's really interesting about these two teams when they face each other, is that obviously these players, have played on the same team. There's been a lot of overlap, so they know each other very, very well. Now, Newbie, the thing that, here we go. Oh, look at their cute little jerseys.
It's adorable here. So many of the players as well, as we are going to go through the lineup. Khan there in the top lane, over from Korea. Actually here, and he's been playing a lot of Ryze and a lot of sort of tanky champions, bit of carry flavor on the Hecker.
Yeah, formerly of Prime Optimus, he came over in 2014 where he played for WE Academy before they became Masters 3. In the jungle, also Korean, that's going to be Moon. And this is kind of the overarching theme of Newbie, is that they have a lot of players that have LPL experience. It's not just this fresh blood, new young talent. In the mid lane, it's Lu, formerly of GAMT before Xiao, who took over for RNG.
Yeah, so one of my personal favorite players. Of course, if you got anything to do with the GAMT lineup, I'm feeling pretty good about it. But there's Candy, of course, missing Love City there, and I actually missed that synergy in the bottom lane. Of course, M3's Love City still on the main roster, going to be playing after this best of 5 series against OMG, but Candy now on this Newbie lineup looking to try and get back into the LPL with Yushe.
Yeah,
another familiar face.
Those of you who watched IM, you may recognize him because he was on the WE roster when they performed with Xie. So again, a lot of overlapping talent. These players know each other very well. They've faced against each other, so this isn't the unexpected LSPL. We don't know anything about them. Can they do it? New blood versus old veteran talent? No. It's a lot of veteran talent versus even more veteran talent.
Yeah, it's true. The thing is, though, is the WE have been playing together for quite some time. Of course, after IM Katowice, this roster has stayed fairly consistent, what with, I think, Conan becoming a more stable member of the team being the only real change that WE have gone through, whereas Newbie, got to see how this group of players play together. Of course, the LSPL, not exactly the grueling type tournament that the LPL is. You don't have quite 44 games to play together, and we'll see whether they can stay this consistent roster that they're going to have to be moving into the LPL.
You actually have more teams in the LSPL than you do in the LPL.
Do you have more games played?
I'd have to double check, but there's, I believe, 16 teams in LSPL.
My goodness, that's a lot of teams.
Where there's only 12 teams.
Do they play each other twice? My goodness, in best of 2 series, it's like 180 games. Why aren't we casting it, FLICKR?
Oh, we should just start stacking that on. Let's do OCS, OPL, LPL, and LSPL.
Oh, there are so many more leagues as well. We'll just have to keep our minds out for it, FLICKR. But we are going to get into the Champion Select very, very soon. And I'm excited to see how things change moving on to the 5.14 patch, because we move into the promotion tournament, immediately everything changes for these LPL teams that have been sort of going through the split with a relatively consistent mindset, especially over the last few weeks being on 5.13 for quite some time. And we'll see how GA sort of mixes it up now that we're heading towards 5.14.
First and foremost, you have to look at Spirit.
Oh,
again,
yeah.
World Elite, we're kind of on a ramping point until the very last, I'm going to call it stretch, where they crashed and burned and didn't make the playoff run.
Unfortunately, tripped just before the finish line.
Tripped is a good word for it. But Spirit was leading the charge on 5.13 Elise. So 5.14, the biggest change is going to be in that Elise power pick. Her cocoon was changed so that the initial cooldown is 1.6 seconds versus upgrading it to 2.
And the stun duration actually lasting a lot longer early.
Exactly. So how that changes Elise's play is that you can afford to only have a single point in cocoon, so you can mix your points between Q and W, which means that you have a lot more power, but you don't lose any CC. So Elise, big power pick. We've already saw Spirit kind of devastating on it in 5.13. Expect to see that banned away or picked up instantly in 5.14.
Yeah, and what do you think about the Runeglaive change now for Nidalee as well? I mean, we've seen Nidalee still picking up that Runeglaive, and does it mean that we may not necessarily see the famed Spirit Nidalee this patch around?
I mean, naturally, it's going to hurt it a bit, but again, Spirit's been trending away from Nidalee. There is always the rule, don't let WE have Nidalee, but I'm not actually very concerned about it in the face of Elise. More important, though, is that Xie's Runeglaive Ezreal has now been completely eliminated.
Yeah, that's the thing, and Xie able to make massive waves on that champion. The first ban, though, is going to be against Yuge's Thresh. Maokai going to be banned away from Aluka, which is very interesting to me. Hasn't necessarily been a Maokai player. Of course, a super tank player, definitely.
Well, what's interesting is between these two different playstyles, I actually think that Khan is the more flexible top laner. So we all know that Aluka is going to be a tank player, Scion, and Maokai, Nautilus pretty much exclusively. Khan is a very famous Jax player. He can play the big tanks like the Nautilus, the Maokai, things like that. But if you put him on Ryze, you put him on Jax, he's a bit more versatile and just his general playstyle comparatively to Aluka.
Yeah, and of course, likes to play the likes of Gnar and, of course, the Hecarim as well. So a little bit more of a carry flavor there, as the Hecarim is going to be banned away from Khan. Of course, the Rek'Sai was taken off Moon as well. Xie not going to be playing his Twisted Fate as Newbie thinking about their final ban.
That's actually really important that Rek'Sai was taken away from Moon.
Evelyn?
Eve is available.
Just thinking about it in the face of the Rek'Sai ban.
She also had her power shifted a bit on 5.14 away from her Q, but more so on her ultimate. So look for those changes. That means that Evelyn's level 6 is that much stronger than before, or that much more important, I guess I should say.
Well, Elise was, of course, the final ban here for Newbie. Kalista is a champion that is most definitely available at the moment.
As
and
is Ryze.
Candy was one of the forefront Kalista players, really showing the synergy with Love City actually on M3's roster with that Kalista Thresh play, but Thresh not going to be there.
Look at Candy's stats as far as his 80 carries. The only carry that he has a positive win ratio is Kalista.
Wow.
His Corki and his Sivir are his most played champions, but he has a negative win ratio on them of all time.
Well, of course, not often that Kalista gets through the draft, especially recently, but it is going to be Janna the first pick here for Conan. And Newbie already locking away the Gragas and the Victor here for Lua and Moon, respectively.
We've seen a lot of Echo bans.
Yeah.
Again, also some changes on 5.14. I'm actually really curious that they didn't decide to early rotate Echo. Echo's trending more towards a mid lane pick, kind of away from jungle with his changes. But Spirit having his Nidalee.
Well, he's hovering it most definitely. Xie, of course, free to pick his mid lane. They know that Victor is going to be there. Haven't necessarily seen any support Victors or top lane Victors as of yet. But,
you don't think it's going to jungle?
Yeah, who knows? Might
Gragas
happen.
is going to go support?
Hey, Gravity Field, pretty good CC in an AoE in the jungle. Of course, massive cooldown. Probably not all that useful, but I could see it working.
Yeah.
Badly.
That'll happen.
Xie, though, still hovering the Ahri. What do you think about this pickup into the Victor as opposed to the likes of the Kassadin, because it is going to be locked away?
I just like it for Xie in general. It's a comfort pick for him.
Yeah, true.
Ahri and Diane are probably the two champions other than Annie that he's most well known for. It offers a lot of pick potential, which they've already got a little pokes, and Spirit is going to go ahead and take his Nidalee. But already across WE's lineup, you know, this is a best of 5. This is do or die. Whoever loses here loses their opportunity at that spot back into the LPL, and WE are going all for comfort.
They are. Newbie actually locking away the Nautilus here as well. That could No, that's going to be support Nautilus because they haven't picked their AD carry yet, and that means that there's going to be no Braum to stop any of this poke from coming down.
And this is the biggest difference between Newbie and WE, which I wanted to highlight with the top laners, Aluka versus Khan. You left Ryze open. You don't have to ban him from purple side because you're not worried about Aluka taking the Ryze away.
That's a very good point.
Since he hasn't been able to perform on it. Khan, on the other side, again, he's just more versatile as a player. He can play the carry, he can play the tank. He's going to go ahead and take that Ryze.
Well, he's locked that one away. Of course, we saw Ryze in the hands of Sky last night of 2144 Damu Gaming. Not the address, the team. And he was able to do ridiculous things on that champion, just out of control. But Sion picked up for Aluka, Mystic hovering over the Vayne, and is there anything that isn't a serious comfort pick for this WE lineup for Oscar? Because that's all I can see.
That's all, but this is brilliant. You know, game one, you don't have that much to lose. You can kind of even do some surprising
Feel out
picks.
your opponent.
Exactly, so they just all go back to comfort.
Well, it certainly happened here for WE, and as a result, bit of a pick comp here. You could say that they've got a fair bit of disengage there with Aluka being able to start things off if they need to.
It's also very well balanced. So we have the pick, we have the disengage for Vayne. You don't need to worry about Xie because he's on a self-sufficient champion. Nidalee's going to synergize incredibly well with Vayne as well with her Primal Surge being able to boost that attack speed. So you get some siege potential. And then if you really need to team fight in late game, you're so far ahead, you have the Sion ultimate to attempt to lock a team fight down.
Well, Candy is going to lock away the Corki. You mentioned the fact that Corki maybe not is necessarily his best win rate champion, but definitely one of his most played there with the Sivir. And he's going to be with Yuji, who's going to be on the Nautilus. And if you can't have Thresh, may as well pick up the Nautilus.
Yuji, formerly a captain of the team, shot caller. Now, talking about Candy's Corki. So Candy has 20 games competitively on Corki. He's now 7 and 13 on this champion. So it's not awful comparatively to his Sivir win rate, which is 2 and 11. But you know, you are correct. It's a comfort champion. And we kind of talked about WE's composition, everything that it offers them. On the other side, you know, Newbie are also very well balanced. They have more carry threats, but where their carry threats I think is actually appropriately weighted to their laners in particular. Because on WE, the carry threat is still Mystic and Spirit. And that's how their team works. I mean, Xie, he kind of does his own thing. He's from solo queue. Obviously, he's had a lot of LPL competitive experience now since he played an entire split of the LPL for WE since the IEM roster swap from Ninja to Xie. But it's Mystic and Spirit. Those are your primary carries. On the other side, Newbie have Khan. They have Luo. They have Candy. Should Candy choose to step up on this Corki?
Yeah, it's very true. The thing that I'm worried about here as we go through the lineups, we're right at the end of it, is the fact that Newbie have basically 100% magic damage. It is ridiculous. They've got Victor, they've got Ryze, they've got Corki who does 50% magic damage, and I'm really looking for Candy to pick up Berserker's Greaves this game. I know I'm just a bit of a shout out to Spawn who just loves the Berserker's Greaves Corki, but he does not want to be focusing on the magic damage this game. He needs to be the physical proponent of this lineup.
Well, that said, magic damage comps are fairly comfortable right now, especially because of Abyssal is in such a healthy place.
Okay, that's a fairly good point, but we'll see whether it works as we hop onto the Rift. Welcome to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for WE versus Newbie Game 1. We were having a look at the fountain, but everyone had already left. Observer still a little bit behind, but we are right into the action for the first best of 5 of the day. The final first round promotion series match. We'll see whether it's going to be the LSPL team or whether the LPL team, WE, will find their way back in.
Again, all of these players have a lot of comfort with each other. From WE Academy Masters 3 or World League itself, as Candy is
already down to 150 health. That's 100 health.
Just flash for it, Mystic. Just make a point.
Cancels that auto attack beautifully as well, but that's just sending a message.
More importantly, though, they did get the deep ward onto the Gromp in the blue. Reason why this is important is because you need to gather that information about where your jungler is starting. With so many resources kind of back into the base, that also tells Spirit and Aluka that they can go ahead and step forward and also place deep wards on red side.
Well, as you can see, not exactly the lane swap warding here, but we are going to have Nautilus and Corki heading back towards the bottom side of the map. And Mystic just went and grabbed the remaining health that he was missing. He's going to head towards the Krug camp as well. So standard lanes look like they're going to ensue. Aluka, of course, going to suicide to some Raptors.
Now, the players that you want to watch in this early game for how these teams are going to posture and set up for mid-game are going to be Spirit and Moon, and that's going to be my featured matchup for this game. Now, naturally, Spirit, a very strong jungler from the LPL, pretty much the hard carry of WE. We shouldn't see Mystic go off until at least level 6, since he is on that Vayne. He needs to bypass through the early weak phase, but I'm just really curious, how is Moon going to handle Spirit? How are Newbie as a team going to deport him and keep him from impacting his lanes?
Mystic is going to have at least the tumble to get away from the Phosphorus Bomb. And we've seen the Janna Vayne. This is something that you've spoken about a heck of a lot, is Janna Vayne and the fact that it's good for Oscar.
It has a really high win rate in the LPL specifically, something like 22-7, and this is how the Janna Vayne lane works. If the wave is even, and you are just facing Janna Vayne, you pretty much lose. There's no way you're going to out-trade a tumble-empowered Janna E Q from Vayne. But the thing is that Nautilus and Corki actually have a lot of control over the creep wave through Nautilus's Riptide and Corki's Q. Now, Canty and Yushe made a mistake because they just got bullied out of their lane so early, and they lost level 2. So we'll see if Corki can bring it back at level 4 when he has 2 points in that Phosphorus Bomb.
Oh, and he's going to have to hit it as well, the tumble being pretty useful getting out of the way of that particular ability, but...
He just needs to control the creep wave. If he can push into Vayne, she doesn't have any tools to stop her, but let's look up top.
Yeah, there's the slow onto Khan. Aluka forces the flash with the devastating blow. Already someone to spell down. That's 12 CS to 3 as well in the top lane. Aluka, no surprise, dominating his lane.
That said, a big wave is going to be pushed into Khan, so that should even up relatively quickly. Spirit, though, making his presence felt and may actually run into Moon here.
Yeah, he's going to at least see him. Puts the trap down there in the mid lane. Ward down, doesn't spot the fat man. Red buff, the final big camp to be taken here as Spirit is going to head over there.
Right now, WE have control on every single wave, having the creeps push forward, so Spirit doing a good job kind of taking advantage that he can be aggressive, walk into the enemy jungle for that quick gank up into the top lane, because he knows his team will be able to respond earlier. Fortunately, gank doesn't connect, but this is what you're looking for. How is Spirit going to impact the early game?
Conan right there with the Eye of the Storm. Oh, but Dredge Line lands. Mystic able to dodge some of the damage, but takes half of his health. Silverbolts is going to answer back quite nicely. Eye of the Storm in. Oh, there's the combo, and Candy down to post 200 health. Sub 200 health.
Exactly. Even. The tumble auto reset on the E, and then you can dim them away for just that little bit of extra damage. But more importantly, Candy cannot trade back because he's pushed out of range.
And has to blow his potion as well. Mystic still hanging on to his. Spirit, once again, just a little bit behind Moon.
Hunting him.
He is.
So
thematically correct, actually.
He's not Headhunter in Italy.
That's a good point.
He's Warring Kingdoms, yeah?
Yeah.
Still staying free. Or in China.
Ooh, Howling Gale, not going to connect with Candy.
Now, LSPL teams in general, just in observation, seem to have some problems with mid-game macro shot calling. A lot of these teams are very proficient mechanical players, so it's almost this win lane, win game mentality that you'll see across the league. Newbie, a little bit different because, again, they have a lot of LPL veterans or players with previous competitive experience in the LPL, like their top lane, like their bottom lane. Again, we talked about the family reunion.
Yep.
But the one drawback for Newbie in particular is that they actually recently just lost their coach, Chris, who was the former coach of Starhorn Royal Club, who is now playing with LGD. And
of course, pretty famed coach as well, taking a team to back-to-back world finals.
The only coach to do that in League of Legends.
Yeah. So LGD, and they look a whole lot better for it as well.
Yeah, they look fantastic.
Yeah, but Newbie, of course, taking the negative side of that particular trade. As Mystic is just going to hold on to this minion wave. I just love watching Mystic play Vayne. He's very, very good at this champion.
He's a positional AD carry, so Jinx, Vayne do wonders for him versus an aggressive caster style. Although Spirit, setting up with Luke in the top lane, see if they can chain the CC and give Spirit an easy spear to follow up on execution here. Well,
Luca has the ultimate. The unstoppable onslaught is there. Is going to blow it right now. Curves the bullet.
Oh.
Nails it onto Khan as the spear is going to land. The pounce is in there. Too easy for the Nidalee.
And that's all we needed. So again, Aluka didn't connect with the ultimate. However, it acted as a gap closer, made sure he got the CC knock up and slow. And all you were looking for is Spirit to connect the Q for the execution.
Yeah, and it was weird because the Didn't get the knock-up. There was a whole lot of damage that went down, and I have a feeling that might have been Spirit along the way. So I got a little bit confused, but still manages to get the kill. Yeah, not bad. Picked up a Sheen instead of the Trailblazer.
And because WE in the mid lane and the bottom lane are so far pushed forward and have control over the lanes, particularly over Candy and Yushe, they don't sacrifice the dragon control while Spirit expends his time top.
He's now just going to be taking his Gromp as well. You can see lots of vision here for WE around that dragon. And if anyone could make it there, it would be in Italy. She's pretty quick around her jungle, especially because she can spend some time in the forest, in the brushes.
Stylistically, though, this means trouble for Newbie because right now, Moon really hasn't impacted any of his lanes. He doesn't have a lot of kill pressure. You have to think between Victor and Ryze, you're waiting for itemization power spikes. Ryze stacking up that tier. Victor needs his initial back for his wave clear on the Hex Core. And then bonus levels, so around probably level 8 and 10, you get a lot of kill pressure. But so far, he's just been power farming. But this is exactly where World Elite like to play. One of their biggest downfalls in the LPL is that they didn't have the best team synergy, but they were still very gifted across the roster individually. Oh, yeah. So when you isolate them into win lane, win game, Spirit is going to beat you with his veteran experience and his map impact. And Newbie are just, unfortunately, kind of looking like the weaker WE at this point in terms of how they want to play the map.
We'll see whether they can change it up as far as their style. There's a reason why WE were towards the bottom of the standings. See whether they can capitalize on that particular situation. It's not happening yet, especially in that bottom side of the map. 70 CS to 55 in favor of Mystic and Conan.
Itemize the boots first, because again, you don't need the flat AD or the attack speed because you have the Janna alongside you as well as the final hour.
Oh, there's another spear in the top lane.
Oh, deleted.
Spirit just pounces forward, grabs the kill, and Moon said, okay, well, I'm not going to be counter-ganking this one because that happened instantly.
And from Fog of War, just using great reach on Nidalee's spear. Spirit actually spending a lot of time on Luca. It is important, though, that the kills are not going to Luca. They're staying in Spirit's pocket.
Yeah, and often you think, oh, solo laner probably wants to be able to pick up the kills, but it's not the case when it's a Nidalee. She is a outright carry in her own right.
Even more so when it's Spirit.
Yeah, and even more so when it's a Luca. That guy does not need resources.
The tears. Did he just steal the Raptor from Shie?
He did. Look at how much work Shie put in, taking that Raptor.
Again, it's all about Spirit. Even the mid laner will leash Raptors for him.
Yep, it's beautiful.
She was probably like, this guy.
Not intentionally. They're not going to find low. Spirit is going to be able to clear out this ward with the help of Jie. Oh, it doesn't even let him have an auto attack. Man, the carry pants are on.
He does not want to get relegated.
Oh no.
Again, how the tournament will work is that only 2 teams will survive from this 8-team bracket and join Energy Pacemaker All and Hyper Youth Gaming back into the LPL.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice having Energy Pacemaker back in the LPL as well. We missed them last week.
The coast of LPL.
Yeah. Thankfully, we still got Amazing J.
What an upgrade from Energy Pacemaker to EDG.
I know. Finally getting the recognition he deserved. Moon is going to be holding this blue buff below. He's going to get there. And Aluka, once again, commanding the respect on the top side of the map. Spectre's Cowl now completed, so he's going to be shrugging off damage as it comes over there. But Khan, only 7 CS behind. He's died twice. And the Ryze still able to farm. If there's anything you can say, it's the fact that Ryze hasn't lost any of his scaling ability.
Yeah, Khan has been doing a good job, although here comes Spirit, you know, 3rd time's the charm.
Yep, once again. Oh, doesn't get the stun. It's going to be the ultimate pop there by Khan. Spirit just going to head back to base.
Make sure that he does not show because his bot lane doesn't have control of the wave. Candy, now level 7, so this is a big power spike for Corki because he's finally going to be able to really outrange Vayne with his rockets.
One thing that I really, really love about watching Mystic play is the amount that he uses tumbling into walls and turrets to reset his auto attack as quickly as possible. Just uses it to such great effect.
Especially watching him CS underneath tower.
Yeah. Holding this minion wave now, using that Eye of the Storm shield, making sure he doesn't sacrifice too much health.
Didn't quite get that one.
No, get the auto attack quite early enough.
Okay, so the reason why both junglers are now focusing around the bottom side of the map is because coming on to 12 minutes, 11:33 here, Dragon is in play. Spirit knows that he couldn't show top for that Aluka gank because they lost control of the bottom wave with Corki having level 7. Needs to reapply his pressure down here, or at least hang around this bottom side of the map, because this is where Newbie should be looking. They want to make a kill here and transfer it to Dragon.
Well, Italy is hanging around the area. Does have the makings of an Abyssal Scepter already. Runeglaive is, of course, already built up. Low going down very, very low. There's the Spirit Rush. Chaos Storm down, but GA, Primal Surge from Spirit, easily going to mean that he stays alive. It's another kill for the mid laner.
Spirit 2-0-1 right now. So again, where they separate their gold. Takes it away from Aluka, away from the Scion tank, puts it on the carry Nidalee, gives this one over to the Ahri.
I have a feeling Spirit would have taken it if he could.
I'm going to believe that he gave it away.
Give him the benefit of the doubt
I
this
believe
time.
in the power of friendship. With the advantage in the mid lane, however, that gives WE full control of this dragon, but...
Oh, Moon forces the flash out of GA here. Is he going to have the charm in time? Belly Bop is going to be there soon.
He's got the pot.
Oh. Yeah, there it is. Smacks him. Walks out of the way of the Orb of Deception. Spirit, though, going to utilize this opportunity to take down the dragon, grab the first of the game for WE.
So the first kill for Newbie is going to be a consolation prize, but however, they lose the mid-tier tower and the dragon on top of it. WE in full control with a 3K advantage, majority of it on the back of Spirit. And this is what we talked about. #1 rule of WE, do not give Spirit Nidalee.
And also, do not give Spirit an opportunity to carry the game.
The question was always going to be, how is Moon going to deal with Spirit? But hold on, bottom lane.
Yeah, final hour's been popped. There's the Silver Bolts as Yushe forcing the heal, out of Candy.
Oh, good
doesn't
dodge.
Get the dredge line. WE just enforcing their power on the bottom side of the map.
Meanwhile, Spirit running the entire map. He's made successful ganks in both the bottom and mid lane, as well as full control of the bottom side, excuse me, top and mid lane, and full control of the bottom side by taking that Dragon Pit. So Moon is effectively passively losing the game right now. When teams beat WE, it's because they deep ward on Spirit, keep track of where he is,
and play proactively around the rift as well. Does seem to be how it's been working. No preying on Aluka has happened this game either, as the Banshee's Veil already completed. Another Null Magic Mantle sitting in his back pocket, wants to get even more Spectre's Cows, which likes that item.
Well, you're not going to have any kill pressure on Scion anyway, and Spirit, again, did a fantastic job taking advantage of Ryze's early lane weaknesses and pressuring him to put him behind. Now, Khan has done a good job, like you said, maintaining CS, although he's fallen behind by 20 right now. But, you know, for having 2 deaths.
Yeah.
And he's also got a wave pushed into him.
But at the moment, GA did manage to go back and grab himself a needlessly large rod. So a lot of extra wave clear.
So what this does by taking the mid-tier tower, it makes it very scary for Luo to walk anywhere without vision. Just because if Victor walks by a brush, as you saw, Xie was kind of posturing to the side, waiting to look for the pick, he'll pretty much just insta-die at this point. He's waiting for dragons and 5v5s where his team can help him get on top of the objective and set it up where he can make use of his CC. But right now, this poor little Victor is actually locked down in his lane. He cannot walk into Fog of War by himself.
No, he can't. He's, of course, surrounded by vision from WE too. As Spirit's going to find Khan. There's the swipe as he wants the spear. Doesn't get it. The ultimate from Aluka curves it. Not going to find his way in, but GA with the ultimate definitely going to be able to. And
Xie is able to roam because his wave clear can get further down the tower, and unfortunately, Victor cannot follow. This will keep happening. The World Elite mid laner will always be there first.
Yeah, especially when the Foxy Lady able to maneuver so quickly. Moon hanging out on the bottom side of the map. Lots of pings onto Luo.
He knows that Ahri's on the top side of the map, so he's like, I can finally move, but only in one direction, bottom.
Oh, Dredgeline is going to find a depth charge onto Mystic as well as he flashes out of the way. Explosive cast going to be flashed very early from Mystic. Means that Luo isn't going to be able to find anything on his way down to the bottom lane, but there are still 4 members here. Consolation prize, they did get the teleport cooldown out of Aluka. That is a good point. Yes. Unfortunately, the cask was mismanaged. He was looking to throw the cask as Nautilus was pulling Vayne forward to push her into the team as opposed to away. Well, Spirit now with the Abyssal Scepter completed, 95 CS to 51. That is a 44 CS lead in the jungle, which is absolutely massive. 2-0-1 for this Nidalee. 2 items completed, both of them purple, very well color coordinated. No purple boots to buy, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we'll see what he does to make up for that fact.
You're mad that he can't have the purple boots?
I just feel like it's important to have color coordination. Not for any actual reason.
Okay, so let's talk about Newbie and where they sit right now. They do have some decent power spikes coming out. You know, the Rod of Ages has now been completed by Khan, although it's a little bit late. He needed to have that probably 2 minutes earlier, although a power spike will be coming down the line for him. Trinity Force is up and online for Candy's Corki, as well as the Hex Tech upgraded, as well as some nice... Oh, he's actually going to pick up MR. I was going to say CDR and MR for Victor. So Lou is actually in a fairly comfortable spot. Curious if they're going to approach this dragon within the next 2 minutes. Again, Victor is still very powerful and very relevant mid-game because his Hex Core is so cost-efficient to itemizing power for him. They need to, however, get him onto that Dragon Pit. So Newbie right now, if they don't approach this within the next 45 seconds to drop their vision, they're probably going to have to give it away for free, but then they miss kind of capitalizing on Corki's power spike, and they're just waiting for Rise, so...
Yeah, they need to find an excuse to utilize the power that they may have at the moment, but 6.5 thousand gold the lead for WE. They're no slouches, especially considering the fact that Mystic, I mean, going up against the Corki power spike of the Trinity Force, I mean, that's a big deal, but he's got Blade of the Ruined King. He's got a Zeal as well.
More importantly, he has a level 9 Janna, which means that she has 5 points in the Eye of the Storm Shield, and again, that's a free BF sword. So Vayne, during Final Hour, so much flat and free AD on top of the attack speed from the Blade of the Ruined King.
And as well, Aluka does have...
I don't think they can fight this one, unless they get...
No.
They'd have to CC stack, which they do have great AoE spread. That's the one thing about WE's comp, is really the only AoE damage they have is coming from Xie. Incredible assassination and execution power from Vayne and Nidalee. But yeah, Newbie, especially losing this bottom tier tower, I think they just have to give the next dragon up, but you're looking now, what, 25, 27 minutes where you're going to attempt a 5v5 against a Vayne. It's not like WE's scaling isn't going to reach into late game.
Well, especially not when you've got a Corki now only sitting on a Trinity Force. Still the majority of his damage going to be magic. And there's a lot of magic resist beginning to be built up by this WE lineup. Moon down to about half health. He's going to use the flash. Explosive Cask is going to disengage, but that is every tool in his arsenal used.
And Spirit is just everywhere on this map right now. Anytime a play happens, Spirit's in the middle of the camera, and this is the primary problem. Newbie lost control of this jungler, gave him his best champion. High mobility, high damage, high carry.
Yeah, you can see Mystic once again. Canceling those auto attacks with the tumble quite nicely against the wall, and it's going to be Conan and Mystic taking down that dragon very easily. 2-0 as far as that one is concerned, and WE now putting their pressure so far forward. Look at the deep wards. Their jungle being completely ignored, and Moon's going to get caught out. There's the pounce forward. Spirit gets the reset, comes through as well, but not going to get past the gravity field. WE don't get the jungle, but he has to go back to base.
That said, with Gragas Cask down, they lose their massive disengage ability, so we'll see how WE approach this tower. And again, the siege potential from Nidalee is so devastating when she just gets to throw these free spears on the tower.
Well, Spirit is going to take the depth charge well and truly out of this fight. Bounce up into the air for a little bit. Disengage successful by WE.
Oh, nope, doesn't connect. Okay, so Siege, maybe a little stagnant. We'll see how patient they're going to be. Spirit standing off to the side, again, looking for these free spears. Fish in a barrel.
Yeah. The very best he can. No minion wave here as the spears are flying through. Yujay almost dying to that one as Aluka. Devastating charge. Khan's going to get knocked up. Oh, Mystic almost finds it there, but no CC forthcoming. Aluka just standing in front of the minion wave as he does.
They just need to be patient. This is going to be whittled away. Should be the free second tier tower. Where they go from here, though, is the question. I expect that they'll back and reset the map and start moving their vision on top of Baron.
Yeah, well, this inner turret is going to fall down.
Oh, teleport coming in.
Yeah, teleport towards the backside as Khan looking to try and get his Rune Prison in to start things off. Spirit's going to get caught there as the flash forward from Yujay. Xie, though, just deletes him. Explosive Cask on 4 members. Nice work on that one, but it's a double kill for Xie. Mystic trying to kite around low there as well, but he's going low. That's a triple kill now for Xie as the Corki has to get out.
Xie has no mana.
Yeah, Moon fighting around. Aluka just says, okay, well, neither of us are going to kill each other. Let's leave. It is, in the end, going to be a 3-for-3. Newbie getting the most out of that situation, I have to feel.
Now, the reason why Newbie got the most out of it is because you had low mana, low health on a lot of WE members. They were so patient over the duration of that siege. It was a good time to pull the trigger, but WE now have gone back and spent the gold worth of 2 global objectives, the towers that fell in that siege.
that GA as well may have actually picked up some boots after he heads back. Actually, no. Not going to happen. He actually hasn't been back to base yet.
I just feel like Mystic had the Blade of the Rune King for that siege, and now he comes back into this game with a Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, he turned that Zeal into a Phantom Dancer. That was what he did. Yep. So that's a lot of extra damage.
So it's just a massive power spike. So yeah, Newbie just won the next team fight, but it's because for that split second, they had the advantage, and now it's gone.
Well, Candy hasn't actually picked up any upgraded boots just yet. So the Berserker's dream is alive. Blade of the Rune King going to be the next option. Needs to be trying to do as much physical damage as he can.
Going for the Berserkers.
I am, because there's so much magic damage on this Newbie lineup. You really got to get as much emphasis on the physical that they can.
I think their primary issue is that they just let Spirit run over them.
That is a very good point. I mean, this 10,000 gold lead hasn't exactly come from the fact that they've only had magic damage. I'm not going to lie to you.
And unfortunately, they didn't get to make the most out of Candy's initial power spike on the turn before, so that he still has some time left on it. Now they're really just relying on Rise to scale up and Victor, which again goes back to the MR, the fact that WE are ahead of the clock. They're able to itemize their MR, their resistances up before they can get the damage out. Victor late game though, I believe.
That's true. We've got to believe. We've got to find something to believe in here as Luca just
Keep
being
your dreams alive.
That is true. Keep your dreams prospering. Moon going to smite that one away, so a bit of a victory there for Newbie. More wards going to be swept.
The next easiest objective for WE to siege is going to be the bottom outer tower.
Yep.
So posturing there, however, it's kind of weird because they have a 6-minute window where they can play to the top side, or as I say that, they have a 2-minute window where they can play to the top side. Dragon, of course, now spawning, so they should start moving their vision back down there.
Oh, Spirit. I love this pickup, actually. The Athene's on Holy Grail. Oh, in goes Aluka, though, as we talk about it. UJ going to get picked off. Mystic grabs the kill with the Silver Bolts low. Now going to get cornered. Howling Gale heads across the top. Spirit not going to find the spear, but it doesn't matter as he pounces on top of him. And WE may just head towards the Baron.
They just do no damage. That said, Moon is still alive, has the smite available, but it's level 12 smite to level 14, as well as the execution damage that Spirit can do.
Luca's got Nagus of the Legion as well, going towards that Locket of the Iron Solari. Oh, Charm not going to find Moon, as the spears are flying through as well. Orb of Deception even misses, but this Baron, at post 600 health, 3,000 health, going to get smited away. That's going to be Spirit locking it down, and Newbie can't get in there. Spear lands on the Moon. Spirit not going to pounce in.
Want to take a moment to recognize Conan right there, burning the Monsoon not only to keep his team healthy in the Baron pit, but to disengage Moon. So as Moon was looking at coming over the wall, timed it really well with the smite.
Yeah, so all of that burst damage that Spirit had available to him as well. Utilized in taking that down. BF Sword now picked up for Mystic as he empowered recalled back to base. Candy doing the best that he can to try and stop this onslaught.
Unfortunately, Newbie just have put themselves in a very difficult situation for the next, well, A, the duration of the Baron, but pretty much the next 10 minutes, they can't even look towards a team fight. They're waiting for Rise and for Victor to ramp up, but they're so far behind the clock compared to WE.
Well, you got to look at this game. 25 minutes. It is a 12,000 gold lead. 5 turrets to nothing in favor of WE.
But now the question becomes, how do you adjust this? This is a best of 5, so it's not like they just get the one chance here. Compositionally, we talked about how they picked up all comfort champions as they now pick up the 3rd Dragon with the increased movement speed for them there. Do you deny Spirit his Nidalee? Do you deny Aluka the Sign? Do you target ban more? I mean, WE, the one thing about their team is they really haven't shown...
There's the Charm on the Moon. Decimating Smash, not going to find it here as Aluka just wanders through the gravity field.
They haven't shown a lot of depth to keep up with the meta. Shie has done a good job expanding his picks, but particularly in Aluka, just very limited pool.
Yeah, he's always going to be picking the Scion. He does play it quite well, though. 30 CS in the lead. Participated in 66.6% of the kills on the map as well, and he's just a brick wall here for WE. Gets Rune Prison like he's soaking a cooldown. Basically what he's going to do. Roar of the Slayer not going to find anyone here as Spear's still landing on the Moon. Pretty tanky as there's the Flash Body Slam.
Oh.
Get the pick onto Spirit, but he's able to pounce his way out. Chaos Storm not doing anything to Aluka as Spear's still coming through. Moon is going to have to deal with Mystic as he condemns him through the body slam. That was nicely played by Mystic, but still, no one going to fall down.
And that's best case scenario for Newbie as they continue the charge.
That was so much damage onto Candy as Khan's going to get knocked up by the Howling Gale. Charm lands onto Yuji. Spirit picks it up with the spear as Aluka just cascades through the team. Spirit now is going to get bursted down, but that's to make room for Mystic as he tears people apart. Moon, the last man standing. The inhibitor's going to fall, and WE, what a dominating performance.
They just run through Newbie right there, but at a 12K gold deficit, what can you do at this point in the game? WE take a convincing game 1, and Newbie, what do you do?
I have no idea. Probably avoid WE having 100% comfort picks in their back pockets, but I'm having a think about what the bans were, and banning away the Elise from Spirit, so very important.
I feel like your bans are going to have to be Nidalee, Elise, Scion.
Yeah. Just get rid of what are the massive comfort picks, but will be blue side for Newbie next time around. We'll see whether that's going to help them there. Of course, you're not funneled into as many of those bans, and you can first pick away something of priority. But Spirit went back and picked up a full Riley's Crystal Scepter. That is a 5-item Nidalee at 27 minutes. That's just repugnant.
Yeah, Spirit. And again, we've talked about how teams, dismantle World Elite in the LPL because they were on bottom tier of the standings, made a fantastic run towards the playoffs at the very end there. But the trick is you have to take an aggressive early jungler. We think about the ban on Rek'Sai. Yes, Rek'Sai is a big priority pick for Moon in particular, one of his most comfortable champions. But the thing that Rek'Sai empowers is the ability to invade safely with her Tremor Sense.
Yeah.
To figure out where the enemy jungler is and to keep tabs on them. That is so important, specifically against Spirit.
And specifically against this largely pick-based team composition that WE have available to them as well. I mean, Conan, even with a Howling Gale, able to get those picks across, not to mention the spears and the charm from GA and Spirit. So I like that ban adaptation here from WE, making sure that that's not an option. And removing Rek'Sai from the Rift doesn't hurt Spirit at all. I mean, his champion pool is basically limitless.
Can't quite say the same for the rest of the WE members, although
that is very true.
They're looking very good on the comfort picks right now.
Luka once again looking immovable. But GA, he's had a brilliant game on this Ahri. Now with the Rabadon's Death Cap and that blasting one that probably will be built towards the Void Staff. Full offense Ahri. There is no resistance to speak of on this player.
Well, he doesn't need it because he's getting the extra penetration from the Abyssal that Spirit built, so there's no reason for him to grab one. I mean, he could, just to spread that around and also offer him great MR against Victor, but you're so far ahead.
Yeah, that was a whiffed explosive cask, by the way. Very interesting.
I was not going to point it out just because, I'm sorry, Moon.
I got very confused. I thought it was a visual bug because I felt like it hit Conan, but he just sort of hugged the wall a little bit and then everything was okay. Luka, he's going to file in here with the ultimate as they start this one off. The turret falls down. Yuji is going to be forced to flash out of this one. Candy able to get a decent position in this fight, and Newbie still doing some work. Charm lands onto low as the spear finds Candy. Reset with the Monsoon, and WE, they'll do it again.
That was 2 abilities, REQ and a single spear that hit 3 people and just destroyed Newbie's health bars.
Well, Candy, he's going to have to go back to his fountain as Aluka. Buddy, you can probably tank the turret. I mean,
everyone tanks it
everyone
but
Aluka, yeah. Oh dear. Of course, he has built a lot of MR, so maybe not with the comfort levels of armor that he'd otherwise like. There's Roar of the Slayer, able to get the Decimating Smash onto 2 here as they easily take down the turret. WE just forcing their way into the base of Newbie, and Aluka acting as the wall, just stopping people, using his CC, using his health bar as a resource.
All 3 inhibitors now down for Newbie. They just need to flood the base.
Yeah, in goes Spirit, pounces through, gets the reset, gets out of there as well. Aluka going down quite low, but there's the Primal Surge onto him as well. GA looks for the kill, but the Valkyrie's going to get Candy to safety. Aluka, Chaos Storm dealt with, but Low's going to get punished for it. Khan, he's going to be taken out, and WE storm the base, grab every inhibitor, and that's going to be the Nexus. And what a powerful first performance here in this best of 5 series. 16,000 gold now the lead as the triple kill comes in for Candy as everyone dives the Nexus.
And WE's win conditions started in Champion Select. You cannot let these players have their comfort picks. They don't have the largest champion pool. Save for Spirit. So just deny them. Now, like you said, the fact that Newbie was on purple side is fairly important because you are limited in kind of your staple bans. Blue side, we'll see if they're able to change it up and identify the problems. But, man, you cannot let Spirit just run free with a game like that.
Yeah, I just really love that we did, first off here, get an example of what WE can do. If
Set the baseline.
Yeah, if they get to play their game. And we'll see whether now Newbie can turn this one around and say, look, why did we lose that? What can we take away from WE to force them to play a different playstyle that could possibly capitalize onto the way we want to play League of Legends? Because that was all about how WE wanted to play. Get a Luca into an immovable object in the top lane, get Spirit onto a carry jungler, GA can play something pick where he can sit in a brush and kill someone, Mystic is on Vayne or Jinx, everything's going to be fine, and Conan can play sort of a non-interactive role, just hang out on the Janna, get things happening.
He's a great Janna player.
He is, he's wonderful, but
probably one of the most
that's
improved.
His style.
Yeah.
That's how he plays the game, and it's working out for WE.
And the thing is that Newbie should know this. They should be very comfortable with WE. This is a lot of overlapping players. Khan, Candy, Yujie have all played with WE's roster. They used to fill positions on that. I mean, Candy obviously from Masters 3 and WE Academy, but they shouldn't have been blindsided like that.
Yeah, and of course Candy played against them for like a whole split as well on the side of M3. So no excuses, and we'll see whether M3 can turn it around, as we are going to have a short break, but when we get back, Game 2 between Newbie and WE, and we'll see whether Newbie can tie this one up. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL.
Did the microphone still pick it up?
2016, I'm not entirely sure, FLICKR. In 2016 promotion tournament for the spring split next year. We're going to see who's going to be able to make it to the next round between Newbie and WE. WE finishing off that game with a 15,000 gold lead. Things looking pretty good for them. They had everything that they wanted. Yeah,
they swept game 1, but will it be the series? Again, like you said, they came out with the comfort pick. Spirit got on his Nidalee. Mystic was on the Vayne. Xie picked up the Ahri. And Luka was on Sion. That said, Newbie were on purple side, so a little bit more limited in their bans. This time around, they will have blue side, and I expect Elise, Nidalee, probably not Elise from blue side because Moon can play it, but Elise, Nidalee, and Sion should be banned away. I think that's the easiest option.
Well, we'll see whether they are going to be removed from the Rift. I think targeting Spirit does make a whole lot of sense heading into the next game, but we'll see what Newbie have decided were the problems with that game and whether they want to just change up their own comp to deal with it as opposed to ban away something and make WE try something else. Maybe they just let them do the same thing, but they've got a better answer because last time they just didn't.
Yeah, and the big thing was the fact that WE took away the Rek'Sai, which, yes, it's a priority pick for Moon, one of his most played junglers, but more importantly, Rek'Sai with her Tremor Sense in burrowed form is very good at invading enemy jungles blind because she can figure out where they are by the little ripples.
Yeah.
And especially against Spirit, you need to keep track of that guy. So Rek'Sai is actually a big power pick to kind of answer him.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Spirit was able to get around the map. Khan got completely focused out. The Ryze was a non-factor throughout the game. And WE just accelerated the game to the point where Ryze just could not become that powerful force that he can often get to when he gets the Seraph's Embrace and the Rod of Ages. And of course, 5.14, I mean, you have a look at the solo queue statistics, 40% win rate is not exactly the greatest, but we still saw last night that Ryze can be a powerful pick if used correctly in this competitive play sense. So we'll see whether they do decide to go for something like that one more time, or whether it is going to be a different option now for Khan in the top lane, whether he moves more towards something with some early power in a more carry sense, because I'd like to see him bring that to a Luka who does tend to just play the tanks. Yeah,
and we talked about how Luka has a very limited style and champion pool. And the thing about Khan, and he also has LPL experience. He played for WE Academy in 2014. Yeah. He's very good at playing carry and tank roles. A Legacy Jax player. He's formerly from Prime Optimus over in Korea. So I would actually like to see them try to outmaneuver WE in that front as opposed to try to play their win lane, win game style. Because if you don't invade Spirit, if you aren't proactive on the map and you're not forcing WE to kind of group up earlier, you're just going to frankly lose. And Newbie, they played WE's game and they got run over by it.
They most certainly did. And we'll have to see whether Candy's going to mix it up as well. We mentioned the fact that, 7-14 now on the Corki. Not exactly the best win rate, but it just didn't work into Mystic's Vayne. Mystic was just able to run over the matchup from minute 1, especially with the Vayne-Janna lane combination.
And frankly, you shouldn't be able to do that against Corki Nautilus in specific. So I always talk about how Vayne-Janna is very powerful, which it is if the wave is centered, because then you're just fighting the enemy and it's very hard to out-duel Vayne and Janna just because of the tumble with the E. But on Corki Nautilus, you have so much control over the wave with the Riptide and the Phosphorus Bomb. You should be able just to get a push on Vayne. For a long time, Vayne was considered a very weak laner because if you just push her in, she has no way to augment the creep wave to force the minions off of her. So she's busy in the auto attack animation, so she can't trade with you. You just poke her down. That's why Caitlyn is one of the best counters to Vayne. But just let it go.
Yeah, didn't happen there. And Candy, maybe he'll move towards a Caitlyn pick. Who knows? Updated the headshot,
Yeah.
Was changed a few patches ago, but look, I don't know whether it'll happen. Haven't seen Candy on that particular champion ever.
He's played it like 4 times.
Yeah, I haven't actually personally seen
it. Why do I have Candy's stats memorized?
I don't know, but it's freaking me out in a really good way,
I pulled them up, was like, this guy's played about 13 champions in his competitive career ever.
That is not many.
There's Xie on your screen.
Yeah, just above 10%. We are going to be getting into Champions League for Game 2 very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Newbie now on the blue side of the Rift. They are going to be able to have first ban. We'll see what it is going to be as we get into it, because I'm interested to see how they mix it up, how they adapt, because this is going to be very important if they do get through this series.
Best of 5?
Yeah.
Just Game 1.
Nothing's changed so far. So Maokai first ban once again. It is going to be the Thresh first ban as well. Yujie not going to pick up that champion.
Just targeting Yujie versus, prioritizing someone else.
Yeah.
I guess they don't really need to, trying to keep him down.
WE don't really mind too much at all, but Twisted Fate is going to be the ban away from GA one more time. Everyone in a bit of a snowstorm at the moment. We are going to get out of that as Rek'Sai once again going to be banned away from WE. And Newbie, are they going to mix things up? Spirit, is he going to get targeted? Is it going to be the Elise? Is it going to be the Nidalee? Is it going to be the Scion? We don't know. Of course, it looks like Newbie doesn't either. 15 seconds left. And Nidalee is going to be removed. So that's going to be the adaptation that they make.
Yeah, I completely agree with that one. Elise is up and available. We'll see if that's going to, like I said,
away.
be the last ban from W on that red side. Again, we are finally on 5.14, so Elise a little bit strong right now.
Yeah.
Just a bit.
Definitely. Well, we're not going to see it this game. Newbie now considering their first pick. We'll see what it is going to be. Of course, Candy. Decent win rate on the Kalista.
5 and 5.
Yeah, but it's very difficult to pick Kalista at the moment because you're picking into Mystic, who is just going to be more than happy to play Vayne into it.
Yeah.
So, well.
Vayne, Jinx.
Yeah, both of those champions don't necessarily do that badly in the matchup.
I
especially with Thresh
favor
banned.
Jinx because of her range, so you kind of minimize the impact that Kalista's passive would have. Khan is going to go to his Hecarim and was banned last time.
That is very true. So, of course, the adaptation made by WE to ban away the Elise instead on that red side means that the Horseman does get through.
I feel like this is a perfect champion to kind of capsulate Khan. He's that carry tank player. You can do anything, and Hecarim, you know, you put him in.
Yeah, and it's got a bit of a Genghis vibe as well, you know. Because there was a bit of mounted warfare by that guy, I believe.
I'm talking about like his playstyle. You know, Hecarim can be both a carry, he can be a tank, he can do whatever.
Like the name.
And you're like, Genghis Khan. Let's talk about dictators. Aluka found you funny.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know whether he was listening, but he is going to lock away the victor for GA. Picks it away from Luo as well. Is now Moon. He can go back to his Gragas if he wants to. Not going to be able to get the Rek'Sai.
Didn't have much impact on the Gragas. I feel like and Gragas is a good early game jungle too. He has the resources to do it. A big priority pick, so that's a little bit concerning. Moon has the toughest individual cross matchup here, and he didn't make an impact on Gragas. It's a good Jarvan player.
Well, we'll see whether he goes back to that one. Candy, looking at one of the other champions that doesn't necessarily have the greatest win rate, if I remember you correctly.
2 and 11.
Well, we'll see whether it does get locked in here for Candy. Moon is going to take away the Gragas. And it is going to be Sivir. Works
really well in tandem with Hecarim, naturally, because you make him go faster.
Damage buff.
So he does more damage.
Well, Aluka, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Oh, this is what I wanted to see.
And is it going to be the Runeglaive Echo as well? It is going to be locked in here for Spirit. Potentially, no, not for GA, because there is a Victor there on the map. So only Mystic's champion yet to be locked in. And look, if it's not a Vayne, I'll eat my hat.
I think it's going to be a Vayne.
I have a feeling it might be a Vayne too, and I don't have a hat, so it's a bit of a
likewise
out there assumption.
Vayne was often recognized as a counter pick into Sivir. The LPL have been doing that for a while now before Vayne really came back into popularity, of course, in the hands of Wushin.
Playing it 5 games in a row.
I think Imp also did it, so there we go. There's some credibility there.
I think that was after Imp
and
described Vayne as being one of the worst champions.
Why would you ever play that champion? Continues to lock it in. Thanks, Imp.
Over and over again. The man that played Misfortune.
Yushe has locked in his Annie, as well as Luo has picked up the Ahri. So the reverse side of this matchup now, Shea will have his hands on the Victor, and Luo will have his hands on the Ahri. See if he gets a little bit better success. Kind of a big part of WE Snowball was the fact that Shea won mid lane so hard because it was isolated. Of course, you had an early gank from Spirit that came through, but being able to take that tower, lock Victor down, and then roam so effectively really did cause a snowball. And hey, look.
Yeah, thanks, Mystic. Allowed me to not eat my hat, which is waiting upstairs. Would have been able to do it, but
it's a nice
don't have
hat
to
too.
this time. It is EDG hat if I do have to admit. But Conan back on the Janna Vayne lane, going to be heading out, and it is going to be the Venn diagram situation here as the only change up for WE with the Echo jungle and the Victor in the mid lane.
I just want to name this composition the Venn diagram of murder. So this is how this works. So Echo parallel convergence on top of gravitational field on top of Chaos Storm. If anything,
on top of Aluka.
On top of Aluka. If anything gets too hairy, you press R with Conan, you reset the fight with the Monsoon, and you just buy enough time and space for Mystic to go nuts.
Yeah, to dance around and do ridiculously silly things. And if the Unstoppable Onslaught hits multiple people, the follow-up to that will be very, very dangerous. But Khan, you can see the man on your screen, the carry top laner himself, now on the Hecarim, might have a few extra tools to deal with Aluka's Scion. He's just driving his train to victory at the moment. Moon picking up the Gragas into Spirit's Echo this time around. Spirit mixing things up. Haven't seen as much Echo since the changes you mentioned, moving more towards that mid lane style, as Luo is going to take the opposite side of the mid matchup from last game.
In the AD carry position, though, it's Candy taking his 2-11 Sivir versus Mystic's Vayne.
Let's not advertise that statistic. Kind of feel like we should probably keep this one as being a contentious matchup. That doesn't help it. Yushe taking the aggression into the disengage on the bottom side of the rift.
Yushe is a very famous Thresh player, but he's also a very famous Annie and Leona player. So hard engage is his game. See if he is able to connect this time around.
Yeah, well, he does have a targeted stun. He has that passive and a Q.
He also has an incredible Sivir player behind him to speed him up into battle.
Thank you very much, Frosker. And Candy, most definitely feeling a whole lot better now that you've said that. But we are ready to hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Newbie versus WE Game 2. WE looking to use a Venn diagram as their change-up into this particular matchup as Moon barreling Spirit. There's Aladdin just hanging out in the river.
Fun fact about Atlas, his favorite song is A Whole New World, and him and Spawn have the most incredible duo.
I believe it's a duet.
That one.
Yeah, it's not on YouTube, guys. There's no point in looking for it.
We have a standard 5-point coming out of every lane here, although Candy was pressing back, so this is what I'm curious about. If he's going to initiate a lane swap with Sivir.
Wow.
Sivir does have more advantages to take Vayne Janna in a 2v2 just because she can push the wave forward. So again, if the wave is centered and it's Sivir versus Vayne, Vayne will win. But Sivir has so many tools to make it Vayne versus minions.
Yeah. Well, basically, Sivir has so many tools to make it any champion versus minions. It's let's turn a lane non-interactive, but...
This is smart. I already like this adaptation from Newbie. They're not going to play WE's game. They're going to go ahead and initiate the lane swap. Now, WE are fantastic. Win lane, win game, but their cohesion as a team has always been lacking. That's why they're on the bottom part of the standings of the LPL. By initiating a lane swap, it becomes more about objective control. Yes, that goes into the hands of the jungler, Spirit, their best player, but WE have had a very hard time dealing with this as opposed to standard laning phase.
Well, Aluka one more time, killing himself. Red buff is going to be the start here for Spirit and takes that one down quite nicely. Orb of Deception, only one tick onto GA.
Okay, so who is this lane swap going to impact? Your 80 carries, it will isolate Mystic's Vayne, so he's going to get a bypass-free lane phase. That's a little bit scary. That said, Sivir will have more tower pushing control just with her Ricochet, although Janna might actually even that out just because she's so good at pushing down towers. Then your junglers and your top laners. Both of them are pretty decent at jungling, Hecarim and Scion. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a wash either way, but I just like the fact that WE don't just get to sit in lane phase.
Well, speaking of laning phase, GA having the best of Luo at the moment in the early game. As this Victor versus Ari has himself the cleanse at the same time, so can avoid the charm if need be. Okay,
so we're committing the freeze for Mystic there because Conan has decided to back at 215 and walk up to protect Aluka. Make sure he doesn't get dove. So freeze versus fast push. There we go.
That's a decent ward from Conan as well. As WE well aware of the fact that there are 4 members in the top lane.
They changed their mind real quick around that corner.
Yep.
Okay.
Just standing around.
No, I actually agree with this. Diving Scion and Janna, very dangerous. Conan level 1 will have the shield available to him. Likewise, Aluka does have the Scion passive, so even if he goes down, the possibility of at least trading 1-for-1 is very possible.
Yep, Candy taking up a lot of damage there as Roar of the Slayer and, of course, the Decimating Smash coming down. And Aluka actually able to get a bit of a shove on here as everyone heading towards the mid lane. GA knows exactly what's up, and he's all the way down the bottom side of that lane. There's the flash from Yuji. Wants to find the ability, but the flash has already been used from Jie. He's got the cleanse to get away from the next one, and Mystic's moving up just to offer his protection. No kill to come out just yet as we watch the top lane, and I'm not sure why.
No, you're absolutely right. Xie understood what was happening way ahead of time. His posturing in the lane, being that far forward down, playing to Mystic's side, and unfortunately that's a traded flash for nothing.
Yeah, very
Actually, no, he got a flash for flash. We just didn't see Xie flash.
Yeah, of course. When 3 people walk into your lane, generally you try and get away from the Annie with the stun prepped. They didn't find too much. Khan on the bottom side of the rift. Conan heading back down here as well as Aluka has gotten himself back into control of this lane. Oh, Jie now in trouble, of course. No flash. The charm lands, immediately uses the cleanse, making sure that he gets out of the way of the follow-up.
So that's both summoner spells from Xie's Victor on the shortest lane, so see if they're able to commit and continue the pressure on, find the kill. More importantly, this is tying Spirit up. So the idea is still the same. You're not deep warding, but you're keeping track of where he is, pulling him to that mid lane and not letting him either get his power farm on or free ganks. Yeah,
dictating to Spirit where he needs to be on the rift. Very, very important. They can see him right now, but Mystic's still farming up very, very nicely on the Vayne as they're looking to press forward onto Khan. Level 3 on this Hecarim. Struggling a little bit. 7 CS to the 24 of Aluka, who's had a fine time in this lane swap situation, of course.
Yep. Sacrificing their control of Khan for their control on Spirit. That said, one of them is the carry.
Yeah.
The other one is a horse.
Aladdin versus horse.
Look at this horse. This horse is amazing.
Let's not do it.
He's going to have to be amazing. He's about to get dove.
He
Although
is.
Here comes... Yeah, Luo trying to stand at a fog of war. He assumes that the tri-brush is warded.
Well, there is going to be the phase dive. Charm lands as well. Spirit in a lot of trouble, but gets over there. Look at the Howling Gale. That was wonderful. As the shield is going to soak up the rest of that Ignite, so no first blood still in this game.
Conan has really improved his performance on Janna in particular.
Oh, yeah.
Looks great. Now, Spirit did give away a bunch of time. I believe that was a 30-second setup gank. And again, Newbie's plan is working. Initiate the lane swap. Dictate where Spirit is responding in your lanes.
Well, Aluka now as well. Really wishes he hadn't done that much damage to those minions as they're all going to die through the turret. But
still,
34 to 11, still doing great.
And more important, Khan is level 4 to Aluka's level 6.
So Unstoppable Onslaught is an opportunity here.
Likewise, Dragon Control in full WE court because they have the teleport, whereas Newbie's teleport is on the bottom side of the map. Sivir cannot join the fight should one break out. Just think they need to get control of the mid lane and they can pull the trigger on that.
Well, they're going to try to, but still a little bit of a wait on GA's flash. Cleanse almost back up as well, but you can see GA just playing calmly, making sure that he is going to be okay in this lane. Just misses one of those creeps as Luo setting up for a charm.
And we saw this last game. Anytime Ahri walks into Fog of War, because Victor is so low mobility, he cannot follow her. Forces him to stay in the lane.
Mystic now just playing with the brush. Making sure that UJ can't get any targeted stuns out.
Also trying to deny as much EXP as possible from Khan. Anytime Khan's creeps go to dive, he steps forward to try to zone him off the reach.
Well, UJ was able to get a ward down, so that's definitely a thing.
And they can't step forward to contest Conan to push him off the ward because it puts him right next to the wall, and that's why they swap sides like that. It would mean an easy condemn from Mystic.
Well, Spirit's getting pinged out. Candy's farming very, very well against Aluka. But of course, so is Aluka in this situation. More about denying the Hecarim than making sure that you're beating the Sivir here at this point, I believe, in the minds of WE.
And again, just a very passive early game from Newbie. They had the initial, early level roam attempted on the mid lane, but aren't able to follow it up and find some sort of advantage there. And frankly, WE are again back to playing their game. They're in full dragon control because they have the teleport advantage.
Yeah.
Your mid lane now has both of his summoners up, even on CS despite losing the flash and the cleanse early to a 4-man gank.
Spirit going to hand over the blue buff here. Down to about half health in the jungle, but we'll see what he decides to pick up. Does have the Ruby Crystal, so it does look like Cinderhulk. Yep, once again, the tank Echo there still has a lot of utility in his kit. He's going to be heading back to base.
This also makes sense because Spirit didn't get nearly the early pressure on kills that he did last game, so no reason to snowball himself into a carry position. Wait on your Vayne, wait on your Victor, and empower your team fight with repeated CC.
Yeah, looks like Mystic trying to augment his... Oh, actually Conan forcing
to
use the flash. Moon didn't get the body slam.
Forced to use his flash because he doesn't have level 6, so the Monsoon was not available for a reset.
Oh, Charm narrowly avoided there by GA, but his farming under turret has been spectacular.
Likewise, Newbie have swapped back down, so Dragon Control has been evened up because both teleports are now into that top lane. There's still a sizable EXP disadvantage from Khan to Aluka. Lucas should actually be very close to level 9.
One thing I really like is the fact that Mystic is going for the Tumble Max instead of the Silver Bolts Max. And I was actually having a discussion with Spawn last night, on the way home at about 3 AM, just about how to play Vayne. And a lot of people moved towards the Silver Bolts. I still liked the Tumble.
I've never maxed Silver Bolts on Vayne.
Nice.
Especially with Janna in my lane, because again, it's all about your trade potential with the E, which is why as soon as that E is dropped on Mystic, you immediately see Candy and Yuji back up.
Yeah, and as well, because you do get that extra AD, the attack speed.
You can't out-trade it.
Yeah, a little bit more important. So that's going to be the recurve bow picked up first as far as that Blade of the Ruined King is concerned for Mystic.
A lot of pings going down into the bottom lane. Now Moon is postured on the side of the map, and both junglers should actually be playing down here because, again, we're coming up into 11 minutes, so hold on.
Yeah, there's the stun onto Mystic, but he is able to then get the trade damage afterwards. Candy taking a bit from that one, but...
Good job from Yushe and Candy to follow up their damage on the same target. Didn't split it at all, so they are able to trade.
Well, does help when the Vayne is just putting her face
right into W.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not a targetable ability.
No, not so much, but still able to trade very nicely. Newbie. WE looking to try and hold on to this wave. You can see, yeah, Yushe and Candy waiting back.
Okay, let's talk about these team compositions since either team seem content to elongate the lane phase. So what WE are doing this for, it's fairly obvious. You look at them, late game potential is going to be in Vayne and it's going to be in Victor. So this is fine. Slow the game down, get some passive farm. They've already got a massive lead in the top lane, 87 to 49 CS. They're perfectly fine here. Newbie, on the other hand, they have a pretty small window of opportunity where they can act, and it's going to be in that mid game. So technically Sivir is going to have a power trough in mid game, but the difference between Sivir and every other AD carry that'll itemize 3 items, your armor penetration, your zeal upgrade, and your BF upgrade, is she gets to press R and augment her team's ability to team fight.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that. Of course, now at level 8 is Candy. They get wards on this Dragon Pit. WE started it up, but do give up the fight now as everyone's going to move towards the bottom side. Candy and Yuji trying to walk out of the way. They do make it. As the mobility boots from Yuji kick in. And his little legs able to take her to safety.
Lo is trying to find the pick on Xie back into his lane. That's why Spirit's shadowing him, just to make sure his little Victor doesn't get caught out.
Yeah, there's the Time Winder. Lo is able to at least land a charm.
Oh, forces
the
Spirit ultimate. Rush. Okay, that's pretty massive, again, because we're looking towards this dragon. You now have a massive cooldown not available to your mid laner. So Lo needs to now push forward and not allow Victor to roam.
Well, if Gio is going to be able to do anything, now has the Hex Core upgrade, so he's going to be able to use that Death Ray to clear out minion waves very, very quickly, especially with the book and the double ring. Some extra AP.
This is going to... They should just pull the trigger. He's stepping forward and he's trying to figure out where Ahri is. Ah, wow. He's going to prioritize red buff as opposed to the dragon.
Classic Spirit. There's farm to be had, boys. And he's 8 CS down.
I mean, there's no, they're not going to be punished, so obviously Newbie can't take the dragon right now, so you might as well play to the top side of the map. So it's really just prioritizing, like, yeah, we could take the dragon now because we have a numbers advantage with the mid lane back, but we can also take it later if we just wait for the itemized Blade of the Ruined King from Vayne. So let's just wait.
Well, speaking of which, Mystic is going to be able to tumble out of the way of the boomerang, keep himself safe. Locks himself down to the cannon creep as well as Either Storm is going to help him pick up the rest of the creep. Spirit now just below half health. Moon very, very healthy, moving towards the top side. Fails the body slam completely.
No one saw that.
No, pretty upset the fact that we were actually watching it. Sad times, but great observing, making sure that we see every piece of the action despite whether or not it is going to be a good moment for these teams.
I thought he looked great.
Yeah, so do I. Well, yet another stun, but Mystic able to disengage with the tumble before it comes out. Going to have to be recharged.
Unfortunately, Candy was sitting on his boomerang blade, decided not to trade with it.
Yeah, Mystic able to answer back with a fair bit of damage, but half health on the Annie now. Wants to charge up that stun. He's going to have the Molten Shield relatively soon, as far as getting that one up. Decent trade from WE, but much more difficult lane to bully this time around by the looks of things.
Oh, it's also because, again, Sivir has complete control of the wave, so when Mystic and Conan attempted to step forward and trade, they actually did it into the coming minion wave, so
yeah,
it's just that difference, keeping Vayne pushed in, making sure that she's not just fighting you, but your creeps. And a lot of that creep damage is going to eat away at Janna's shield.
Well, Morellonomicon completed by Luo does have himself the Null Magic Mantle as well. Might be looking towards that Abyssal Scepter. We'll see what he decides to grab there.
Cinderhulk completed on both junglers as well as the Sightstone.
Yeah. Some cheeky brown bags there from Moon though, so he's going to be waddling a little bit faster than Echo.
Are you saying?
Oh, there's the parallel convergence. Low has to use the Spirit Rush, but lands the charm. Spirit has to be careful, uses the Chrono Break, gets himself back over the wall and to safety.
Wants to minimize the damage he would have taken from the tower. I think he would have been fine to walk out, but being that low health, it would have given Newbie the advantage on Dragon.
Well, does mean that Spirit does get the ultimate out. No summoner spells burnt though for Luo, so might still have some power over this Dragon area.
But this is why they're questioning it, knowing that Spirit is still fairly healthy and in the area. Likewise, Ahri doesn't have the ultimate available. They don't pull on Dragon.
Just yet. GA just going to clear out that minion wave very easily. As we do have Annie waiting around. In fact, Moon, Yuji, and Luo waiting in this brush. No vision available from WE. GA moving right up this lane. Has to be so careful. There's the Tibbers. The cleanse is going to go down. Explosive cast gets him to safety. GA, he looked like he was very dead. Parallel convergence comes down. Luo doesn't have the ultimate charm. Not going to find anyone either. The teddy bear. Not going to get killed. That's 50 gold, guys.
That's also Annie's flash down and a big primary engage from Newbie. So just trading cooldowns, trying to get better posturing on this pit, but meanwhile, bottom.
Yeah, Mystic blows the final hour. That's going to be the on the hunt from Candy as well. Blade of the Ruined King was used.
As was the on the hunt and heal.
Everything.
These teams are looking at a possible 5v5 on Dragon with pretty much 0 cooldowns up and available.
And a possible 20-minute first blood as well. 100 gold is all it is as far as a lead for WE. You can see Aluka still in the top side, has the Balmy Cinder and the Glacial Shroud as well as the Merc Treads. Still ahead by 35 CS, but that's starting to become more and more irrelevant as this Hecarim's still able to get the farm. Especially after that disastrous early game.
Yeah, and Hecarim has also itemized into early home guard, so as long as he's on the fountain itself, when he decides to look for a flank, he will bring that bonus damage from home guard.
Most definitely.
I love that I get to see bonus damage from home guard because it's Hecarim. What other champion do you get to say that on?
I'd say no one.
Yeah, accurate.
Yeah.
Good job.
I knew the answer to the question, so are you proud of me?
I only ask you questions that I know you know the answer to.
There's only a few of them too. Oh dear, people are getting bored of them. So what does Ginsu's Rage Blade do? There we are. Nailed it. That's how you get a taste of what Surge is. Well, there goes Conan in with the Flash Monsoon. Candy, he's going to get knocked up and stunned underneath the turret. First blood goes to Spirit after some interesting play from WE that ends up paying off.
Out of nowhere, Conan says, guys, screw this. Flashes forward to engage with Janna Monsoon, trying to push Sivir back. Mystic wasn't paying attention, but it's okay. Spirit was. picks up the first blood.
It's first blood time, guys.
It's double blood.
Oh, there's the explosive cast. Charm lands as well.
Oh,
from Luo.
wow.
Doesn't get the return damage, but in goes Spirit. Luo, there's going to be the passive proc, and Spirit locks down his second kill of the game. That's a 1-for-1 so far as Conan. He might be in trouble. Moon's going to have to deal with everything at the moment, and he's not going to get the kill onto the Janna. Timewinder procs the passive as Spirit gets stunned by UJ. And I think this might be it.
This is what I was talking about with Conan. You know, the only surviving member from the 2014 World Elite Squad has looked so much stronger over the course of the LPL and really solidified himself as a spine to build on. WE are about Spirit and how he impacts bottom lane, I feel. And normally it's with Mystic. This time it's with the Janna. You know what? I'll take it.
Yeah, Conan, back-to-back fantastic games on the Janna. Managed to set up first blood there. You can see now with a 1,300 gold lead here for the WE side. Things only going to get better as they augment Mystic, as they break into these team fights that we spoke about. This sort of Venn diagram of death.
They need to group up, though, and use the Venn diagram of death.
Exactly. Where's the Venn diagram of death?
The Venn diagram of murder.
That's beautiful. That was it. Sorry.
I can't do the Dragon Ball Z voice. I try every day. I almost just want to like start chain smoking so I can get like a really gravelly voice.
Well, as a commentator, I don't think that is exactly the best idea for your voice.
Oh, that's rich coming from you.
Hey, I don't smoke.
This is true. He doesn't smoke. Stay in school, kids. Don't do drugs.
Exactly. Well, blue buff is going to be taken here by GA. Be able to move back to his lane. So that outer turret in the mid lane did fall down, of course.
Again, WE have had full control over the Dragon Pit for, you know, the last 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
I'm going to actually say 23 minutes of this game.
But they haven't taken it.
Nope, but they don't need to because they still have the Vayne. Just elongate the lane phase. They're winning in every single farm department, so there's no onus on them to force it. Because that would be like the one way that Newbie could get their foot back into this. So it's like, well, why take the objective when we're just winning the lane phase? Why don't we just sit back and farm?
Well, that's exactly what they're going to do. 24 CS somehow the lead for Mystic as well after it was very, very close. Ooh, Orbit Deception doesn't find Spirit. As he's got an Aegis of the Legion completed after he went back after the first blood. Gravity Field comes down. Spirit just wants to play in it for a bit.
In fact, the one place that there is a CS difference in WE is the jungle. 87 to 69.
Yeah.
But that's compensated for the fact that Spirit has the only 2 kills for WE.
Yeah, the kill for NB is going to be on the side of Luo. So the RA a little bit more accelerated. A couple of items already completed in the Abyssal Scepter and the Morellonomicon. No boots yet. That's exactly how GA decided to build his as well last game. You just have so much extra mobility with the Spirit Rush. And the Orb of Deception, of course.
They swept that bush, didn't they?
I don't know.
They did. There was 2 wards in it. That one's just a little bit sneakier.
Very sneaky ward. Well, Khan couldn't deal with the power of a Luca in the top lane by the looks of things. He's going to have to go back to base. Does have the teleport.
You know, very few top laners can actually deal with the power of the LPL title holder, Aluka.
I love that title.
Especially, no, in seriousness, Aluka Scion is very good.
It's very good, yes.
I think he's 0 for 3 ultimates this series, but normally he is incredibly proficient at threading those and landing perfect engagements for WE. And again, WE's problem is that they have a limited style and a limited champion pool, but if you just give Aluka Scion every single game, it looks fantastic.
Yeah, and he's still able to make things happen despite the fact that Scion got nerfed. It got to the point where, you know, everyone was playing Scion and then no one was, but Aluka didn't get the memo and he's just going to keep doing it.
Train driver doesn't care. He'll just drive it.
Exactly. He's on that train. He ain't getting off.
It's on that train straight back to the LPL so far.
Ooh. Don't speak too soon, Prosker, and we still have at least this game and another to go before WE can get in.
Possible 4 games left.
That is very true.
WE ran away with the first one pretty convincingly, but Newbie have looked much stronger. Again, we are fairly even on gold, but hold on.
Yeah, there's the Spirit Rush in the mid lane. Luo trying to turn this one around. Conan comes in. Zappa for the kill.
All me, boys.
Yep.
Now Newbie do manage to trade the bottom tier tower with so many resources expended in the mid lane, but WE look to collapse on the dragon since Ahri is dead.
Yep. Taking the first dragon at 23 minutes and 40 seconds. This is probably one of the latest dragons that we've seen. for a very long time. It's going to go down very quickly as well. Spirit going to be backing out. We'll see whether he can finish off that Locket of the Iron Solari as he hops back home. He's going to be perfect hex core done for Gier as well as the needlessly large rod. This guy's pretty big.
That also means that WE want to finally fight. You have the completed Phantom Dancer and Blade of the Rune King, like you said, on top of the completed hex core. They're looking for blood, which is why you see them all consolidating resources towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, well, it's to answer the fact that Candy wants to be able to take down this top outer turret. Aluka had been able to keep that one relatively defended. But it's under half health. There's the on the hunt. Aluka in with the ultimate.
Beautiful spell shield.
Was fantastic from Candy. Decimating Smash coming in. Spirit trying to start things off. Parallel Convergence not used just yet. There it is now. Can he manage to get some stuns? Moon's going to get caught up by it as there's the Tibbers down onto a couple of members, but Mystic now starting to go off. There's the Silver Bolts, able to use the Blade of the Rune King, but Mystic gets bounced back underneath the turret. GA trades it in. Double kill already for the AP carry for WE. Low now in trouble as everyone trying to get back. There's the Chrono Break from Spirit, saving his life, and Low has to deal with 4 members. Aluka tanking the turret. There's the roar of the Slayer, yells at the Fox Lady, and the Death Ray gonna help Aluka pick up the kill. That's a 4 for 1.
So many health bars low on WE's side, though. Fantastic reset from Conan. I was actually going to say the Janna ultimate maybe could have come out a little bit earlier, but I'm actually going to say Newbie had fantastic CC lock on Mystic's Vein, and that there was nothing that Conan could have done to save him, but definitely turns the tide of that fight on the back of Xie's Victor.
Yeah, Moon with the explosive cast to start things off, and I thought that was going to be, yeah, WE not being able to quite finish that fight off, but no, instead, WE used the rest of their resources to finish things off, and G in there with so much extra damage. Man, this perfect hex core Victor at level 15. Doing some work, Froskerin.
And anytime you upgrade your hex core this early, again, it's a massive mid-game power spike. You're pretty much putting all of your power at one point in the game, but that makes sense for W's comp because they have the Vayne to carry him late. So you can compensate for the fact that Victor doesn't have a decap up, you know, in time. So when I saw that, I was like, yep, W are about to 5-man somewhere. Why? Because they're so powerful right now with GA.
Well, it was demonstrated just there. Didn't even need Mystic to get a 4 for 1 trade. 7-2 now is the kill score. Still only about 2,000 gold, maybe a little bit more for WE as far as a lead is concerned. But they were able to take down the top outer turret. They grabbed themselves a couple of blue buffs as well. Stole one away from Newbie.
Newbie still have their foot in this. Only a 3k gold difference. They also have the bottom tier tower. So some control over that side of the map, especially when Dragon decides to come back up if they want to attempt to contest for the next one.
Decimating Smash, Aluka just ignoring his friend, the horse, in the hands of Khan here on the top side of the map.
I'm surprised there's not more Genghis Khan references.
I felt like the first one wasn't received all that well here on the desk, so I figured I'd just leave it. When you're using the word dictator in a cast, I just feel like it's not really working out all that well.
Tyrant?
Yeah, I feel like it's got negative connotations. I don't know what you're talking about.
Warlord.
Wait, that's creator Victor. He's kind of a dictator though, isn't he? Just Victor in general as far as his lore is concerned. So I think already we're in the right type of vibe. But Newbie thinking about starting something up.
They can't start anything up.
From the back side, Parallel Convergence does come down. Low's going to get slowed. Newbie in a group here.
So look at the resistances built up from Newbie. You've got 2 completed Frozen Hearts, and then you have 1 MR item, the Abyssal Scepter, which is only going to offer aura and penetration versus the MR for the entire team because you don't have the Aegis of the Legion. Excuse me.
Oh, Aluka looking to come around and try and start a fight here.
Why I point this out is because Mystic is not the problem right now. So you have a bunch of armor and slow to take care of that Vayne, but it's this Victor.
Well, Newbie's trying to start something up. Spirit might be in trouble. He gets devastatingly charged back in here. Uses the Chrono Break, but that's only going to secure his death now as Aluka tanking up damage. GA and Mystic going completely off in the back line after everything. Mystic, auto attacks a minion, gets stunned up by Tibbers. As in goes Aluka with the unstoppable onslaught. UJ going to get taken out. GA picks up that kill as Mystic right underneath the turret. That was optimistic.
I believe we call that vein spotting in North America.
I believe so. WE who in the end...
How many points do I get for that?
I think...
he tumbled into tower and 3 people, and then immediately died.
It's a lot of points.
Oh, man, I should have... Okay, so that team fight, we were talking about how the double Frozen Heart is there. Mystic isn't the primary problem. Is he doing a lot of damage? Yes, it's Vayne. Vayne does a lot of damage. Armor and resistances aren't going to slow her down, but the slow from the Warden's Mail will, however.
The turret also did.
Well, yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah.
But Xie is so big. You know, itemizing the Hex Core, picking up all of those kills allowed him to compensate for the fact that, hey, instead of going for Death Cap, I have Hex Core. Guess what? I snowballed off of my Hex Core power spike, and I got a decap anyway.
Yeah.
Come
Best
at me.
of both worlds, exactly.
Would you say a whole new world?
No. I would sing a whole new world. That's very, very different.
I strive to get you to sing on cast.
No, it's not happening.
Every day, and you just leap.
I'm fighting the power.
Atlas,
yeah?
do you trust me?
Oh, God. Yes? I think that's how she says it. Okay. Yeah, waiting in the brush, Death Ray. Not going to find Moon. Usually looking to try and get in amongst it as well. Ward's going to be cleared out. Value Sweeper going to lock down a couple there. Not going to be able to get the last auto attack. Very, very sad. But Rapid Sense is going to spot it out.
That moment when you're play-by-playing ward sweeping. Here we go.
I love it. My favorite part. Royal Slayer comes in. Aluka trying to find someone to start this fight on. Luo off to the side now as Parallel Convergence is there. There's a Decimating Smash. GA picks up his 5th kill of the game. And that is an easy one there as Aluka. I think he got charmed. Not entirely sure.
And with Moon dead, instead of prioritizing the dragon, they're looking for bigger fish to fry, heading straight towards Baron. Now, Newbie know exactly what's up. So the question is, how do WE want to posture for this? Are they looking for the Death Brush, or are they going to go ahead and pull the trigger and try to burn it?
Well, Mystic does have the Blade of the Ruined King as well as Silver Bolt, so they've got a lot of damage here onto the Baron, but there's the charm. Outer turret falls in the mid lane as Newbie just going to get out. They managed to get the pick that they wanted. Well, the objective pick that they wanted.
Yeah, good counterplay from Newbie. They buy time for WE by shoving up mid lane, and now we have a chase.
Yeah, we do, but he's going to put WE right in front of this dragon. They're going to try and take the second one out for them. Nicely smited by Spirit. Orbit Deception attempted to steal it, but Luo not going to be lucky enough.
No, it's still just very impressed with Newbie's decision-making right there. They do lose the second-tier dragon, but they stall, more importantly, the Baron from WE, and manage to trade mid-tier tower for dragon, so not bad at all.
Well, there's the unstoppable onslaught. Aluka threading it around that corner. Doesn't actually do anything good, though, as the Decimating Smash not going to find anyone just yet. Low, not sure what he was doing, but Newbie coming through for the collapse here onto this fight. The charm cancels out Aluka's Q. The explosive cask not really doing too much as the Parallel Convergence is there as well. WE lose too much of their health bars. They back away from that fight.
No, Newbie took a really good fight around the terrain, trying to force WE to play on 2 fronts. And because Hecarim and Sivir with the On the Hunt was so mobile, they actually got better posturing around that.
Yeah.
It's like, am I going this way? Am I going that way? The jukes. Teleport.
Certainly worked well.
No home guard.
In a great position as well.
Oh.
There's the unstoppable onslaught. Candy does now have to deal with Aluka. Parallel Convergence into the backline of Spirit trying to get some work done. Khan very, very low. Spirit still massive in this fight. GA locks down his 6th of the game. Look at the Chaos Storm for so much damage. There's the Condemn onto Moon into the wall. Decimating Smash. Triple kill for GA. This Victor is going off. Now I understand why this guy was #1 solo queue in China. GA going ballistic this game.
But why is Newbie? You see the teleport coming in. You know he's going to look for the engagement with the Sion ultimate. The 2 carries, Sivir and Ahri, put themselves in between the dead turret and the wall, giving Sion a free knock-up on 2 people. I think the spell shield 8-1, but you don't trap both your carries there.
Well, it certainly didn't work out here for Newbie. They lose a lot of their teammates. I believe that was a 4-0 in favor of WE
and
in the end.
Baron.
They grabbed the Baron, yeah. 6,000 gold the lead for WE. Lichbane, what the heck? GA's just I don't think he's built anything defensive this whole series.
He doesn't need to. This is the thing. From level 1, Newbie changed up their tactic. They force the lane swap. They try to, make W uncomfortable. They're pulling Spirit around the map. They're being a bit more proactive. But WE, they just waited out. Yeah, Spirit was slowed down a bit, chose to itemize into Cinderhulk for the tanky build as opposed to Runeglaive and try to be a carry again, but he's able to do that because his laners were, most importantly, Xie specific, was isolated.
Yeah.
And just amassing huge CS leads. Look at that, 273 to 316.
Yeah.
See you late game, boys. We have a 20-minute dragon. WE don't care. They don't have to force the dragon. They don't want to risk the fact that they're just passively winning lane phase off of maybe a bad team fight.
Yeah, well, what they're doing is they're playing to their strengths. So they notice this is going well. Let's just do this for as long as possible. And Newbie can't seem to avoid those sort of situations. Now in this siege where parallel convergence is so strong, they're able to take down at least this inner turret. Bottom lane then going to get pinged out by WE. Luca looking to hang around. Oh, there's the flash.
My favorite aspect of that was I think he pressed R and he didn't go anywhere.
No.
I think he clipped the wall, you know, those childbearing Ari hips.
Well, he did press the R button.
And
Conan had to flash.
It also forced Luo to flash because his initial proc of ultimate didn't go anywhere.
Huh.
That's cute.
Quite.
Quaint.
He does have himself a cool little witch's hat, so that's kind of cool. Does have the Void Staff on the way as well, so this Ari is going to start doing some damage, but there's the parallel convergence. Spirit once again. Aluka right in amongst it. Yuji takes a lot of his health. Aluka still alive, gets blown underneath the turret. Gravity field is down. Aluka somehow still alive after taking out 5 members and a turret, not really minding about it at all. It's hit by a charm. There's the shield as well from Janna and Aluka. Spirit tanking forever. He
still has his ultimate available.
Yeah, can Chrono break his way out? Monsoon's there as well from Conan just to try and reset this one. He's got the Majia's Soul Stealer, so he's able to get a whole lot of health back. Oh, Candy almost gets hit by the Howling Gale. Aluka might finally fall down. He does have the Undying Rage. It's not, in fact, the name of that particular passive, but he's able to smack people while he's dead. That's the main thing. Zones them away from the inhibitor, and WE break the base.
And on the back of Aluka's health bar, the only member of WE to fall, they pick up 1 tower, 2 tower, and an inhibitor. Just a massive swing of power and gold. And suddenly this gold lead is 7k difference.
Yeah, just ridiculous. They've broken the bottom inhibitor turret as well. This is a big deal because when that Baron comes up again, which it will eventually,
play with split push, back pressure.
You will easily be able to do so because that inhibitor, once it respawns, is going to be very, very bare and open.
Dragon going to be spawning in 47 seconds, and at this point, W just went back, spent all of their gold. They've amassed a huge lead. Unless Newbie either get a pick or sneak this one, there's no way they can take a straight 5v5. That said, they have so many options to look for a pick, which is why they're sitting in this brush. You've got Ari Charm on top of Tibbers.
And then Khan can get in there with that Onslaught of Shadows as well.
Here comes the flank.
Yeah, looking for Mystic and GA. This is definitely the 2-point deal. They wanted. What the heck was that damage? Mystic able to finish off one now as well. Flashes out of the way low. He might get taken out. Mystic, though, is going to fall first. Decimating smash onto the Ari. Roar of the Slayer not going to find it. Conan is going to be able to kill his compatriot as Aluka finally takes down the Ari. Spirit dealing with the rest of the Newbie members. It's top and jungle versus top and jungle. Can Aluka and Spirit do it as the Chrono Break comes in? Khan looking like he's too strong right now as the double knockup from Aluka. He's going to be able to stop the Echo from dying, and Aluka just can't be hurt right now. Is he gaining health?
Well,
what is... Oh, watching Aluka play Sion is so silly.
No, he's not gonna chase.
He's got the unstoppable onslaught.
No, but this is best case scenario for Newbie. Yeah, they technically traded even, and that 3-for-3 died. But more importantly, they killed 3 Barons and they delayed WE in their objective control. We talked about what is the best case scenario for them. They need to find picks so they understand how to play from behind, which is very comforting going into a best-of-5 series.
It certainly is, and yeah, he was getting out of control. Did have
that
the scoreline of 8, 1, and 6. Now 9, 2, and 6. And that Chaos Storm, my goodness, shredding through everyone. And Spirit is going to probably be able to secure this dragon as well with the help of Mystic. So 3rd now down for WE.
Baron timer is now 2 minutes out. We already talked about how it's really important that the bottom inhibitor is the one that WE have opened up. So what this is going to mean is that a big super minion wave is going to crash in there, and WE just need to be patient. They can wait for Newbie to commit multiple resources to peeling off those creeps, and then look for the Baron on a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, super creeps are going to be then able to take down potentially the Nexus turrets at that point. Assuming Newbie are going to continue trying to defend that Baron. So, WE might have an opportunity to grab the next one. Continue this gold advantage that they have accrued already. Almost 7,000 gold the lead. And Aluka now has a Thornmail, as well as a Frozen Heart. And this Spirit Visage. He's getting super tanky, almost with 4,000 health as well. Elixir of Iron there. He's a pretty big guy. Wandering towards Luo. Tanking up charms, tanking up stuns, and that barely even breaks his shield. WE with control over this side of the jungle, most definitely.
And they've created a lot of space and time and zone for Vayne, Mystic to approach that tower. Newbie right now, we're just completely out of position.
Yeah, they had to use the Talisman of Ascension, but they're not going to be able to get here in time. It is going to be the inhibitor turret falling. Another inhibitor dies, and just fantastic positional play from WE. Khan trying to get in there with the home guard. Decimating smash onto 2 carries here of Newbie. Spirit and Aluka going down low, but they're not exactly the targets that need to be dealt with here. GA Mystic still very, very high health. Playing around this base gate. There's the explosive cask. Aluka getting thrown around. There's the Monsoon in there. Chrono break out from Spirit to save his life. Mystic very, very healthy, but not for long. Uses the QSS, and Khan now being dealt with. Mystic still alive in this fight and now has them in a choke. That gravity field was fantastic. GA still alive, and the carries just do too much damage. That's the ace, and WE will undoubtedly take the game.
That looked so good for a second for Newbie, trying to force W to play on 2 different fronts by using the base gate. But WE, they understood how to fight with their composition, pulled Newbie back into a choke point, and Shie obliterated their chances at game 2.
That was ridiculous. 11-2 and 9 on that Victor. Massive carry performance, and have the balls to do that as well. Pick exactly the same champion that your opposition just lost on into the same matchup, and then do that.
But WE, they knew from the beginning where their win conditions were. They elongated the lane phase because they were winning across every single lane in CS. They itemized the Hex Core immediately and then turned it into a big 5v5, snowballed himself into the death cap following, and just ran away with the game on the back of Shie.
It was really beautiful play. So once again, Newbie thinking about what they want to do moving into the next game. And we had a look at the draft. We had a look at what we thought Newbie might have to do, and it was remove all of this comfort. And look, Conan was back on the Janna. He had another fantastic game. Mystic's Vayne.
Aluka's
Scion. 2 games in a row. He's more than happy to do it again and again. And you saw it doesn't matter what you take into it. Still going to be an absolute menace. He was just able to tank so much of the damage. He was literally a soak with a whole bunch of CC that he could throw around.
And yeah, WE are in the LPL promotion because they weren't able to squeeze into the playoffs, but on the back of that, they went on a massive winning streak. So this is possibly the best that WE have looked for the entire LPL split.
Yeah, very difficult for Newbie, but we'll see whether they can turn around this best-of-5 series and get themselves towards possibly fighting back after a 0-2 start. We are going to have a short break, but when we get back, WE, are they going to get back into the LPL, or a Newbie going to extend it any further? Don't go anywhere.
swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL 2016 Spring Promotion Tournament. I'm Max Alessanders, and this is Ryan Frosker and more. We're ready to get into Game 3. WE looking to try and close it out.
Yeah, they're running away on the back of a Lucas Cyan back towards the LPL. Now, of course, after winning this, it just means that they're farther up in the bracket, but loser will fall out and lose their chance into the LPL.
Yeah, very unfortunate stuff, of course. Still not going to get them directly into the LPL. This is only the first round, like you mentioned, so still more to come. And I believe whoever wins this particular game goes up against the victor. The very end of last night. It was Unlimited Potential. I was there, saw the games. UP still looking fairly strong. We'll see whether
he's been here. He actually didn't go home. He
slept
slept underneath the desk.
I got changed though. See? Not bad. But we are going to get into this next game very, very quickly, and we'll see whether Sion is eventually going to get banned away, whether it is going to be the Janna that might be the focus out here, potentially from Newbie. But we mentioned the fact that Purple side might be what gives, you know, the edge back to Newbie, having WE over on the Purple side. But once again, switching back around, WE may have more power picks in their back pockets.
And we've talked about, you know, a Lucas Cyan and how he's gotten it both games in the series so far, had a fantastic performance.
Yeah.
But he truly isn't the carry. It's still in the hands of Spirit and kind of shifting between either Mystic as secondary or in the last game, Xie. And so, yes, the limited champion pools are coming through. The fact that WE keep getting on comfort picks and they keep being able to do their job and play their game, but you still have to somehow slow down Spirit. If you can't ban him out, you have to change your play style. Newbie, they look towards the lane swap. They tried to be proactive, you know, make Spirit counter gank them as opposed to sitting back and setting out his own game, but they didn't do it long enough. It felt like they attempted it for the first 10 minutes, and then another 15 went by where W just got to sit back and power farm. So they need to figure something out, be more proactive, get their hands on that Rek'Sai, which W has done a fantastic job banning every single time.
Yeah, getting rid of it any time that they have an opportunity to. And, of course, it's been second banned away from WE both times around. Yujie hasn't managed to get his Thresh either. Conan more than happy just to grab Janna over and over again. And as we get towards Champion Select,
I mean,
see what's going to change.
If you and Yushe can't figure out how to be playmakers without those two champions, that's devastation for Newbie. They're not going to go very far in this tournament if they do manage to turn this series around. Now, it is set point match for WE. Best of 5. They've won 2 games. So if they win this next one, Newbie's dreams of the LPL are dead. Yeah,
and all the momentum now in the hands of WE. You mentioned the fact that they had a decent run towards the end of the LPL, just unfortunately getting pipped to the post towards the very end, not able to get those extra few points to take over M3.
But it was a miracle run. They 2-0'd Snake.
They did. They had a fantastic run, and this team finally looking like they've got some cohesion. So not necessarily anything against Newbie here. It was a team that had a fair bit of hype heading towards the end of the LPL, but look, just when you're up against one of these teams that is, yes, at the bottom of the standings of the LPL, but they were looking so much better.
I think what we're trying to underline is that WE have never looked better. Yes, they're in the LPL promotion tournament, but like Atlas and I keep saying, you know, they were on a run to try to make a miracle chance at the playoffs. They're finally playing cohesively as a unit. You know, if they do stick together into the next split of LPL, nothing's been announced, they look fairly strong.
Yeah.
That said, this LSPL team Newbie, they're not the most proactive bunch, and that's where WE tend to falter. Is if you're proactive and you keep Spirit locked down, keep tabs on him, and just make them quickly move around the map. Do not give WE time to breathe and set up their win lane, win game strategy.
And there might be something in also sort of thinking about Conan as well in this ban phase. The fact that Conan's managed to get on comfort both times here. His Janna looked fantastic. And maybe move him towards something else, because Janna's sort of one of those champions that nothing really plays like she does.
Anti-snowball champion.
Yeah, I mean, you might think that, you know, Nami might be a little bit similar, but other than that, you don't really have as many other options. So maybe just get rid of that one, and that might be where they can go. But Maokai, once again, going to be the ban from Newbie. It looks like they're happy to keep things the same. And WE, of course, wastes no time. Thresh, Rexa.
Aluka plays Maokai. He's a good tank player, so Maokai fits in that champion pool.
There it is.
But I feel like
there it is.
the Maokai, yeah, there. That's hard.
Yeah.
No, Aluka's Aluka's the champion pool that's easiest to target because it's the smallest, but he's not the carry.
Yeah, so it's like targeting out a player, right, on the side of WE.
Oh, so, okay.
Oh,
man, you should be an analyst.
I should. He's going to be the Scion and the Janna being taken away, but it does mean that WE do grab the Elise as the first pick. So, first time that we've seen it this particular tournament.
No, it was played yesterday for one game.
Well, no, by Spirit.
Oh, yeah, by
on
Spirit.
5.14.
Yep.
And he was still doing disgusting things on 5.13.
Yeah, so 5.14, the changes to Elise. Her cooldown on her Cocoon has been upgraded at level 1. It's 1.6 seconds from 1 second. That doesn't sound major, but what it means is you don't have to secondary upgrade Cocoon. You can put points into your W. So Elise got a lot stronger in terms of her damage output, but didn't sacrifice any of her CC potential.
Yeah, so a utility increases and her damage at the same time because you can afford to take a little bit of a different route as far as that leveling system is concerned. Moon, considering taking the Nidalee, with Braum already being locked in here from Yuji. Last night, Braum did not do very well, by the way, for Oscar.
I mean, that said, they keep banning the Thresh and the Rek'Sai away from Moon and Yuji because they're trying to take away the playmakers on Newbie. So Braum is an incredible playmaking champion, especially level 1. Do the lane swap, unlock Yuji to roam around and get a snowball going.
Yeah. Well, we'll see whether they can. WE thinking about what their next option is. I would be surprised if Aluka didn't pick Nautilus, just because
it's the last remaining champion.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that he plays out of
3.
Yeah, 1, 2, yeah, 3. The Annie currently being hovered.
Please play it, GA.
I really want GA to play it in the mid lane.
It's gonna go to Conan because it's Callista, though.
Yeah, well, Mystic hovering that one. See whether it is going to be picked up. And, of course, no Thresh to be paired with it, but Callista Annie is also a terrifying combination, mostly because the Sentinel damage can be so high because of her auto attack. I mean, Annie, always talk about the fact that her auto attack harass is so strong. The Sentinel as well. Whew.
Likewise, you have beautiful synergy between, you know, the Fate's Call, throwing Annie in and chaining that disruption CC.
It's like a double Fate's Call, isn't it? You Fate's Call Annie in, then she goes, Fate's Call Tib is in. And it's like everyone's Fate's calling each other.
And the enemy team's just dead as Candy insta-locks Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and, you know, Moon on the more aggressive Nunu. You can use the Primal Surge very similarly to that Blood Boil. So Candy going to be augmented quite nicely here on the Kog'Maw.
Better stats than his Sivir, which is now at 2 and 12.
Yep, that is true. But Twisted Fate escaped the pick ban phase. GA hovering it at least.
Yeah, but that means that GA, and he's got the teleport, so you know he's going to commit on TF double teleport.
Is he?
But
or is it because he wants, no, it's going to be the TF.
I really wanted the Annie. GA is a legacy Annie player, builds Majais, but we are going to see the Twisted Fate. And oh look, Aluka's playing Nautilus.
Whoa, I'm a prophet. Picked the bans. Picked the Nautilus. Can you believe it?
Calm down, Crumbs. Yeah, but okay, so they're giving the counter pick to Khan unless he's taking Lulu into the top side, and they've done this, I feel like, every single time, trying to set him up to bully Aluka, because again, Khan is the more versatile top laner in just terms of play style and champion pool, but he's not making the impact. And it's where these teams are weighted. If your power is trying to, you know, put a Luca down who's just going to be a role player, a tank, and stand in front of you, you have to give power to Moon. You have to make sure that Moon can keep Spirit down. And that's the primary problem with Newbie this entire series, is they just let Spirit go.
They let Spirit go, and they also don't make WE change how they play League of Legends.
Yep.
Because once again, WE have a fantastic pick comp.
Yep.
They've got the Annie there for the Tivers, the stuns, the gold cards. They've got Destiny for so much extra vision. They've got Cocoons. They've got Dredge Lines. They've got all sorts of stuff.
Other than Twisted Fate, their lane phase is incredibly powerful.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, Xia and TF, it's a big comfort pick for him. We see it banned both games.
Yeah.
We'll see if they maybe snowball a little bit faster. Typically, when Xia is on TF, it's not about ganking his side lanes. It's about ganking for Spirit.
Yeah. Ganking Spirit's lane.
Exactly. It's how Moscow 5 used to use Twisted Fate. You know, that idea that...
See hero, kill hero?
Yeah, Diamond Prox invades the jungle, and Alex
Yeah.
Niche can just be there at any point then. You turn that invade into like a 2v1 very quickly.
Yeah.
So watch for Xia to just follow Spirit around.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually make that impact as well as the fact that WE still have a very powerful bottom lane in the Callista Annie.
On the other side, though, Newbie did pick up a Protect the Kog'Maw composition. We already talked about how the Primal Surge is going to be able to augment his attack speed, make him very strong. Then you also have Luo picking up the Lulu there to kind of zippy him around. So
And the
Candy,
help picks as well, lots of extra damage.
lots of pressure on him. Expect to see that TF and what is Spirit playing? Elise down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see Spirit's Elise as well. I didn't see as much of the series that I really wanted to, the last one that WE played, but that was on 5.13. So Elise still not the powerful super force that she now is. And we are going to go through the lineups. Luca now onto the Nautilus, the second champion that he really started to have fantastic success on, into Khan's Nah, once again, sort of the super tank into the more aggressive champion matchup. Spirit taking the Elise into Moon's Nidalee. Moon going to do his best Spirit impression.
And in the mid lane, it's going to be Xie versus Luo, Twisted Fate versus Lulu. And again, watch for how Xie plays around Spirit. It's not about ganking his side lane, it's about ganking his jungler.
Yeah, and Luo just going to do his very best to equalize that lane. Of course, Lulu just able to generally farm any single matchup she's in. Lots of utility and everything like that. Conan and Yujie taking the forward-moving Annie into the pretty versatile Braum here for Yujie. We'll see how he goes on that champion.
I really like Newbie's jerseys.
Yeah. Well, we'll see whether Newbie can turn this one all around as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Game 3 between WE and Newbie. Newbie trying to hold on for dear life in this series. They have a long road ahead of them. And WE looking for one more win, possibly off the back of Spirit's Elise. Mystic yelling at a ward. And Candy the Oven Kog'Maw.
He's a dolphin.
He's not, he's an oven.
He looks like a dolphin.
He's made of metal. Come on.
What? Have you seen the dolphins in Australia?
They're
They've got
not made of
lasers
metal.
attached to them. Okay.
I actually have. I've lived here for quite some time.
Is that where your accent's from?
Maybe.
Weird.
That was beautiful.
I'm working on it.
Yeah. I got
Okay.
wrecked.
What?
I felt like I just got wrecked, you know? Like,
Oh, that's
Yeah.
not what I heard.
whoa!
What I wanted to see is if Newbie were going to continue to look for the lane swap. Because again, we talked about don't give WE their game. Don't allow them to have standardized lanes. Likewise, it would be so potent to unlock Yujie on this Braum pick as the captain and the shot caller of the team. Unfortunately, it looks like we are going to see a 2v2, which against Callista Annie, that level 2 all-in is devastating.
Yeah. Terrifying to deal with, as well as the fact that you will have that stun level 1 if she took the Incinerate at the same time.
Oh. They have to get control of the creep wave, which they are taking an EXP advantage into the lane by stealing away the Gromp. That said, it is answered by the mini Krug from Mystic and Conan here, but this is going to be really close and very scary. Advantage to Yujie has the Relic proc, so he can quickly augment the lane.
You can also quickly get a bit of his health back as well from that Relic Shield, which is certainly handy.
Especially because you decided to take the Gromp. Tank the Gromp.
Both of them picking up even experience from that one as well. Khan heading back to base. He's going to teleport towards the top lane, but Aluka is already at the turret. Standard Aluka things, shoving the lane very quickly. In fact, sacrificing a lot of the farm as well, just trying to kill the creeps as quickly as possible.
Yeah, deny as much experience from Khan as possible. That said 5 to 6, so still in Aluka's favor, although Khan does have the level advantage.
Yeah, I managed to pick up those extra couple of bits of jungle experience. No worries there at all, as Conan hits the level 2. And despite the Gromp, WE still managed to grab that advantage.
And it's because Yushe is sitting on Targan's proc. So look at his CS right now. He's not hit a single creep.
No. Well, the Cocoon going to land very early on here. That's double summoner spells burnt from Luo with one cheeky level 3 gank.
And that shifts power back into Twisted Fate, who typically has a very hard time in lane phase. He doesn't have a lot of favorable matchups. So alleviating that pressure till he gets level 6, and now we're going into Moon.
Yep, Conan just chasing the Nidalee away from that Rift Scuttler.
But this is on the back of the fact that they have an advantage in mid lane and bottom lane by getting the level 2 early. So Spirit's able to make these aggressive plays, and it's now pushing pressure into Moon's jungle. So all at once, W are swelling and forcing Newbie back.
Luo as well now forced to farm underneath his turret. Aluka, went down relatively low, but he's still got his teleport. So he can go back to base if he wants to. Looks like he is. Wants to pick up another Doran's ring.
He can leave his friends behind.
Yeah. But if they don't dance,
I'm going to get you one day.
And they're no friends of mine, are they, Frosty? And honestly, if you're going to go with safety dance, generally I can't resist. But I was, for some reason, quite strong.
I'll get it.
Yeah, it'll happen. One day. One day. It's actually kind of hilarious watching you try, though. I'm just willing to keep it going. Mystic and Conan pushing the wave one more time towards Newbie's bottom lane. Unbreakable is there to try and stop some of the extra damage from Conan, as he's being quite relentless. 32 to 18.
Spirit, though, so they've got a sizable wave. He has been spotted out at a ward. Moon is rushing down for a counter gank now. Elise is so good at tower diving because of how a repel will juggle tower aggro.
Oh, there's the Winter's Bite. They're trying to get the auto attacks down for the stun. Only one more remaining. Spirit is going to get stunned. There's the pounce over. The repel going to instantly be used by Spirit.
Oh.
He's down so low. Spear doesn't land. Can't get the extended pounce, so Spirit is going to survive for now. But nice counter gank from Newbie.
Yeah, fantastic job from Moon right there. They forced the flash out of Spirit, so definitely a huge punish there. But more importantly, deny the first blood.
Yeah, very important. Also, alleviate this Newbie bottom lane just a little bit.
See? Oh, he's going to invade and deep ward.
Yep, able to hop up that wall.
Hip hop, hippity hop. I said hip hip hop.
Don't stop her up. Spirit is still on the bottom side. There's the Cocoon. Spirit goes in. That is going to be first blood for Mystic. Spirit just knows where to be on Summoner's Rift, Froscarin. He just knows.
Pops the pot, circles back around, looks for the, I like to call that gank the reach around.
Ah, ye old reach around.
Yeah, ye old reach around, coming in from the brushes and bottom, chaining that CC Cocoon.
Very, very nicely done, Mystic. Still being persistent. And the lane bully of the Callista Annie.
They should have lane swapped.
Well, it's definitely evident now. Might have been the thinking that, you know, Kog'Maw with the extra range might be able to deal with it, but right now, seems silly that they would have. Missed a siege minion though, so Mystic now completely behind in the lane despite 21 CS in the lead.
Yeah, and wait, did you say Mystic behind?
Yeah, well, you know, I just don't like seeing siege minions be missed.
Yeah, Kog'Maw, his W with the no mana cost, and of course he's going to outrange Callista, so again, it's trying to like minimize the passive that she'll have and just being able to outtrade you, then quickly get away from you. But until he has his level 6 ultimate, you still lose a lot of that outtrade potential. That's when he gets his initial big power spike in terms of his lane phase. And then Braum as a melee support versus a range support like Annie. His lane phase is already fairly weak against probably one of the strongest level 2s in the game, Annie, Callista.
Yeah.
I just...
There's also the fact that Kog'Maw's so reliant on picking up that Trinity Force power spike as quickly as possible.
Nice thing, though, is that Cog will find a 1-item power spike, whereas Callista is 2-item.
Yeah, good point.
Bloodthirster Hurricane. Here we go.
Oh, there's a depth charge, forcing the flash. In goes GA.
Oh!
Oh, that dredge line lands. GA, the easiest kill delivered to him by his top laner. Spirit was there for moral support. Nicely played by WE.
And they're able to commit that many resources to the top lane because bot lane has full control down there. So it's not like Newbie can look towards the dragon as a possible return.
Yeah, and Spirit now as well going to counter jungle away this red buff. GA helping out with a bit of a stun, but Spirit looks like he doesn't even need it. Look at the amount of damage this Elise does. He's going for a Runeglaive as well as Mystic hops into the Winter's Bite. Odd move.
Very important to point out that Khan has burned his teleport. They forced the creep wave in, so just to kind of minimize his loss, he had to teleport up there.
Oh, there's the cocoon that lands.
Oh
Moon
my god,
takes
that damage.
half of his health by that combo.
And Elise is so good against Nidalee too, because when she's in spider form, her little spiderlings will block the spear.
Yep. It's gross. She's just very good in the jungle, is the Elise.
She's just a real good champion right now.
She's just real good right now. I'm impressed with him.
Oh my god. You Atlas?
Hi, I'm Atlas. Liz. It's got an L. I should probably know my own name. Conan and Mystic. Running around the bottom lane. Winter's Bite going to be dodged this time by Mystic. Nicely played. Blue buff given over to GA.
We're playing WE's game again.
Yeah, exactly.
Where we just elongate the lane phase. Don't fight over dragon control because we're winning in CS in every single...
Well, what it does is it just keeps Spirit able to gank all game.
Yeah.
And when you stop the laning phase, it means that you have to start, flanking and working on plays like that. Whereas
you have to be coordinated.
Exactly. All of that sort of silly
intelligent and strategic. We don't have time for that. We just want to gank and kill people.
Yeah, it's not about that at all. WE, we're killing folk. And GA farming very nicely underneath the turret. Still with a 5 CS disadvantage against Luo's Lulu.
Did you forget what champion it was?
Yeah, look, brain fade.
That tasted purple. Okay, so we know what W are doing. Elongate your lane phase and empower Spirit to be the only proactive member on the team. Relies on him just making ganks, snowballing that way. Likewise, you have great late game scaling potential in Callista.
Yep.
Twisted Fate would be a good mid-game power bridge as well as late game pick potential. On the other side, Newbie, they also have the Kog'Maw who's going to hyperscale into late game, have an initial mid-game power spike off the Trinity Force, so they're not put into a disastrous zone, but I feel like they're going to lose a lot of power from Moon's Nidalee in particular, who right now needs to find the snowball. Has the Runeglaive, so he's looking to carry. Likewise, we see that itemization on Nidalee a lot. Hold on.
Oh, GA going to get hit. Spear. That was right at the end. GA did have to use the flash, though.
Yes. And again, but Moon needs to get going because if he doesn't find the early kills, the snowball for this Nidalee, he's going to turn into just a Primal Surge. Primal Surge, and that's about it.
Well, Destiny comes down there. Spirit does land the cocoon. Gets the damage through. The cycling of CC is fantastic as the gold card comes in. Spirit gets his first of the game.
And this is what we're talking about, the difference in the change in Elise. But hold on, up in the top. Never mind. They're not going to do anything.
All right, Luca makes it towards his turret, but can't. With some control.
The change in Elise, as they set up for a dive here, is that you don't have to sacrifice any of your power to get the same CC lock. But here comes the tower dive. Yep.
I believe that was a teleport in on the bottom lane for GA as well. Spirit comes around the backside of this one, and Newbie just getting obliterated. GA uses the heal, can't get past the minions.
He can't get past Mystic.
Oh, that was so frustrating for GA.
Mystic just locked him in there. That was cute.
Confirmed. He was trying to dance away. Didn't get there. Conan having a giggle as his stun comes back up. Might have been laughing a little bit at the Twisted Fate there. As you can see, the melted oven underneath that turret sitting on top of GA's dead body.
The dive potential of Elise. Elise has always been a big champion in the LPL just because tower diving is so...
Yeah, that's a thing.
...natural here. Desired.
Yeah,
There's a lot of legacy Elise players. Now, naturally, Spirit is Korean, obviously, from LCK, formerly of Samsung Blue, but there's so many legacy Elise players littered throughout LPL and LSPL that the rebirth of Elise has me terrified.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's sort of every region as well. I mean, there was a point where Elise was pick or ban in every single game.
Oh, she's always been very strong.
Yeah.
But I just love how the jungle is cycling back to very mechanic-oriented junglers like Lee Sin, like Elise, versus the death of the Cinder Hulk and the tanks like Nunu and
yeah, let's just soak damage, guys.
Nunu.
I liked Sejuani a bit, you know. Glacial Prison was a fun maneuver.
Hello, Nunu.
Hey, that's Sejuani, not Nunu.
I'm just curious how it's actually really going to impact Clearlove. He's a fantastic Lee Sin player.
He's also a fantastic Nunu player.
Exactly.
Flash Snowball, Frostgrim.
There we go. Dragon being started out by Newbie. They're going to do this because they had a vision that Spirit has left. So making use of WE's kind of untimely backs.
Yeah, no Destiny up just yet either. GA is going to have it very, very soon, but down to about 400 health. Moon is going to lock down that Dragon, so first one goes over to Newbie. Against the flow.
No, really good. They were able to take advantage of WE's poor posturing. Again, the fact that WE aren't an objective-focused team. It's more about just snowballing your lanes as opposed to grouping up as 5v5, taking these skirmishes versus team fighting. So great response from Newbie to kind of get their foot back into this game. Still just a 2K gold difference. This is the game that counts, so no surprise that actually Newbie pick a late game scaling composition. They know that it's going to go late. They're not going to try to risk their final shot at the LPL with some sort of early lane snowball G's.
Yeah. Not anything that relies on getting ahead early because you want to always have that chance to get back in. Well, Italy, as you mentioned, is hanging around this jungle. Luo's there as well. Conan deciding not to actually sweep out that as they take down the turret.
Very scary CS lead building between Newbie's hopes and dreams and Kog'Maw and Callista, though.
Yeah, that's 58.
It's almost close to doubling his CS.
Yeah.
We're about, what, 14, 20 shy?
Exactly. And Mystic now, with that Bloodthirster completed, 3-0-0 on the Callista. Yeah, things are going well. Now 60 CS the lead.
Because they have complete control over the bottom side, they are now deep invading on Newbie's jungle, placing down vision. Oh, the flash.
Oh, Flash Tipper still gets the stun onto Candy there as the stand behind me comes in from UJ. Immediately flashes quite nicely so that Candy is going to survive, but it does mean that this inner turret under fire probably will go down. Moon nowhere to be seen. GA rotating around, has the Lich Bane. That's going to help deal with this turret, and they take it down. It's 2-0 now, both of them falling on the bottom side of the map.
And now quickly rotating back towards the mid lane. And look at the pathing that Luo has to take. He has to go all the way around his own jungle. WE own Newbie's blue side.
They do. Red buff is now available for Spirit to take if he so wants to. He's grabbed himself the Sightstone as well. So Spirit looking for the aggressive build with the Runeglaive, but also wants to be able to gather that vision control. And I love it on Elise because you want to be able to see where your opponent is so you can start setting up for these picks. And you can see already so much vision littered around that bottom side like you just said.
Newbie just need to hang on, stall the game out, get closer to that Trinity Force, and look towards the next dragon, a big 5v5. Make use of Khan on this Gnar and the Trinity Force power spike. But you can't give up anymore because WE, they're starting to snowball this gold lead very quickly.
Yeah, they certainly are. Aluka as well. He's only down by about 8 CS, but he's got his Rod of Ages at about 5 stacks now as well. So
he built a Rod of Ages on Nautilus.
Damn right he did.
This is a new adaptation to Aluka's Nautilus build. So the first time, history lesson, the first time we saw Nautilus top, Aluka played it into EDG when WE 2-0'd EDG. One of the few times that they 2-0'd any team.
Yep.
Now what Aluka typically does is he goes double Dorns into straight resistances, typically a Glacial Shroud, and then picking up the Spectre's Cowl, very common to what tank top laners do. The Roa is a new addition to this.
Yeah.
An evolution, if you will. Aluka putting his carry pants on as WE collapse on the last standing, or excuse me, not the last standing, but the easiest outer tower to siege.
Yep, mid lane is still there, now getting sieged up by the Twisted Fate, who has both Teleport and Destiny.
And more importantly, Lich Bane, so his tower pushing presence is very strong.
Yeah, Luo actually going aggressive onto the Twisted Fate.
Get him.
Yeah, able to run around, does have a lot of cooldown reduction with both Fiendish Codex and the Lucidity Boots.
Here we go, though. The Trinity Force is complete. Dragon should be spawning within the next 2 minutes, possibly 30, 45 seconds. So, stall this out. Don't lose a team fight. Come into the next 5v5 strong. Try to get your advantage there.
Unbreakable from UJ, trying to block out the auto attacks from Mystic. Pierce comes down. Lure takes that one. Candy trying to get some farm, but he's still down 65 CS.
Yeah, that's bad.
That is bad.
I was trying, how can I save this for Candy? I wish I could pull his Kog'Maw stats right now. Okay. Khan has decent on his Rage Bar, but there's a pick.
Yep, Yujay might have been caught out there. There's the Glacial Fissure. Aluka gets tagged, smacked into
Oh,
the wall
nice.
there by the Gnar, but he flashes out. Titan's Wrath there, dodges the damage from the boulder with that shield. And the rest of WE now fighting on a couple of different fronts. Wild Growth on top of Candy does wear out, so he's now regular-sized Dove and Kog'Maw. The Destiny's there. No one on WE's dead. Moon's going to get caught out. GA and Spirit deal with him, and that makes it a 2-0.
And this is the problem. You try to limit Aluka's champion pool, but you just needed to ban one more. So many cooldowns expended, but here we go.
Yeah, Fate's goal. He's back in his Conan. My goodness, the damage as Spirit comes round. Looking for the execution, flashes forward. GA's there once again. Khan gonna get taken out. That's the unofficial ace. And WE, they'll take down the outer turret, and it's looking like they're keeping their LPL dreams alive, at least for now.
An ace, 2 towers, and surely the dragon. It will be spawning in 30 seconds, so they'll probably reset the map, spend all of this global gold, and collapse back onto it. But Newbie, they use so many key cooldowns. The Gnar ultimate, the flash, trying to kill Aluka, didn't even get him. Then immediately the team fights reset by the double teleport. WE find a second win and destroy the back half of it.
Yeah, and it was all off the back of Aluka being able to head back to base, and then finds his way back into the fight. Still stacking up that Rod of Ages as well. Hurricane completed, as is the Bloodthirster, and of course the pickaxe for Mystic. 5-1-1 on this Kalista. We know what this champion can do, especially in the LPL. Doing it once again, almost 80 CS in the lead for Mystic.
There's no way that Newbie can contest this dragon. Right now, their win conditions are a window of opportunity at 30 to 45 minutes.
Well, it's also a 9,000 gold lead approximately at 19.5. That is
Oh, he got it!
bogus. How did he do it, Luo? What a
Zoom
king.
in.
What a king.
Yeah.
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 Oh, God. Why is it Vi every single time? Your hair isn't even pink anymore for Oscar.
It's Nami.
Isn't it?
Vi's like, ha ha.
Ah,
Yeah, get out.
damn it.
A whole new world. Okay, they picked up the dragon. The Baron is going to be spawning in 5 seconds. So, like we said, WE closing in on that 10k gold mark again. This is going to be set point. If they get this game, they will move on and knock Newbie out. Still have to close it out. Right now, they have a 6-minute window of opportunity where they can play to the top side of the map, because by being up there, they don't sacrifice the dragon. So move in to Newbie's red side, place your deep vision, and apply pressure in both the mid and top lane. Eventually, Newbie will make a mistake with your pick comp. You'll be able to find a pick. If it's sizable, transition it into Baron. Or maybe just sneak the Baron with Aluka and Kalista.
Yep, potentially. A Cocoon did land there. Aluka tanks up that Baron for quite some time. Only has the Merc Treads and this cloth armor for resistance statistics.
If Newbie are going to find their way back into it, it would be a Baron fumble from WE.
Oh yeah, there's not too many other options here for this team. Spirit does have the Banshee's Veil now. And more of a facilitative role by this Elise this game. 1-0-5. Not the huge scoreline that he normally has, and GA and Mystic really picking up that mantle as far as all of that gold is concerned.
And this has been the evolution of WE as they've kind of come into their own and matured as a team, is Xie and Mystic having a more consistent performance. Now the meta did shift back into them, you know, Assassins being a bit more relevant than just the Control Mage.
Yeah.
Because the hyper, and the reason Assassins are coming back is because the hyper scaling 80 carries are coming back.
Well, Newbie now, they've got the bottom lane pushing against them here. WE, they've started off the Baron. And you're right, I mean, Mystic and GA, they're picking up everything that WE need them to this game especially. Destiny's down. It's
UJ
just
sees it. Here comes Moon.
Yep, teleport into the back line.
Here we go.
Khan does have the Mega Gnar available. Looking for
Oh,
it, gets it onto Conan
beautiful.
and Spirit into that, but it is going to be the Baron secured by Spirit. Khan now down very, very low. UJ dealing with Mystic, able to use that exhaust to keep him down. But now Newbie have to deal with a Luca starting off this fight. The wildcards head through. Mystic still at full health as he dances around the team fight. Look at the martial poise as Candy's going to die as well. The resets all over the place. A Cathian surprise. Not going to be able to get anything, and WE will break the base and might even take the game.
The ace, the Baron, that was best case scenario for Newbie. Moon was in the pit. They had a fantastic teleport and Gnar ultimate, but it's too little too late. They weren't proactive in the early game. You let WE play their game with the stronger lanes. They won individually.
And Mystic now 8-1-3, 5-1-6 for GA on the Twisted Fate. UJ using his Unbreakable to stop some wild cards, and man, WE now with a 14,000 gold lead at 23 minutes into the game. That is redonkulous by anyone's standards.
Newbie certainly on the back foot, but
I think that is the understatement of the series thus far, Frosker.
I'm just trying to theorize the win conditions here.
Well, if Luca dies to the Krugs.
That's their win condition? Luca dying to Krugs?
Yeah.
With his Rod of Ages.
Yeah.
Top Nautilus.
Potentially, man.
When a Luca styles on you, things have gone so south.
Oh, dear. He does have a 25 CS lead as well. Last Whisper is completed for Mystic when he goes back. Does have the Rabbidan's Death Cap on GA as well. He's looking for Deathfire Grasp.
Deathfire Grasp?
Yeah.
That item that was removed from the game?
Yeah, because he's got the components of it.
Oh, excellent.
But it's not going to be that.
Really?
It doesn't exist, yeah. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone back in time to grab a Deathfire Grasp. I actually quite like Deathfire Grasp. Twisted Fate.
Here, I'll save you. WE are applying Baron in every single
I was
way.
actually fine, I'll have you know.
Okay. We call that waffling.
Yeah.
Tasted delicious, too.
Yeah, it did. Perfect.
Do you trust me?
No.
Damn it.
You thought I was down, didn't you? You were like, aha, I'll get him while he's feeling a little bit more vulnerable. But no, doesn't happen this time around. Baron's still up as the siege now begins. GA's just going to take down the bottom.
Blue card. No. Gold card.
Yeah, trying to take down Luo. Not going to be able to connect that. Too zippy is this Lulu.
Get him.
GA does have a card, and Luo might die here.
Get him!
No, look at that. The wall comes in. Luo's going to lock down the kill as Khan's able to get the ultimate off. Mystic tanks up the turret. WE now with a man short. Teleport is there in 35 seconds. WE, are they going to be able to take down this turret? Repels down. Aluka just tanking up the members of Newbie. Depth charge in. Moon takes a fair bit of damage from that, actually. Living
they caught Khan.
Khan's going to in a fair bit of trouble. There's a three-man Tibbers in the back line. This is going to start it off here for WE. And Mystic just dancing forward with the martial poise. Flashes on top. Khan most likely going to die as well, but he didn't have the rend. That is the least of Newbie's worries, though, because their Nexus turrets are falling down. Aluka just face-tanking everything that he likes. Mystic doing loops around the Nexus. Mega Gnar's here. GA teleports in. Not going to be able to quite land the wild cards. Aluka goes a little bit wide with the dredge line, but the Nexus, it's falling down. Luo and Khan, the only men standing to try and deal with this. Aluka, no! Dies to the fountain. As wild cards head through. Destiny going to be used by GA just to get him somewhere. And the Nexus falls down, so congratulations. WE find their way through to the next round of the promotion tournament to face off against unlimited potential. So it's just like another day in the LPL here for Oscar.
And unfortunately, the family reunion between Newbie and WE did not go in Newbie's favor. They are now eliminated from the LPL qualifier, which means they do not have another chance at sneaking their way in there. But like you said, I've always wanted to say this. Congratulations, WE.
Yes, most definitely congratulations to WE. And they deserved it. They had a fantastic series. That was plus 10,000 gold leads every single game. Decisive victories for WE.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a lot strategically that Newbie could do against what WE were bringing to the table, which speaks a lot for how they've adapted and evolved.
Yeah, and I that's the key word that I want people to take from. WE have evolved. It was very clear that they understood their win conditions, how they wanted to play the map. They had no problem slowing things down, getting Spirit ahead. Their champion pools look a lot bigger. Spirit looks fantastic on pretty much every single jungler that he touches, but the fact that they were able to get a lease in one of those sets. So WE looking very strong to attempt to re-enter the LPL. Good job, guys. Yeah,
most definitely a good job. But, ladies and gentlemen, we still have more LPL action. It is going to be the playoffs up next. OMG going to be taking on M3. So, huge congratulations for WE moving on to the next round. But after this, we get into the nitty-gritty as the Gauntlet begins. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know it was a long wait, of course. A 3-0 victory for WE did manage to give us a little bit of time, but we are here for our first game of the playoff series of the LPL for the final split of 2015. I'm Max Allison, and I'm joined by Jake Spawn, Tiberi, and OMG facing off against M3.
Yeah, the beginning of the Gauntlet Atlas with 8th versus 7th here. Of course, a little bit of a different playoff structure coming through this time around for the LPL, and you have to beat your way through up to the 5th place team. Then it goes into a seeded mini tournament at the end, and I can't wait to see who comes out on top. Of course, we already are into the teams. That's Love CD on your screen. He's a support player. Ruo not around this time around for M3.
Yeah, so Love CD back on the lineup. Of course, we saw Candy just before playing for the LSPL squad, but now it's going to be Love CD looking to see whether he can pick back up that mantle for M3 and get things going on with SMLZ there on that lineup. And of course, M3 just managed to sneak in to the playoffs. Of course, there was a run by the UP, of course, WE as well, trying to get into that spot.
Everyone was trying to take their spot, man. But in the end, they got it done, and they tripped and fell into playoffs, you have to say, with an 0-2 versus EDG.
Let's go back and talk about their last team comp as well, Spawn. I think that's probably the most serious.
No, let's not do that.
No, not a good idea?
Not a good idea.
I think Support Pantheon's probably going to come through.
On the other side of Summoner's Rift, we have OMG, and they also didn't have the best of weeks.
No.
I think they went 0-6 in total. They played off against QG, LGD, and EDG, probably the three favorite teams to finish very highly placed, especially EDG, who have had a fantastic last 4 weeks. But OMG, they've brought Uzi back onto the lineup, we believe. That's who we saw against EDG. He played relatively well. If the team didn't really work out, and, you know, if we look during the regular split, OMG has owned this head-to-head.
Yeah, certainly have. And a massive 68% blue side victory rate as well in comparison to a pretty plummeting red side. And we'll see what they're going to do. Look at that glorious man on your screen now. Go going. Sitting up in the top lane. Of course, had a rough debut.
So we've come full circle with OMG.
Yes, we have.
You know, they were the best team in China at the start of Split 1 this year, sitting nice and comfortably first before EDG made their surge, and they were playing with the likes of Going, Lovely, Cool, Uzi. Exactly the same team again.
Yeah.
Except for the support position where Amazing, I believe, will be playing.
No, it doesn't look like Amazing's actually going to be here.
Once again in the lineup.
So, of course, very used to the bottom lane. San was actually an AD carry.
Yeah, no, he was a fantastic Graves player.
Yeah.
See whether he can lend some of that laning prowess and self-sufficiency that he was so renowned for in the Chinese scene to build up Uzi and help him through that laning phase and try and get some form of advantage down there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can do it. And look, I'm looking forward to seeing what will happen in Champion Select, of course. We have moved over to 5.14, so things changing up just a little. And what does this mean for a team that's a little bit 80 carry-centric that Uzi tends to make any team into when he's on the lineup?
I actually don't think it's Uzi's fault. I think that's a little bit of a fallacy about Uzi. Of course, he can play the Raise the Puppy comp very well, but he also plays the likes of Lucian, likes of some lane bullies, and had some of his best successes on Sivir, who definitely is an AD-centric focused team player. So we'll have to see what kind of Uzi shows up. He's a great Vayne player, of course. Statistically not the best, but his mechanics are definitely there. Yeah. Really good Lucian player. His Caitlyn of old was like feared throughout everyone. So I think that Uzi's biggest strength always has been his laning phase, the ability to get the 2v2, and I hope that that is something that OMG look for. They've been lane swapping a little bit too much for my liking, as we talk about the man on screen.
Yeah.
And we'll see whether M3 are able to go with that, because if they get a regular laning phase, you think that maybe Dade will try and take advantage of Cool. Of course, Dade has been very aggressive in lane lately, and Cool, whilst being back on the rise, slipped up a little bit against EDG, you have to say.
Yeah, we did just see Looper on our screen just then as well. Of course, both of these Korean solo laners looking to try and stamp themselves onto the Rift. And Looper versus Going, this is an exciting matchup. I don't know, we've casted it before previously, but just the history behind these two players, the fact that only a couple, Worlds Championships have been with Looper and Going there in the top lane, facing off against one another towards the, tippy top of the competition.
Yeah, it certainly are two of the premier top laners historically. Going on a little bit of decline lately, of course, back in the starting lineup now. Looper hasn't had the best of the season either, as we are into Champion Select, and have to see whether that is a lane to watch out for as the game progresses.
Yeah, and interesting to see Uzi back now with San there on the bottom side. We'll see whether SMLZ and Love City can withstand it, but Braum's going to be banned away as well as Rise on the side of OMG. Rise, of course, double dipping there as far as that ban is concerned. Has seen a bit of a decline in 5.14, but Looper and Dade probably didn't get that memo because both of them pretty damn good on that champion. Callista and TF going to be taken away from the Rift. And Uzi, doesn't matter what patch it is, Callista will always be banned.
Yeah, it certainly does have to be taken into account. Just a lane bully, able to use the mobility and the mechanics that Uzi is so well known for. So, like the ban so far. Cool, of course, a fantastic Twisted Fate player. Yep. They throw another one at him, as well as Olaf in the top lane.
Of course, someone has been watching Darius, I think, play some League of Legends.
Well, Looper used to watch Darius, that's why he plays Sin.
Yeah, adorable. But Elise has made it through the draft. OMG, pick it up for Loveling. He has definitely played that champion in the past. Victor was banned away here from M3, but they still have a couple of power picks that they can make.
Yeah, Loveling loves to get on junglers that can just fight the opposition.
Yeah.
Known for a little bit more aggression, of course. Popularized the W-Max on Gragas over here in the LPL, which is now being hovered and considered by Looper. We'll have to see whether he is able to take that skirmish prowess and translate it into the very powerful Elise right now. And if he does, whether he goes with something like this into Hulk or whether he goes outright aggression with the Rune Glaive.
Yeah, M3 looking to keep their options open by the looks of things. As they're picking a lot of knockups, Spawn. A lot of knockups.
Cool's been playing a lot of Yasuo and solo queue, by the way.
Oh, really?
Cool, yeah, and he played it last game against EDG, and it didn't look bad. Cool, not known for his Yasuo mechanics, but has been able to pull it out every now and again. Had a great game with it, I think, last Worlds, and yeah, see whether he's able to make it work.
In fact, was sort of pronounced as one of the Yasuo players when he'd only played it about once in the LPL,
yeah.
I think.
I was going to bring it up, but thank you. I'm sure shoutcasters around the world really appreciate that one.
Thanks for the back pat. But yeah, look,
no worries.
Just trying to set the record straight. You know, you got to make sure that you do announce these sort of things. But Vayne is going to be locked in for Uzi, not by Uzi. Generally, it's Uzi saying, nah, I'm playing Vayne. Puts his foot down.
There's a big misconception about Uzi. I don't feel like he's this player that a lot of people build him up to be. In fact, we've seen the transformation. But it just doesn't really help Uzi at this point. We've seen the transformation of him, a very smiley guy right now.
Good point.
Has been a bit more jovial than the Uzi we've seen in the past as we take a look at Dade, who looks very serious. Talking about
jovial.
Yeah. But yeah, so come on. He has enough of a hard time already.
I apologize, Spawn. Never again. But OMG, they do have the Rumble in the top lane. Does mean that they have opened the floor to the likes of some form of AD mid laner. As San considering the Annie to pair up with this Vayne. We'll see whether they are going to lock that one away.
Not a terrific amount of synergy between Annie and Vayne. Annie's a bully in lane with the stun and able to spam out Qs, especially if you max it. So wouldn't expect San to go with initiating support. I like the Nautilus. A little bit more peel would certainly help Uzi as the game progresses. And they've also got a peeling mid laner. Cool, able to throw up that Emperor's Divide, knock people out, and see if he is able to turn into the second hyperscaling late game carry to allow OMG to have multiple threats.
Yeah, so they have locked those in. Of course, a lot of magic damage now available for OMG, with Uzi being the sole AD dealer. Also does a lot of true damage there as well. But on the other side of the Rift, M3 had locked in Maokai and Sivir, which is interesting because they're up against OMG, and that was their win condition for about, 3 solid weeks of the LPL.
Yeah, when Xiong was on the lineup playing in the top lane, they certainly did like to go towards that.
Yeah.
But a lack of damage right now out of M3. They have a couple of super tanks in Rek'Sai as well as the Maokai. Of course, Love CD on that Alistar also going to be very tanky. But Kassadin scales very well as the game progresses. And SMLZ should be able to get him into any team fight with that on the hunt.
Dade, considering there's 5 seconds to go. That
said
will
one
mean
word. Probably lock it in.
Well, he's not even going to. He's going to let the timer do it for him. But Kassadin going to be picked up for Dade. Able to Rift Walk over the top of that Emperor's Divide. Definitely is handy. And able to utilize the spell shield from the Q, the Null Sphere, in order to get himself through that laning phase quite nicely, and we'll see how SMLZ and Love City do in this lane.
It's also pretty much impossible for Cool. I think it's a patch where the knockup's been removed. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Yep, so pretty much impossible for Cool to Azir sec Dade right now, because as soon as you see him come in with the E, you're just able to channel your riff or queues it up, you get behind the Emperor's Divide. So really hard to execute that now, unless it is on cooldown. Dade should be able to play nice and aggressive in the lane. Want to see what build Cool goes though, because we've seen things like the Nash's Tooth picked up first into the likes of Rylai's Crystal Scepter, which is a more of a control build that can come out of Azir right now. Set up, going, and Uzi for a lot more success in these team fights.
Yeah, and has that been sort of the Nationals Tooth build into the Rylai's, is that sort of more of a result of the patch and the fact that things have changed a bit for Azir, or is it about the item change?
It was the item change. Yeah, it was the item change more than anything else. You know, they bumped it up to 80 AP, just made it a lot more worthwhile. Of course, the scaling of attack speed now helped Azir out as well. So definitely was the itemization change, and we'll have to see whether it continues to come through. Yeah,
and we'll see whether Cool can make this Azir work. But we are going to go through the lineups. Mist top, but Loveling is going to be taking the Elise against Condi's Rek'Sai. Of course, definitely a standard jungler for Condi. Cool on the Azir against Dade's Kassadin. Scary matchup for both sides. As San, he's going to be taking the Nautilus into Love City's Alistar. Don't forget about SMLZ on the Sivir against Uzi's Vayne. And on it, the thing that I'm worried about here on the side of M3, oh, actually, no, take it all back. The fact that the Sivir is actually on the side with the Kassadin means that they have plenty of way for it. Don't worry about it.
Certainly do. Able to utilize the Sivir to throw the boomerang across, clear out all those minions.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But let's get on to the rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, OMG versus M3, our first set of the playoff run. Bit of a gauntlet for both of these teams. If they win, they're going to have to be playing over and over again as this week progresses, trying to make their way all the way up to that top spot. OMG and San paired up, both of the AD carries of old from OMG.
Both of them? Uzi played on Starhorn Royal Club when San was the AD carry.
I'm talking about of old as in like the start of this season. So admittedly not that old.
So not that old.
Yeah, it just sounded cool, man.
We have a small invade coming through from Loveling and Cool, seeing if they can get any vision on the bottom side of the map. Have been spotted out by some wards though, so a standard start for both teams. Uzi going back, maybe looking for a lane swap, and San will join him.
Yeah, lots of pings here from OMG, and they are going to move towards the top lane, so you're exactly right. Lane
OMG
swap is
lane swap
ensue.
every game at the moment. Like, without fail, you know they're going to lane swap. But it's just that they don't get much advantage off it, so we'll have to see whether this time around they're able to make it work, because Looper on Maokai going to be able to double jungle really effectively.
Oh yeah, already throwing out those saplings. No one messing with his ability to get those out there as well. So he's going to have a full stack, get rid of the little popcorn chickens very quickly. We'll be fine. Minions are going to clash in the mid lane there. Dade making his way to lane a little bit late.
Got an extra potion.
Condi going to get some help with his Grom. So pretty standard starts already. No freezing going to happen, but Uzi is going to get his working for him. Bottom side of the map for M3, nothing fancy.
Yeah, it looks like Uzi has got a freeze. And Sanji's going to go for some deep vision. Of course, taking the Gromp, or helping out with the Gromp, means that the freeze wasn't secured in the bottom lane. I don't believe. Haven't had a look at the minion wave yet. And Tool pressuring in nice and early on Dade.
Yeah, able to shove that one through very, very quickly. Dade missing a few creeps just because it's difficult at level 1 to last hit under tower as a Kassadin.
So that's a little bit strange. Generally, we've seen the increased popularity that if Rek'Sai is jungling, they give the blue buff over to the mana user because it just increases how quickly you jungle. Of course, Maokai going to be able to spam out saplings and the like. There's a 3-buff start coming through here. Gonna have to see whether they get caught out.
Yeah, San actually walking around notices the fact that there are 3 trailing after him. He gets knocked up, but there's the dredge line. San still very healthy. They get the red buff, and there's a little Cinderling still there. Condi's going to clear it out quite nicely with that Prey Seeker. But yeah, 3-buff start looks to ensue here in favor of OMG.
And they went red to red, so smart move there, making sure that they were keeping their double jungle up. And all of a sudden, Condi going to have a big dip in experience. They're actually pinging out the Krug camp. That's not going to be what he's looking for because that's not much experience in CS over that side of the map.
No. Dade still getting shoved in here. Double the CS for Cool. He is going to be able to pick up this farm underneath the turret.
They're going in San.
They got a ward there. Lupa's coming around as well. Love City level 1. As is San though.
Yeah, they need to back away from here. There's no way they can approach that turret. There's 4 members of M3 in the area, so they'll proxy farm the wave, and Loveling being called in for a little bit of help. This does put the wave in favor of Uzi because he's getting solo experience right now. We'll have to see whether M3 want to commit to a dive.
Now Uzi, you can see, hanging out by himself there.
They do not. So Uzi, definitely the beneficiary. In fact, they're looking at mid lane right now.
Yeah, Cool's actually at half health here. Dade, level 4, does have the ignite up if he
waiting for him
wants
to use W.
Not going to. Forces the flash immediately, does Condi.
So, able to burn Summoner Spell in the mid lane. Barrier was still available. Cool. Maybe not in as much danger as he thought.
I guess there was a headbutt pulverize there available from Lost City as well. Dredgeline lands. There's the cocoon from Loveling as well. Love City taking so much damage, down to about 400. But it's just going to be the auto attack from Loveling as he takes down the Rift Scuttler.
So early game, pretty convincingly in OMG's favor so far. Apart from the flash on Cool, not really much happening for M3, and Gogoing's having a fine time in this lane farming up. Missing Harpoons, you know, just hanging out as a Rumble.
Yeah, it's fine. Able to get that one as it dies over the Flame Spitter. I'm impressed. You're probably not, because you were talking about how easy it is to farm with Rumble, and I don't think so. I think he's tough to farm with. Probably not.
How many games of Rumble have you played?
That's a good point. Well, Dade needs to go aggressive on the Cool here if he can. Nice use of the spell shield
Once
from
again,
the Q.
3 members in the mid lane.
Yeah, in goes Condi. Able to use the E to get out is Cool. Dade still has the wave at a very nice position though.
Cool gonna have to back off. Dade probably gonna drag the creep wave away from turret there and continue to farm up. He wants probably tier Catalyst if I know Dade. Very greedy Castellan player, likes to go max mana. Have to see if it's the same in today's match because they do have quite a good scaling tank composition. Not the same amount of damage that's going to come out of the OMG lineup, but with the Rek'Sai, the Maokai, as well as the Alistar, they will get incredibly tanky as the game goes on. There's 3 members top looking for a dive on Looper.
Yeah, we're going to try and utilize Loveling's ability to dive with that repel. Uzi coming around. Loveling is coming in. Looper does have to be careful.
Level 3.
Yeah, the Twisted Advance is going to be there. There's the repel as Loveling took a lot of damage initially.
Yeah. That was so much damage. Didn't even manage to get this snare through. They send Condi up here. This dive is definitely not happening, guys.
Oh, well, there's the Condemn. Uzi's actually popped the ultimate as well. Silverbolts is going to net him first blood as Loveling flashes out of the way. Silverbolt's still doing some work. Going's teleported in. Looper trying to get onto Loveling. There's a heal from Uzi. And there he is. Nets himself a double in the top lane with a beautiful dive.
That was really misplayed out of Looper. Not able to get any of his CC into the target that was tanking it, and then flashed an Arcane Smash Loveling, who once again wasn't actually taking the turret up. So nicely played by ONG. A couple of mistakes out of the M3 members mean that double kill as well as a turret falling at 7.5 minutes. And OMG off to a flying start.
Yeah, the fact that both of those kills went on to Uzi as well. Scary, scary idea for M3. We'll see whether they can deal with it as this game goes on. SMLZ tanking up the turret. He's going to be able to take down the outer and the bottom lane. So equalizes the gold quite a bit. 800 is going to be the lead now for OMG.
Yeah, those 2 kills, and you can see the makings of the Blade of the Ruined King. Only the combined cost to come through right now. Uzi having a great time on Summoner's Rift. Oh, cool.
Oh, nice work. Cool.
Nice as a big raptor. Takes a combo for it.
Yeah, Dade getting upset. He's level 6, got that Rift Walk, so he'll be more than safe.
And Dade's going straight for Roa here. So not opting to go for a maximum mana build, a little bit more of an accelerated power curve. See whether he goes for the God V build.
Yeah, and could this be sort of based on the fact that, you know, what you said, the fact that M3 may not necessarily have the damage required here, so Dade knowing that he needs to get as much as possible as quickly as possible.
Yeah, potentially. It's honestly a safety thing normally for Dade. He tries to build as tanky whilst being damage-oriented as possible, and that's what Seraphs gives you. It gives you this massive shield to come through. Helps you against both AD and AP damage. That's why we see things like Rylai's so early on in his Cassiopeia build as well. But this time around, maybe just looking for some extra aggression.
Oh, there's a flash from Love City, immediately condemned from Uzi as he pops the final hour. Headbutt just to try and get him to safety now as OMG turning it around. What, 2v3? Everyone on M3 so incredibly low. Silver bolts being procced every time from this Vayne. They couldn't do it.
And a lot of questions were raised when San was brought into the lineup, when Uzi returned instead of North. And wow, they're doing their best to silence the haters right now. The 2v3 outplay Uzi with a very quick condemn to start that off. And all of a sudden, SMLZ Love CD stuck under a turret and Condi retreats into his jungle, tail between his legs.
Yeah, not a whole lot that the Rek'Sai could do in that situation. Uzi just utilizing that final hour. The extra AD just meant that he could get so much damage forward. Everyone having to back away.
As well as the fact of walking through Nautilus is just never a fun idea at the beginning of games, Atlas.
Yeah.
Dude has so much base damage as Dade trades incredibly well. Cool. Slaps him back.
Yep, equalizes it. But
going for an unseen early in this game.
Oh, Lovely.
Dade collapsing on Lovely.
Yeah, Loop coming around as well. There's
the
the Void Rush from Condi. Will have the Repel. The Loveling looking to turn it back around again. They do have a ward on this red buff. It's going to be taken by Condi. Just the Q to come down. Dade taking a bit of damage there.
Dade looking for a kill.
Yeah, there's the flash forward. Gets on top of Cool. I don't know whether that Force Pulse even managed to land, but Going will answer the kill. It's a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane in the meantime. Uzi's going to die somehow to SMLZ. Double kill for the Sivir.
They went for the turret dive, it looks like. Love CD on incredibly low health. A huge slip up there because the advantage was in OMG's favor. And SMLZ picks up a double to equalize the lane.
Yeah, 2-0-0 now for the Sivir. Of course, it's only the first blood gold. The extra 100 that is going to be separating these two AD carries, considering the CS completely even. Turret's even as well. So Uzi heading back towards the lane, and we'll see what happened in the bottom lane surely soon. Is that pretty weird?
That certainly was different, as you saw someone with 2 kills giving up a double. Loveling on this Elise. Grabs himself an early side stone. Let's take a look at what happened in the bottom lane. Was a dive.
Oh, that was brilliant.
And just way too much damage tanked up from the turret there.
Love City playing that so superbly as well. So brilliant Alistair performance from Love City. Cool going to be clearing out this minion wave, but he's behind Dade now, who has the Rod of Ages. Had it at about 10 minutes as well. It's a good clip. Equalizer going to clear out the lane here for Going. SMLZ looking to just head up here, take down the turret if he can, but Equalizer was used, so no joy.
Yeah, going to swap maybe the top lane turret and all of the pressure for Dragon right now. Uzi can't see whether he's freezing. No, looks like he's shoving the lane because he's tumbling up to grab all of the CS. Might be able to get a 2-for-1 special here, OMG. Of course, Loveling does jungle fairly well by himself. They should be able to pressure this turret.
Yeah, outer in the bottom lane might be taken in response to the top. SMLZ able to push this one pretty quickly. Of course, with the extra pickaxe. Decided to go for the Crit Cloak instead of the Berserker's Greaves. But heading towards that Infinity Edge as quickly as possible. That is the outer turret falling in the top lane.
Generally means that you want to go Phantom Dancer over Static Shiv if you grab a Crit Cloak. Otherwise, it's just generally more efficient to grab something like the Brawler's Glove into Avarice Blade.
Okay.
We'll have to see if that is the overall decision or whether he just values the combine a lot higher at this stage of the game.
Well, Uzi able to farm out quite nicely. 112 to 96 in favor of the Vayne. Does have the Blade of the Ruin King now as well. So maybe next time they go for some interesting plays, might be able to get things going in favor of themselves on the side of OMG. Dade taking a few auto attacks there from the Sand Soldiers as Condi's making his way in. Going to notice this pink ward.
And this is nice play out of M3. They've rotated the Sivir into every major lane to knock down the turrets. This last one will be a little bit more difficult. Cool, of course, has some terrific wave clear, although going back, might open up a hard push out of SMLZ here and see whether he can get some work done. It was Roomglaive completed by Loveling, so going to be squishy on Evelyn, on Elise, but should do a lot of damage.
Yeah, even with the Chilling Smite as well, so extra CC, sacrificing the farming, but of course with the Roomglaive, they are going to be able to farm quite nicely. 4 members of M3 now trying to shove down this turret, like you said. Dade
grab it.
Waiting towards the top side. Loveling, doesn't quite
wow,
hit the
good
cocoon.
equalizer.
There's the equalizer, getting so much damage down onto SMLZ and Condi. Dade over the top. The repel from Loveling as the Condemn comes in onto Looper. He might have to flash, going to. They are going to escape, but M3 don't get the turret.
Terrific equalizer out of Going there. Made sure that SMLZ had to run through the red carpet to get away. All of a sudden, 2 members sent back and OMG on the aggressive.
Yeah, Going actually diving right underneath this turret. Uzi, lots of damage onto SMLZ. They pressure down the turret very easily.
This
they
is
may not be done.
Bane sieging up at 14 minutes into the game. Very nicely done out of OMG. Also looking for a blue buff for their troubles. Thank you very much. Loveling going to give that one over to Cool most likely. And M3, they were looking to get proactive and just bites them a little bit with a good counter engage from Going.
Yeah, Going now with both of those pen items as well. Sorcerer's Shoes and, of course, the Haunting Guys. He's going to get discovered by Condi. See whether he's going to try and turn it around. Understands the Dade waiting in the wings. Looper as well. Turning it around. Of course, Cassidy and Maokai not going to continue. But turret falls down. Sun turret falls down. As SMLZ makes his way down the mid lane one more time. M3 now will be trying to steal away a blue buff.
Love CD just took a lot of damage from Loveling, who is already over the wall. Left Cool alone.
Yeah, Cool actually forced to use the flash. There's the Emperor's Divide. M3 now have to try and get around it, which they can't. Good disengage there, but it is the ultimate down.
Looper.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Uzi's just got a huge creep wave. He's like, guys, don't fight. Cool's got a blue buff. We don't need this one. Just let me take the turret.
Yeah, turret already fell in the mid lane. SMLZ managed to take the outer turret. Uzi, though, you're right, starting up on this inner turret, bottom side of the map.
2 members have to rotate across. Uzi just drawing pressure around, acting like a split-pushing threat right now. Once he gets 2 items, would much prefer to see him group up and see if he can team fight. But on the Blade of the Ruling King, why not act like that assassin threat? They know that SMLZ can't respond by himself, probably has to send an extra member. And unless Dade goes down there, who hasn't got the makings of the Zhonya's Hourglass yet, so might not even be able to win the 1v1, Uzi is probably unrivaled in terms of mid-game power.
Yeah, and it looks like Dade going towards that Abyssal Scepter next anyway with that Negatron Cloak in his back pocket. Makes sense against sort of the triple threat.
Dade zoomed.
Yeah, a lot of mana as the concussive blows come down. There's the equalizer. Dade in a bunch of trouble, but Looper's going to teleport in. Dade still just trying to get auto attacks in there, be as useful as he possibly can. There's the W for the extra mana. Riftwalk is going to close the distance. Flashes over the top of the Riptide as San. He's in a bunch of trouble, and Dade grabs the kill.
Yeah, not giving the respect to the W out of Cassidy. You saw how much mana he got back both times. It's being max last, but wow, that was just a lot. Of course, it gives you percent missing, so understand how it can come through like that. And Dade, 2-1-0, turning into this late game monster that we know Cassidans can become.
Yeah, definitely on his way to that point. Is going to build the tier though, Spawn.
Wow, that is the latest tier of all time. 17 minutes in, Dade decides that the game's probably going to go for about 30 odd. And he wants to stack it up.
Man is making an investment, my friend. 300 gold though, the lead for M3. As it's a gigantic lead, actually, for Dade there in the mid lane. 131 to 113 as far as that CS is concerned. Neither of these mid laners really focusing on the farm too much. As you can see, M3 are gathering around this dragon. They missed out on the first one. OMG grabbed it, but 30 seconds until the second is available. M3 looking to grab some vision around the area.
You can understand why Dade is behind in CS, because they rotated SMLZ into all the free lanes to knock down the turret, so maybe he's a little bit more inflated. But Cool is the strange one. Uzi's definitely been soaking more of the sideway farm, but Cool should just be able to defend turrets in the mid lane, and hasn't really been able to grab the amount of CS you would expect out of an Azir player.
No, quite. But we'll see how he goes still. Does have the Athenes on Holy Grail now, as well as the blasting
Teleport
one
available.
back pocket. Yeah,
More Going here. Dragon started up.
M3 want to try and grab there first. You can see Going just
Good ward behind them right now. That Going can go to. He goes in front instead.
Volatile Spiderling comes down. Dade gets through with the Rift Walk. OMG still hanging around. Boomerang for a lot of damage onto Loveling. Not going to get the return as the Repel comes in, but Sand Soldier's doing some work in M3 to say, okay, well, we managed to get the Dragon. Oh, split up over the top of that Equalizer. Loveling getting taken down so low. Dade picks up the kill. Emperor's Divide, though, for so much damage. Looper all the way in amongst this fight, and M3 are so split. OMG now managing to chase them down. Uzi pops the ultimate. Love CD's dead. True damage right through that Unbreakable Will. And OMG pick up the team fight on the back of it, 1 for 3.
Miscommunication coming out of Masters 3 there. Dade went in. SMLZ had hightailed it already. No damage coming out of the 201 AD carry means that Uzi able to clean up a fight. But that was just all started once again by a really nice Equalizer going. Yeah. Picking his spots well and making Masters 3, I guess, regret the decision of grouping.
Yeah, still, game very, very close. Not quite a 2,000 gold lead yet for OMG.
M3 did manage to secure the Dragon, so they can hang their hat on that objective at the least.
Yep, 15 CS is the lead now for Uzi. Leandri's Torment has been completed by the Rumble player. Also has the extra blasting wand. Would not be surprised if that was going to be an Abyssal Scepter as his next thought. We're moving into this game, unless he wants an early Void stuff. Not entirely sure whether that's a great idea. A couple of Null Mantles though. And Loveling does have the Sightstone built up. Looks like he's going towards either the Aegis of the Legion or a Spectre's Cowl item. Condi going to discover going. Get one of his tunnels eaten.
Most likely going to be the Aegis. You can have a look at how much AP damage there is on the top side of the map with Dade, as well as Looper for M3, so just respecting that. Making sure that Uzi isn't going to be assassinated. Uzi on 2 major items, by the way. SMLZ just on the Avarice Blade, so he is going for a static Shiv. You have to maybe question how much CS he absorbed whilst he was sitting in that top lane, pushing down the turret. Might have been better to get it before the crit cloak. Maybe didn't have the 70 gold.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know. Interesting. We'll have to ask him after the game. See whether we can.
How's your Mandarin?
I didn't have one.
That was bad.
Yeah, that was really bad. But Abyssal Scepter has been completed by Dade. Still stacking that tier as effectively as he can. Looks like Rabadon's Deathcap going to be the next option here for Cool as well as we go down the list. Phantom Dancer is completed. And it looks like San going for the Righteous Glory so they can have a little bit more engage.
And wow, SMLZ actually goes back, finishes up the static shift, so has caught up in relative strength right now. See whether he is able to get a good team fight where the Ricochet as well as the Boomerang Blade can do a lot of work.
And what does a good team fight look like here for M3?
Pretty much Looper just needs to get onto Cool and Dade needs to follow and delete him off the rift. Because the problem is right now is that with Cool's displacement and how fed Uzi is, Uzi can just dance in and out of the Emperor's Divide to get all of the work done. So either catch Cool completely unawares or get on top of Uzi. They're the 2 win conditions. And don't funnel into another Equalizer. Yeah. That should be against every Rumble comp.
Yeah.
OMG, on the other hand, they just want to play around the Emperor's Divide. Make sure that Uzi is kiting back and forth through that. Have the Nautilus stand on top of both Cool and Uzi and just make sure that the team fights are prolonged and they're chunking out priority members.
Well, OMG moving back towards the mid lane here as everyone's shoving in. Going still hanging out on the top side of the rift. This tower getting a whole lot of attention. Goes down to about 2/3 health. Then all of OMG are going to back away. Nice rotational speed there by M3.
So this is what we see a lot, trying to secure vision control through the jungle. Make sure that if M3 have a misstep, Loveling tanks up the turret.
Yeah, cute little cocoon going to land on SMLZ there as Loveling tanks up the turret. Just a little bit longer than he'd otherwise like.
Yeah, so what OMG are looking for right now, you can see the vision they have in the jungle. They're going to set up a sand turret, making sure that for the next couple of minutes, M3 don't go near the Dragon Pit, so there's no vision set up there. Means that if they come in, they're going to have to face check. And in the meantime, they're just going to try and whittle away and get as much damage done as possible. They can take the turret as an added bonus, but really what they're aiming for is the vision control around Dragon Area. And you can see they're very hesitant to commit, because if they get chunked out anymore, that becomes a very hard mission to accomplish.
Yeah, Loveling as well, down to about half health here.
Loveling's like, let my Spiderlings give me health back. please. Dade wants a flank. Is in vision.
Vision, yeah.
Going to chase him off.
Well, he's going to make his way through. See whether he does clear out that.
They go in.
City trying to get in there. There's the Emperor's Divide. Looper right in the back line. Equalizer comes down across 3 members of M3. They're melting in this team fight. M3, they do manage to take down Uzi. That is definitely something to hang their hats on, but Cool still doing so much work. Loveling locks down another kill there as Dade has to deal with Going. Just burns his face off, and Love City, the only man left.
So you can see that they prioritized Uzi over Cool. And as I said, sure, Uzi does a lot of the damage right now, but Cool owns control of the fight with that Emperor's Divide. They prioritize the wrong member, and OMG make them pay because it was just Looper cut off. Dade was on the wrong side of the team fight, and Cool just put down so much work.
Yeah, and Looper, he managed to get over the Emperor's Divide, yes, but he was then the only man there, and the rest of his team, it was Emperor's Divide straight into the Equalizer that Going seems to be perfect at putting down this game.
Yeah, making sure it was against the wall, blocked off the choke as well, which just, once again, really nicely played. And if their teams want to prioritize Uzi that way, this is why OMG was supposed to be such a dangerous team from the beginning, because it was no longer Starhorn Road Club where there was a sole carry. Uzi is surrounded by the likes of Cool, Going. Even Loveling, who is a carry jungler, should be able to put out work if that's what teams want to do, overcommit on the AD carry. And you can see that time, M3 were definitely punished for doing just that.
Yeah, it was precisely what happened, Spawn. 5,000 gold now the lead for OMG. 2-1-3 for Loveling, 3-0-4 for Going. 70% kill participation as well. An extra BF sword for Uzi in his back pocket. Even farm with the Sivir. OMG looking to try and grab themselves their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, have an extra 2 turrets. You can see right now Dade split pushing, wants to get towards the Seraph's Embrace, his next major item. Not really happy to fight that dragon, so they back away, give up their blue buff.
Yep, cool. Going to be able to use the Sand Soldiers to grab that one as well. So OMG now looking to strangle M3 out of this game. Pings are onto the Baron. Condi trying to get some vision down. Of course, they already have a ward in the pit, but they don't know the rest of the vision that is available around here for OMG. Defensive vision is there. M3 now trying to find their way in, trying to find something else that they can do to try and sort this game out. There goes the pink ward, so Cool. Just setting up, and he's
look
just
how much
controlling the
control
area.
of area they have right now with the Nautilus. He's impossible to walk through. Cool Sand Soldiers, not to mention an Equalizer. Just really difficult to get on top of anyone on OMG. And we talk about how well Elise works in a pick combo. As soon as you face check, are able to chunk out your health with the double % maximum health as well as missing health. And Loveling, 2-1-3, having not a bad mid-game right now for OMG as well. They're all performing very well.
Yeah, Abyssal Scepter now completed for Going as well. And M3, they just can't walk through their jungle in case OMG start a fight. Because Emperor's Divide able to cut off an entire choke point, and then Equalizer can funnel the M3 lineup to exactly where OMG want them. And OMG, if they decide that they want to take a fight, they can. Dade gets chunked out by something.
By Uzi.
Yeah.
Tried to look for a little bit of harassment. Uzi turns around and slaps him. Dade back in base. Still hasn't got home guard boots. This is going to be very tough for M3 to weather the storm of a triple threat comp out of OMG. And they look like a much better team coming into the first Gauntlet run. Yeah, there's the Equalizer to start off the fight. They just want to zone M3 away from the turret, but nothing else to come from this. And OMG don't pull the trigger just yet. SMLZ gets half health, though. That means that the next wave should be the fall of that turret. They might even be able to tank it up. No Sun wants nothing to do with it. And SMLZ will make it back in time. Maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity there. Now a very key ultimate on cooldown. OMG now just going to clear out this minion wave as it heads forward. M3 now looking like they want to try and find something. Condi takes so much damage. In goes Uzi, but Looper tries to get it in. There's the 4-man knock-up. The Emperor's Divide back, though, as M3 get over the top. Dade takes down Cool. And this could be the M3 show now as Dade flashes forward. There's the Force Pulse and the Null Sphere to finish off the kill. Just 4 for nothing. Baron M3. all of a sudden, they're able to win the team fight. Only Looper available. He doesn't even have ultimate. M3 turned the game on its head. What a teleport play coming through. This is what Looper was always known for. And OMG just caught napping. We said that if they didn't push off that equalizer, it would be a big mistake. They didn't, and M3 make them pay.
Yeah, equalizer was, of course, down after it was used earlier on, so Baron is going to fall. M3, all 5 members with that one swinging around them. 5 turrets to 3 still. Of course, the gold still in favor of OMG. But I just didn't see a team fight where M3 were going to come out ahead until I saw that situation. And Dade played brilliantly, got immediately over the top of that Emperor's Divide, finished off cool. Let's see it again.
Let's take another look. The teleport comes through, everyone clumps, and then huge double knockups. Dade able to get the Force Pulse across everyone, make sure that he's doing as much work as possible, and from there, this is Cassidon's field day. Atlas just happy to chase till his heart's content. 6-3 and 3. Should be able to go back and grab the finished Archangels. There it is. And Dade has arrived in the late game, maybe a little bit earlier than what OMG were expecting.
Yeah, still not the Seraph's Embrace just yet. Of course, when you have a 17-minute tier, that is probably going to take a while. Yeah, very true. But it is a bloodthirster for SMLZ as well. Without very much armor built up by this side, OMG going to get shredded by SMLZ's Sivir during these fights. And if there are more 4-man pulverizers, the boomerangs, the ricochets,
Going to start doing a lot of work, and that's Cool's responsibility. Cool can't get caught in the CC, needs to push people back. Uzi was looking to be aggressive onto Condi. They didn't have the vision behind them to scout out the counter engage. And just maybe some miscommunication through from M3 of where their from OMG of where their strength was, means they give up their huge gold lead.
Rocker going once again, going to be split pushing on the top side of the map. Does still have his teleport available. Cool's there as well. He's actually wandering towards that top wave. Actually kind of doesn't know what he's doing by the looks of things. Spinning around in circles. He's going to now head back to base. And Looper split pushing on the bottom side. Baron buff still here for M3, of course. Dade makes his way in. OMG able to defend this one out for now. The rest of OMG are in the mid lane. Well, City coming around. SMLZ and Condi. Now everyone's here for M3. Half the health on this inner turret as Dade's going to get knocked up. Doesn't have the Zhonya's equalizer comes down. SMLZ tanks a bit too much of the turret. Now just going to get a whole bunch of his health back using that Bloodthirster on these Krogs, and that's most of his health now returned.
Once again, equalizer not available. You don't think that OMG can fight without that summoner spell. They're looking to, however, potentially once again a counter engage available. Dragon, 15 seconds away. OMG want to fight.
Oof, Lovelink not going to take the boomerang damage this time around. Equalizer almost halfway done. Cool might get discovered by Dade here. Ward in the brush means that he knows that he hasn't been spotted. Ward's going to get shoved over from the red side. OMG just grouping as a unit.
That'll be Dragon started up and finished before anyone can respond. Looper goes to the top side of the map to grab the big juicy CS wave. No turrets fallen for that Baron buff, I do not believe, but a lot of work done in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and probably M3 just saying, okay, we know that we're behind. We can probably just use this to consolidate the game. Certainly have done so. 6-3-3 for Dade's Cassidon.
Coming through into the top lane. Looper recognizes it, backs away. Home guard boost means that everyone's going to be here. No fight to occur.
No, inner turret is going to fall down, so nice movements from OMG. Condi going to try and get behind this OMG lineup. Uses his sweeper. He's going to be able to take away that pink ward. SMLZ going to take a red buff for himself. Uzi heading back to base. Might be able to grab a Mercurial Scimitar.
And OMG are in that awkward situation where your top laner and your mid laner on level 15, you really don't want to fight until they've hit the level 16 mark, especially Going, who has all of that penetration in his build right now to get the impactful equalizers across. So we'll have to see whether they're able to get Cool and Going to the level 16 margin, and then from there try and win a team fight.
Dade actually split pushing on the bottom side of the map. Going to be able to take down that inner turret. 4 turrets to 6 now in favor of OMG.
Dade has a hard choice of choosing whether he puts Zhonya's Void Staff or Void Staff Death Cap in his build.
Dangerous.
Generally a decision you want to make on Cassidy.
We'll have that Seraph's Embrace for the shield relatively soon, so maybe the Death Cap void stuff is okay. I'd like it. Anyway,
Going's reached level 16.
Yeah, Dade's going to find him. Uses that Scrap Shield. Not exactly looking like he's taking too much punishment. Able to use that Abyssal Scepter to help keep himself okay. Now has the Zhonya's, like you said. Be able to go into stasis if he needs to. But 10 to 11, M3 ahead on the kills. Even in Dragons. Baron really seemed to have got M3 back into a state of semi-control this game. Although OMG still with a lot of vision on this map.
Yeah, they certainly do, and right now they need to fight around the Equalizer and Emperor's Divide power spike they have at level 16. Looper still yet to reach that point in the game. Cool going to pick himself up a blue buff. You can see that he dishes out massive damage with the Sand Soldiers.
Able to use that E in order to get himself a bit closer to this lane.
Looper gets another huge flank. You feel like OMG should be able to just deal with what M3 are going to bring into the team fight, but we've already seen it happen once, Atlas. Teleport plays definitely appear to be in the favor of the big tanky tree.
Yeah, Looper of course was known for it, like you said before, so still OMG in the lead by about 1,000, but that's basically nothing at this stage. This Cassidy getting a bit ridiculous. Seraph's Embrace.
Yeah, completely finished now. Has himself another blasting one. So it's either going to be Death Cap or Void Staff next. I would like a Void Staff right now just because he does have a lot of AP from the double scaling items. Needs to make sure that he can deal with Elise as well as the Rumble.
Yeah, Locket of the Iron Solari is going to be making sure that the rest of OMG are going to have a fair bit of magic resist themselves. Mercurial Scimitars. Looper's gone in. Cool has to deal with the big tree on top of him. Dade comes through as well, but there's the Emperor's Divide. Dade flashes over the top. It's a double kill for SMLZ, though already the Emperor's, the Equalizer is okay, but when you've got all of the carries dead apart from Going, things aren't great here, and M3 take the lead.
And look at the score, at the timing in which they do it. They're able to complete a team fight with 3 seconds on Baron. They should be able to destroy this turret, then go straight to that objective, taking a little bit longer than you expect to get it done. But M3 should secure the second Baron of the game. And Cool is just getting caught out of position time and time again, this time by Looper. Flash Twisted Advance.
Yeah, and Looper just able to use the fact that he goes untargetable as he makes his way on top of the Azir means that the Emperor's Divide just does not get rid of the tree.
Yeah, well, he had to time it then to try and get rid of Dade, but the problem was Dade just willing to burn summoner spells to get back over the top. Dade playing the zoning role, trying to see if he can get a pick off the back end of this. Nothing forthcoming. And second Baron of the game, first real gold lead in M3's favor.
SMLZ is able to pick up the last Whisper as well. 4 items on this Sivir. So much AoE damage. 6, 1, and 6. Only 2 kills that he hasn't been a part of this game for M3.
Dade wants Uzi. Spider Sense tingling though on Loveling, you feel.
Well, Dade's Spider Sense must be tingling as well, considering Loveling was around. Force Pulse coming in as well, but Riftwalk going to get Dade to safety.
And even though Uzi has 4 major items, including boots, finished off, you feel like he doesn't really want to engage the Cassidy at this stage of the game.
Oh no.
Would have to have some incredible mechanics to get that one done, especially without the heal available. So instead backs away, trying to consolidate the map one more time. And OMG, you've seen time and time again what their win condition is. Get into a choke point, utilize the Equalizer, utilize the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah.
But it just hasn't worked the last 3 team fights, and instead M3 able to take over and wrestle control of the pace of the game. And when that happens with a Cassidy, when you're going to eyeball off a 6-item Dade Cassidy, not to mention the fact that they get some even more movement speed right now, it's going to be a difficult late game.
Oh yeah, Void Stuff now completed for Dade as he headed back to base and grabbed that item. He's down by about 40 CS, 50 CS, but doesn't really matter when you're 6, 3, and 6 in comparison to 1, 3, and 7. You're having a fantastic time, and the Cassidy greedy build definitely paid off this game with the fact that he had so much of that mana scaling.
That was a crazy build. I've never seen anyone complete roll, get a Negatron, then opt for a tier afterwards. But Dade, at this point in the game, doesn't matter because he has all of the core set up. It's just how he got there that was a little bit strange.
Yeah. Now, not as important to worry about.
Looper's massive. 1-3-10. Not the most impressive scoreline, but 11 out of 14 kill credit. As well as the fact that he's got 4 major tank items nearly done. It's going to be difficult to deal with the super tank of Maokai, even for someone like Bane.
Well, Condi clearing out vision here as M3 move towards the last remaining inner turret on the map for them. Evening out the turrets here as SMLZ just dealing with it so quickly. And M3 now to set up the siege. We'll see whether they actually can as Baron's still swirling around them, but not going to be able to. They just want to shove in all of the waves.
Yeah, they're very short range right now, so it is difficult for them to siege. When your longest range champion is a Sivir, not really going to be easy to smack the turrets, and they don't have the recipes to be able to turret dive because of the fact that Cool and Going still have ultimates available. So we'll have to see how they play this. Maybe look for a pick, see if they can get another surprise engage onto a member of OMG.
Well, Uzi was looking to try and farm, but Condi, he's hanging around the rest of M3, waiting in the wings. Lupa does have the Righteous Glory available, and second one for Love CD as well, as Dade's Rift walking around the jungle.
And this is what we talk about, once again, securing the inside lane, making sure that every time OMG try and respond to a pushing lane, it's through their base, not through the turret, can never take the inside lane, and if they do choose to do that, they're going to be chunked out. Also forces them off all their buffs. The extra goal to the jungle, slowly but surely going to starve OMG out of the game. Maybe a little bit late, 75,000 gold is when items generally become irrelevant, and we're almost there, Atlas, but
yeah,
you can see M3 willing to pay patient League of Legends.
They are 5 items on the Kassadin here. Does have the home guard boots. 6 items for SMLZ though. That's a big deal. 375 CS. That is a huge number.
Uzi nearly about to join him as well.
Yeah, almost with his Banshee's Veil as well as the Mercurial Scimitar. Very big Vayne.
I like that build out of Vayne, by the way. This is one of my favorite Vayne builds, just because if there is something like a Kassadin on the team, you need to be able to get the burst of movement speed and stealth to get away and kind of try and disorientate Dade. And then the Mercurial Scimitar going to help get rid of any of the CC of the likes of Lupa. So long as he doesn't get nailed by a knockup, Uzi should be able to get out of the initial burst with the double magic resist items. But after that, how do you deal with Dade right now? He is a monster.
Yeah. That is the problem here. Split pushing on the bottom side of the map right now. We're going to try and get towards
Beyblade in the
next
middle
item.
of the lane.
Yep, love it.
Oh, Lupa gets taken out by it.
It's a very interesting position. I haven't seen that particular Beyblade. Cool one. I like it. It's the Warden Sivir. Like it. Condi not going to notice the fact that he's standing on top of the ward. Oh, does actually sweep it out. Nice work there.
Baron up again in a minute 30, and it looks like M3 happy to draw OMG out of their base. We mentioned that it's just so difficult to dive this team. There's no real reason to force, especially if you feel you can win the skirmishes with your Kassadin. So time and time again, they're just willing to bait the clock and work towards 5th Dragon and another Baron buff. This will be their 3rd.
Yeah. They've been taking it on cooldown as well. It's as if it is a dragon and they're just a little bit more in control of the game. Withdraw from Dade. Heading up towards maybe the blue buff as it spawns. Not entirely sure.
Potentially Wolves. You can see that everyone else is nearly max build. Dade still has an entire item slot to complete. Sitting on a flask 42 minutes into the game.
Lupa the same. Still looking to finish off that one item. You're right, though. I mean, Going, he's got to replace his shield, grab himself his next one. We'll see whether it's a Rabbidan's Death Cap, something crazy like that, or whether he wants to do something a little bit more reserved. Still pink wards in the back pocket of both Loveling and San.
Dade's still in the bottom lane. Not going to be able to get there in time. I don't think I'll teleport. They've got home guard boots and a couple of jumps to get himself across the map. And he does go back and grab a needlessly large rod.
Let's see whether that is going to be the Zhonya's Hourglass or the Rabbidan's Death Cap.
Banshee's Veil picked up for Uzi. That's going to be a huge purchase, actually, before the next fight. So Uzi, 6 items. SMLZ, 6 items. Probably the Rylai's Crystal Scepter to come out of cool as his last item. And something like a death cap, you would have to think, for Dade at this stage of the game. And we're postured for that one epic team fight, Atlas. Game's been very back and forth with OMG having early control at M3 finally getting it back. Now, anything can happen, because we're at the point where items don't matter.
Yep, gold completely irrelevant. 4,500 is the lead, if you wanted to know. Even though it doesn't actually mean anything this time around. SMLZ actually sold his Static Shiv, has picked himself up the Phantom Dancer for more single target and team fighting effectiveness. So that's neither here nor there. Horses for courses at this stage, Spawn. And OMG and M3 trying to find a reason to butt heads.
Huge wave down in the bottom lane. Means that M3 have a little bit more control. That was set up by Dade. Lupa's done something similar on the top side of the map. You can see that that is another massive wave that is on its way to crash in. And Dade, Rift walking down towards the Dragon straight away. OMG ping out Baron.
Yeah, pings on the Baron. Of course, there are still massive minion waves. That top one hasn't made it to the inhibitor turret just yet, but it will. Bottom wave is getting dealt with by said turret. OMG setting up position.
It up. Inside lane of mid lane, M3 looking to shove this one in. Going has to deal with the top lane turret, and that will be Dragon going over to the M3 lineup.
Yeah, going able to deal with that top wave though, so that's important. And OMG not going to lose the Baron.
4th Dragon for free. 6 minutes. I feel like that will be the last team fight if we don't have it before then. Once again, OMG pulling the trigger on Baron. They kill it really quick.
Yeah, it's going down so incredibly fast. Condi is here, wants to try and get in there for the smite. He steals it! There's the Emperor's Divide as well, but in goes Love City. Uzi takes down Condi, but M3 now trying to get amongst it. Oh my goodness, there's the equalizer on top of everyone as going, trying to get stuff happening here. But M3, they've got the Baron, only lose 1.
Yeah, no smite coming out of the OMG lineup then. Have to check whether Loveling was even in the fight, but Condi just dove over the back wall, able to take it. Sure, he goes down in the process, but Baron for 1 member, as well as the fact that they secured 4th Dragon, M3 happy campers.
Yeah, and Loveling, of course, you know, when you do have that Q in Spider form, the execute damage as well as the smite is so much, but did not work out that time. Alacrity enchantment now for SMLZ. The fleet of foot is going to be going very quickly in these team fights, not to mention with his ultimate as well. As Dade looking to go back to base to see whether he grabs the Rabadon's Death Cap, and there it is. So 6-item Kassadin, 6-item Vayne. Oh my goodness. No Zhonya's. That's not what Dade's about. He's about damage. And with Rod of Ages, the new version, stacked up to 10. The Seraph's Embrace, the fact that he has Void Staff and Rabadon's Death Cap as well. His numbers must be out of control. He's going to find San. There it is. Halves his health with 2 abilities. So, yep, that's a bit of damage.
So that was a precursor of what's to come. About 4 minutes until the next Dragon is available. That will be number 5 for M3.
Yeah.
Problem is, they still can't dive. As tanky as Lupa is, you know, he's got 6 items, all of them being tank. He's got a heck of a lot of armor. Problem is that if you dive the likes of a Azir, the likes of a Rumble, they just shred through you incredibly quickly. There's 3 legitimate damage threats on the OMG lineup. We saw how quickly Condi died. Lupa going to fare a similar fate, so they just need to wait for the neutral objective.
Well, M3 trying to find the inside track here. SMLZ holding on to both Bloodthirster Shield and his Banshee's Veil.
Pushing in.
M3 wave control has been pretty good.
Okay, so that turret is very low.
Yep, thank you, minions.
Probably going to fall.
Do M3 have to dive here? That's the question. Loveling not going to find the cocoon.
Well, the thing is that Lupa can just clap his hands together, run in really quickly, and they can auto-attack the turret once. Then it's no longer a dive, Atlas. Turret's going to fall from a sneeze of SMLZ. From there, team fight, even though it's in a choke point, should go M3's favor. Wow, Dade.
Yeah, Rift walking for fun. Lots
Stacking
of abilities being used. Yeah, there's SMLZ able to get in there. Auto attack turret falls down. M3, they've broken the base of OMG. Condemned down as well. Dade makes his way in and then out very, very quickly. Yep. The inhibitor is going to fall down.
Dade got hooked.
Yeah, halfway of his health done. He's trying to get out. Serves some braces there, but he's taken out by Cool. It is going to be the inhibitor falling, but Loveling now on top of SMLZ.
Dead.
Flashes out of the fight. Equalizer's good. And OMG, they are crushing M3 this time. Condi, now the last man alive. And OMG with a triple kill on Cool. No one's dead.
Wow, what a team fight out of OMG. Sun with a miracle play. Picks Dade out of mid-air. There's 50 seconds on the death timers. OMG looking like they don't want to rush down mid lane. Rek'Sai's still on the bottom side of the map. Have to see whether Condi can make the miracle play. The going still in the base. I don't think it's going to happen. And OMG just might be able to win on this push. Beyblade or no Beyblade.
Exactly. 30 seconds is until Dade gets back up again. They've got a lot of damage in the hands of Uzi and Cool to take down these turrets.
Condi, fall down.
Yeah, you're so dead, buddy. Oh, actually, no, takes the tunnel. Takes another one.
So going as Flash. Get in there.
Yeah, he's doing the butterfly here on the ground. That's pretty cool.
17 seconds.
Loveling going to tank it up. There's the dredge line in from San. Teleport from Going as well.
And on Dade.
OMG.
It's going to be Game Atlas. OMG win game 1.
So OMG against all odds able to take game 1 after losing that inhibitor. But man, that was a close game. And M3 battling right until the very end. We may definitely have a colorful best of 5 on our hands, Spawn.
Yeah, certainly looks to be the case. And you know, fantastic start. Double kill onto the AD carry. They drop it in the top lane. A good counterpunch coming through from Masters 3, who had control until the very end. And then just the miracle team fight came through off San's hook.
Yeah, and I have to say, Going impressed me so much in his Rumble this game. Maybe there was like one equalizer that wasn't perfectly placed, but other than that, the team fights were played out so well, and it wasn't all about Uzi. I mean, he managed to get that double kill early on, but it wasn't about him. It was about the fact that Going was playing well, and Cool was able to get at least a couple of team fights working so well in favor of OMG.
Cool got one team fight. One good team fight.
Yeah, I saw more 1.5.
You got caught out 3 times as well, so let's not give him too much credit. Going definitely had a stellar performance, though. Loveling also played his part very well. And the Emperor's Divide was useful in a lot of those fights, but Cool needs to tidy up his positioning around the map, you think, just a little bit.
Maybe just a little bit. It is, of course, the first game, though, of a best of 5 series. So both of these teams with the ability to come back through and pick up anything that they want. And look, we'll see whether M3 can answer back and turn this into a pseudo best of 3 scenario.
Yeah, and the good thing for M3 is that you get the execution part now, because everything went okay. You know, you fought your way back into a game. Maybe you can clean up some things around laning phase. But it got to the late game execution, and they just dropped one team fight. So they're very easy to look back on and say, we should have won that game if we had executed a little bit better. Also, once again, just want to bring it back to the fact that Dade didn't have Azonia's Hourglass. On a 6-item Cassidy, he made one mistake, and it cost his team the game.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. We'll see whether Dade and friends can pull it back in game 2 or whether OMG are going to cascade through into a victory. We are going to have a short break, but it'll be back for game 2 when we return. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL playoffs. Here with a sweet Gauntlet run, starting off with M3 versus OMG, and OMG managing to clinch the first game. I am, of course, Max Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberian. Spawn, what do M3 do? How do they turn this one around? Play the same thing again? Because, man, that was close.
It certainly was a close game. I can't get over the emphasis. I'm sorry. Yeah, so really close game on some of those rims coming through there, but we'll have to see exactly what M3 want to play. Maybe they go for more of a 3-threat comp as well, because you could see by the end of that game, Going just doing so much damage.
Yeah.
And as tanky as Looper was, there's kind of a point where diminishing returns just kick in from tank items, and he was getting destroyed, especially when there's the likes of a Vayne, the likes of an Azir, these hyper-scaling AD carry and mid laners that can completely take over the game. And I liked OMG's comp a lot because of the zone control. Zone control, you can never put on a price on, you can't buy it with items. It was just the ability to be able to cut off certain sections of the map and really force fights that they were looking for.
Yeah, and despite no knock-up on the E move from Cool on the Azir, still able to make fantastic things happen. Those Sand Soldiers doing a whole lot of damage if he stayed alive in team fights. And that was how M3 managed to find their way back into that series, was the fact that Cool got a little bit caught a few too many times.
Yeah, it certainly did. And you saw that the team fights that M3 were able to take is when they prioritized Cool. The ones they lost is when they went overzealous on Uzi. So they recognized the fact that Cool's Emperor's Divide, the consistent damage out of the Azir, was the win condition, and they made him pay. They picked on him at one point. I think it was like 1-4, so wasn't having the best game, but fought back from there. So you have to give it to OMG, a team that we credit with being emotional, with not always being on the same page, showing that in a 50-minute thriller, they're able to come through with the goods. And once again, when you put together a composition that is impossible to dive, just has so many resources on being able to protect carries like Nautilus, you're talking about Equalizer, Elise Cocoon, just all this stuff that you can face check and get picked off, just means that you have so much more room to play with than SMLZ, who was playing Sivir on about 400 attack range and just couldn't get anything done.
Yeah, didn't quite work out. And of course, you saw in that last team fight, SMLZ had absolutely no impact at all. So, of course, 6 items, massive, massive carry here on Sivir. If the Ricochet was to get over there, would have done a whole lot of work as well, especially in an AoE area, but just couldn't get anything done. So we'll see what happens in the next game, whether they put SMLZ on something with a little bit more range or try and figure out a way to get through this OMG lineup. Make sure that they have to do something different in the next time we go onto the Rift.
And one last thing I want to point out is the itemization out of Dade. We touched on it a little bit, but if you are going to build that much damage, you can never be the first person into a team fight. You need to make sure that it is your Maokai, that it is your Rek'Sai that goes in. Last team fight, he got hooked, he became the priority, and he fell down. If you want to initiate, if you want to be up in that front line, needed to go with a Zhonya's Hourglass to ensure that a second round of spells went through. Because what was happening, he got caught on the top side of the map, on the bottom side of that team fight, so just on the opposite side of the turret is where SMLZ was. Cool soloed him out, so it was like 2 1v1s were fought. Dade and SMLZ both lose, and from there, there's nothing that the rest of the team can do because that's 100% of the damage gone.
Yeah, 2-3 comp, a little bit dangerous there as well. But, of course, playing it a little bit 2 sheets to the wind was the old Dade, because don't give me those eyes,
I have
Spawn.
no idea what that means, my friend.
He was being a little bit overly aggressive, maybe not being quite as safe as he otherwise could have been, because there might have been a little bit of impatience coming through from the M3 camp. They were on that inhibitor. They were able to take it down, and then Dade went in super aggressively when I don't even think they necessarily needed to.
Yeah, especially because top lane was pushing in their favor. Everything was set up for for M3 to starve them off that game. I think it was 2 minutes until the 5th dragon was available as well. They could have just backed away, but you're right. Maybe a little bit gung-ho in the end was the old Dade.
Overzealous, perhaps? I don't know.
But he is a player that has made his bread and butter. Cannot, I guess, put enough emphasis on the fact that as far as team fighting mid laners go, Dade is one of the better in the world.
Yeah, he most certainly is.
He made one mistake. I would not put money on it for him to make a mistake like that in Game 2.
Well, we'll see whether he does or whether he doesn't as we hop into it. Of course, the game just around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, the Kassadin did play very, very well during, I guess, the mid to late game. It was an interesting build, picking up the tier at 17 minutes.
Yeah.
And look, we'll see whether Loveling does manage to pick up Elise one more time. We are going to swap over the sides. So blue side now going to be belonging to M3.
And once again, look at him.
He's so, what? The happiest Uzi in the history of Uzis. Doesn't actually have his headset on just yet. Just having a giggle with his team. He's a changed man, Spawn.
He's
a
been like this
changed
for like
man.
3 months, Atlas, but I much
We
prefer
haven't seen him for about 2 months.
for like 2 days, actually.
Okay, yeah,
Yep.
2 days.
So, but Uzi,
But it had there was a big gap before that.
there certainly was, but Uzi certainly does appear to be that different player. The ability to shrug off a lot of what's happening in games, you know. In the past, the double kill in the bottom lane after Uzi had a lead would have been absolutely devastating. But you see, he's still able to keep his spirits up.
Yeah.
Definitely has come leaps and bounds to the player that we saw in Split 1 when OMG were going through a lot of their difficulties. So, you know, I give Uzi a lot of credit this split. He's been benched for a double world champion, like making to the world finalists twice.
Yep.
Would be something very hard to deal with. He's a young player. He's definitely growing as a person still.
Yes.
One of my favorite stories of all time is actually watching the evolution of Uzi as a player, and I think that he can bounce back and become resilient and really show that he is a world-class AD carry still in the current meta, where it's maybe not as AD carry focused.
Yeah, well, already this series has shown us that he can definitely carry games through. And already we are into Champion Select. TF is going to be banned away from Cool from M3 on the blue side. And Rise, once again, going to hit the bench. M3 not going to see that champion.
Yeah, Dade is just such a good Rise player. You know, we've seen it have mixed success in the mid lane, but if anyone can make it work, it would be Dade. And the ability to flex with Looper, liking to play mages, the likes of Rise, Annie a little bit as well up in the top lane. You just never expect M3 to be able to grab that champion.
Yeah, very true. Well, Victor is going to be taken off the board as well. OMG going to get rid of that one. And M3, we'll see what they decide to take away for their final ban. Whether SMLZ is considering a Kalista. Of course, they banned it on the red side last time. Pretty standard to get rid of it from Uzi. But I don't know whether OMG will be that keen to get rid of the Kalista. And we'll see whether M3 are prepared.
I still think it's a
what's going to happen. Yeah, well, I think so too.
Wow,
Nautilus is going to hit the bench.
Away from San. This is something that you expect teams to do to San. Just continually ban supports that he's playing, prove that he can play something else. Of course, very new to the position.
Yeah.
The old AD carry of OMG.
Still waiting quite some time is OMG.
And boy,
to
that
figure
would
out
be
their final
another
ban.
good news story for OMG. If San could reinvent himself this late in a split to become the support player they need. They've been through so many support players.
Yeah.
Thinking Dada, 777, Cloud, Xiong even had a stint down there.
Amazing as well.
Amazing. Now San.
Well, SMLZ is going to lock in the Kalista for the first pick here for M3. Going. He can go straight back to that Rumble if he wants to. Hovering it already is Loveling, considering the Rek'Sai, considering that Elise ban for the third time round.
I'd be surprised if we actually saw go towards a Maokai in the top lane, just to see if he can get on top of SMLZ on the Kalista. Also, wouldn't be surprised if we saw him go Hecarim for the exact same reason.
Yeah, I want to be able to single out the Kalista if they can. Braum is being hovered now for San. That is their priority, so still saving the solo lanes.
Cool's going to play Yasuo. So double knock up, double shield, such a fantastic comp in the current meta. Going's already proven that he is a great Rumble player. That rounds out the comp very nicely, Atlas. I'm calling it early in the champion pick.
You certainly are.
I know, but I have a feeling.
A bit of an inkling spawn. Well, Condi, back to his roots. Lee Sin being hovered. Would make a lot of sense if Love CD was to lock in the Thresh. Of course, one of the most impressive duo lanes of the Kalista Thresh, in my opinion, very early on in the piece was Candy and Love CD.
Certainly was. They really took it to people. They used to take the
Gromp first, yeah.
Yeah, and then just go into lane, get level 2, and then ignore creeps and try and kill people under turret. But it will be Condi's Lee Sin and Dade locking away Thresh for Love CD. So
both solo lanes still to be picked here for M3.
A lot of early game aggression coming through from M3 with the pick so far. And you're right, solo lanes, they normally do leave them to last. They like to have at least one counter pick. And they will get to do that.
Uzi's going to lock away the Vayne one more time. We've seen it a lot. And is going to be the Maokai, so OMG. Lots
Maybe
of
not
knockups. Well,
so they
Arcane Smash is there.
Yeah, oh no, there's still definitely a lot of knockups. But maybe a little bit too much physical damage if that is what they want to go with, Atlas.
Could be a good point. Of course, a lot of true damage from Vayne, but you're right. The focus is largely on that AD if Cool was to go the route of the Yasuo. Dade could
But we mentioned the fact that SMLZ is going to be so important to tie down right now, and going having the Maokai being able to do that just means that whatever Cool plays, you expect him to maybe play an Assassin in this game. It's going to mean that they're able to get on top of the AD carry and delete him relatively early in the team fight.
Yeah, that was Looper that you just saw on your screen. Considering the Nah actually has had some fantastic games on the champion, Dade thinking about the Vladimir.
That's what they're going to go with, a big wombo combo. We've seen this time and time again out of Masters 3. Being able to get a Hemo play over the top of someone like Looper's Nah. He loves Frozen Mallet on the champion. Would not be surprised to see him pick it up in the laning phase. Means that there's just going to be a ridiculous amount of AoE damage. If they ever get the wombo combo into the Rend, Condi with a big Lee Sin kick. That is so much to deal with, and Dade looks really honed in right now.
He looks scary, Spawn. Really scary. That's cool, considering what he wants to take into Dade's Vladimir. We saw it go completely to town on Xiaohu's Jace. He's done pretty crazy things on the champion, but cool. Had a decent game on Azir. Maybe not necessarily the team fighting game that he would have really liked, but other than that, everything was fine. He's going to lock it in one more time.
So Cool's thrown down the gauntlet. The first person that did this to Dade was Rookie, and he took his turret at 9 minutes. Azir has a very good laning phase against Vladimir. Should be able to bully him around early. The reason being is that Cool shoves easily into turret. And Dade has to expend a lot of health if he wants to keep the Tides of Blood stacked up there.
Yeah.
So he does get shoved around a little bit early game. And Cool with, I guess, the Loveling's Rek'Sai in his back pocket will be able to stay nice and aggressive. Once again, expecting a lane swap out, expecting a lot of OMG, expecting a lot of focus into the mid lane area. And pressure on Condi and Love CD to rise to the challenge and help Dade out.
Yeah.
Not something that we see often. Dade, a very aggressive mid laner, but generally gets first blood for that reason. Not much jungle support help coming into his lane.
Yeah, it's true, and we'll see whether OMG can play, a little bit differently now with more of a two-threat comp, considering the Vayne and the Azir probably going to be more the only damage threats, with the Maokai running around just being more of a damage soak rather than anything else. Nah, probably a little bit more likely to get some damage done in these fights, depending on what
certainly is, especially
Luke wants to build.
We see double offensive items out of LPL Nars all the time with the Black Cleaver and the Frozen Mallet.
Yeah.
Because then from there, you only need raw defensive stats like the Thornmail. That's going to be our top lane matchup. Lupa versus Going, Nah versus Maokai.
Yeah, Condi versus Loveling there as well. Loveling looking most definitely ready to fight with that particular pose. And look, mid lane matchup going to be Dade taking on Cool. And both of these mid laners definitely looking like they're ready to get down to business. Dade even taking off the glasses in that particular picture.
Both AD carries with their arm cross.
I'm so frightened of Uzi right now.
Much better pose right there.
Well, I don't know whether it's better. I mean, you're not going to make many friends looking like that.
You've seen him smile. Don't be like that. As Love CD takes on some Thresh against the Braum.
But yes, no, Uzi looks intimidating is all that I meant to say there, Spawn. And look, let's hop onto the Rift. And here we are onto the Rift for M3 versus OMG, Game 2. This time M3 are going to be on your blue side. And OMG grouping up as 5, moving towards the top lane. SMLZ is going to meet them there. And everyone is spotted.
So a big stack out of OMG early in the game. They're going to walk over a ward. Once again, OMG fight very hard to secure 2v1 lanes. Especially when you're up against Kalista Thresh. Maybe not the lane you want to run into, especially as Braum, who is brutally melee. So we'll have to see whether they're able to secure it.
Yeah. OMG only expending 1 ward thus far. Cool going to get pinged out as he poked his head over.
Quickly triples it. Now 3 wards on the map.
Yeah. Still, a couple left, and Condi picking up the Lee Sin. We haven't actually spoken about the fact that Lee Sin making his way back into the meta just a little bit as time goes on. And Condi more than happy to go back to one of his most played champions.
Look at everyone grouping mid. No one wants to give away, and M3 have guessed wrong. Going to miss out on the lane swap.
Yeah, sending their duo lane towards the top side.
Walk through the river, so no one's going to know either way. But Uzi and San with the Mind Games Atlas, psychological warfare on Summoner's Rift, come out ahead.
Well, red side is going to be the start here for M3. We'll see whether they can move towards the opposite red. Grab more of the buffs. Dade moving forward.
Yeah, Dade's a really aggressive Vlad player. So don't be surprised if he does that a couple of times.
Yeah, missing that CS there, but Tool, of course, taking some human play damage. Lupa hit by the Winter's Bite. Really taking a bunch of damage there as San did discover them towards the red buff. Level 2 hit by Condi. Boomerang is going to find San.
I have to see whether they go red to red here and try and deny 2 buff start. Of course, that's what OMG did last time around. It looks like M3 going to return the favor.
Yeah, already waiting there is Love City. Only level 1. Actually starts off the red buff, leashing it around the corner.
3 members are going to go for Dade, I think is what this means, although they've stopped at Scuttle Crab. Maokai does a very good job of ganking Vladimir early in the game because, of course, Twisted Advance goes through Paul. But they instead will just send 4 members into the bottom lane, see if they can start off a fast push.
Yeah, Loveling actually coming around here, of course, does know that there is no red buff there. So I'm going to leash the Krugs, but trading Krugs for red buff, probably not the best.
And all of a sudden, Paul is so far pushed up in his lane. It's going to be a level 2 and 3, I believe, for Condi as well as Lupa. Transform also might come through. They could go for a gank if they would like. Lupa instead goes back. Just trying to get some farm.
Yeah, Lupa about to get to that Mega Gnar form, but you're right. Not going to be able to use
They gave Lupa 0 CS that time around. We didn't even really get a shot.
Well, Dade moving out of the way here. 20 to 21 as far as that farm is concerned. Things going fine for the Vladimir. Uzi just happy to freeze up this wave. Make sure that Lupa can't get any free farm under the turret.
So they bounce the wave there, recognizing Ballista's solo in the top lane. Make sure that Dade can set up a similar freeze. And then send 3 members back towards the top lane. Means that Dade will be able to bully Lupa out of lane. Bane's a very good solo laner. And you can see right now, doing a great job of just that.
Yeah, Love City is going to make his way down. Uzi might need to be a little bit careful, but
level 1 Thresh.
Yeah, level 1, level 2.
No one ever expects the level 1 Thresh gank at 4.5 minutes Atlas. Got to be careful for that one.
Is that because it's not very good? I guess if you hit the Death
Could think
Sentence,
of
probably
worse
still gonna
things,
boost
yeah.
up. It's not a level 1 cool Morgana.
So Dade's done a nice job here. Oh no, he's caught.
Yeah, there's the flash into the knock-up. Dade uses the pull, does have the ghost as well.
So
This might not going to be enough.
The shorter cooldown summoner spell also might be able to stick around in lane, because what I was going to say is he's done a good job of wearing through Cool's health pool with being relatively healthy. In saying that, now he's not relatively healthy, but there's a huge creep wave, so we'll stick around to transfuse up a little bit of HP. Now 4 members strong. Looking to maybe invade Loveling.
There's the flash Death Sentence. Love City finds the flay after it. Lupa bounces over the top. They get the hyper proc as well. Love City, oh my goodness. Not going to be able to get there. The teleport comes in on top of the tunnel. Here. Yeah, Uzi tumbling into this fight. Cool finds his way through as well. It's 5 members of OMG. First blood once again for Uzi. Lupa, he's going to fall down as well, and Cool grabs his piece of the pie.
Really nice team fight coming out of OMG. Pulling the trigger on the teleport nice and early means that they're able to create an unfair fight. Now Condi needs to be careful. San wants a piece of him.
San moving aggressively with this Braum from level 1.
And they knew that Dade couldn't come. We've already talked about how far chunked out he was in that lane.
Oh. He's going to try and get as much damage down as he can. Uses the pull. Dade playing with fire here in the mid lane.
Yeah, let's take another look at it. So they go aggressive onto Loveling. Great Unbreakable from San, and they need to start running away because of the teleport. Uzi rotates first. Then Cool, very nicely done, being able to cut off any form of retreat. Uzi grabs first kill. Cool will be able to grab the second. And they're 2 carry threats, both going early in the game for OMG right now.
It's exactly what OMG would have wanted as well. But M3, see whether they can turn this one around. Change the situation for themselves. Lupa farming up on the bottom side of the map. SMLZ farming against Going, who's 20 CS to 16. Little cheeky longsword there for Looper in his back pocket as well as Doran's blade.
Assists as well for GoGoing, so he's definitely enjoying his time so far.
Yeah.
Dade has grabbed himself a CS advantage though. So the early game being quite friendly to Vlad so far. Love CD going to go top and see if he can bully around Maokai.
Yeah, well, Love CD, of course. Fate tied.
SMLZ can just pick Love CD up and throw him at him if he wants. GoGoing needs to be careful.
Yeah, zoned away from the creeps now completely.
So the thing about Maokai is in 2v1 lanes, a lot of people think just max E, farm from very far away. But what that does is that always ensures that the freeze is going to be reinforced. So sometimes that's not what you even want to do. You see that GoGoing persisting with the Q max, which if he ever gets in range of minion, going to be a much more efficient way to farm. Once again, just all the AoE out of Maokai's kit reinforces the freeze, as opposed to someone like Looper who has really low base attack.
Yeah.
And his range, so he can just trim his wave a little bit more efficiently. You know, Boomerang's still AoE, so it's not exactly foolproof, but should have a little bit more of an easy time farming in these 2v1 situations because he doesn't always shove the wave out unless he makes that conscious decision.
Also doesn't need to worry about mana at any point either. GoGoing though won't need to.
Double Doran's ring. GoGoing kind of bypasses that as well.
Yeah, not doing too badly and does need to now watch out.
San also up here.
Yeah, San
as well
is
as
there.
Loveling.
Condi's around
having a
the
bit
corner.
of a scuffle with Condi over a red buff, it looks.
Level 5.
Condi really low.
Yeah, red buff. He's going to turn around, get some damage down at a Loveling here. Condi pretty happy with that.
The support player for M3 rotates first.
Yeah, there it is. Condi grabs it. Safeguards back to Love City as well. So that's going to be the red buff steal there for Condi. Able to get a whole lot of his health back there from that one. Uzi on his own here on the bottom side of the rift.
Yeah, we spoke about it. Vayne, a fantastic duelist. Going to be able to shove the Nara around quite hard. SMLZ does well with a support player, but when it's a 2v2, San just also adds a lot to the lane. But once again, SMLZ bounces. It's going to be a freeze. Trying to deny as much farm from GoGoing as possible. Just not working out as well as they would like.
Winter's Bite
San
here as well.
Loveling also up here. 3 members strong
that one
again. Yeah, they just want to break the freeze. Because Uzi's having a field day. Wow, Loveling. Love CD needs to be altered here.
No, just holding onto it. Death Sentence is onto a cannon creep. Guarantees that SMLZ is going to be able to pick that one up. Freeze possibly going to be broken here, but M3 still with that Fate's Call available. Probably not going to be dove underneath that turret. Stardate bullied around by Cool. My goodness.
But he's still farming really well, and you trust in the scaling of Vladimir to be able to get some work done. As OMG now trying to look for a pick around the mid lane.
Yeah, Dade moving over, did decide to pick up some wolves there as well by the looks of things. Condi waiting in the brush. San going to discover him. Turret falls down. Condi is level 6. Out of turret falls in the bottom lane. That is going to be the first turret of the game going OMG's way. They do have a cheeky sort of 1.5 thousand gold lead. Not too much. GoGoing able to clear out the wave.
GoGoing's just had way more help than Looper this time around. 3 members constantly on the top side of the map, helping him push out the lane. Means he's not getting bullied as hard. And because Cool's in a bully lane, and in a 1v1 situation, Vayne is just going to put in work. Has hurt the map control as of yet for M3.
Well, Condi, he's now up here, recognizing the fact that M3 probably could do with a little bit of support. SMLZ just going to shove out this top turret.
SMLZ still hasn't bought though.
Yeah, there's the flayback. GoGoing does have the ultimate turning around him. There's the Fate's Call. Knock up onto GoGoing. Look at the damage down. Condi actually Love City's going to pick up the kill. The box slows down San to high heaven. They want to give the kill over to SMLZ, and they do. No resonating strike as Condi, the good guy, gives it over to the AD carry.
So a good dive coming through from the M3 lineup. Make sure they take out the turret. Pick up 2 kills for themselves. Dragon will fall to OMG. So they will trade back for something. But gold very even now at 11 minutes in.
Yeah, looks like M3 were able to shove that minion wave up towards the inner turret on the top side. Dade still eating creeps. Keeping very even with Cool, despite how the lane looks every time we have a gander at it. Just the fact that he's able to keep his health pool in flux throughout most of the laning phase with that transfuse.
And it's because there's no ignite, so Dade's never really scared of dying unless he makes a monumental mistake. So, you know, as well as Cool is doing to bully the lane around, Dade just is happy to continue doing exactly this. Stay relatively low. As long as he's not getting dove, keeps his vision up, will be able to withstand a lot of the constant punishment.
Only one CS behind. Condi does land the Sonic Wave, looking to try
Warrior
and
Entrant means that he does a heck of a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, 11 CS in the lead over Loveling as well, who can farm out very effectively on the Rex side. Hasn't been able to just yet. Uzi trying to get some damage back onto Dade. Moving forward. Use the pull is Dade, but that was very close. Uzi very aggressive on this Vayne. Might be able to get some good damage on this outer turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, might be able to take it down. Doing a little bit of work. They do back away.
Yep, Condi and Love City able to finish off the last hit on that creep.
But as we said, this is what Azir does. He's able to shove the wave out constantly, put pressure in the lane, and just be able to create zones of pressure. And it looks so far like Dade's been able to keep up in CS, but has nearly lost out on his turret early on in the game. So Condi going to have to stick around, give him a hand in clearing out some waves.
Yeah, just going to hold on to those minions there as well, as Dade is going to make his way back. So they don't lose the outer turret in the mid. M3 looking to try and rotate, pick up the outer turret in the bottom lane, unless Cool can clear out the minions in time.
So Cool does a lot of damage at this point in the game. In the meanwhile, Lupa's been completely zoned off top lane turret.
Nice
Dade
pierce.
also being picked on in the mid lane, 2 members in his lane. So right now, OMG just doing everything right, trying to control the next objective. Lupa needs to make sure he doesn't get dove here, although will go mega in time, you feel.
Yeah, there's the hyper proc as well as going Loveling here at the same time. Lupa is about to transform. You mentioned that before, but he's only at 300 health, getting beaten on by the minions at the same time.
Yeah, he tanked up way too many minions there. Doesn't have any armor. In the meanwhile, bottom lane turret will fall. They will also invade the blue buff of Cool. Lupa will live, but his turret will go down.
So that's going to get a lot of pressure on it. He's going to have to get out of there. There's the Prey Seeker, lands as Lupa able to use the bounce, but Loveling gets the knock up and gets the smash as well with the Q. So OMG able to pick up one on the top laner.
Yeah, don't know actually what Lupa was thinking there, but in the end, OMG will be able to take out top lane turret. So a trade successfully achieved across map. M3 now looking to trade that in the mid lane. This is, of course, typical LPL League of Legends right now, looking to just trade cross-map objectives till you get the skirmishes you're looking for. Collapse from behind from Loveling.
Yeah, Prey Seeker comes in. There's the Hemo Plague down. Dade takes the Lantern in the pool. Uzi not going to take too much from that as it takes him down to about half health, but Potion is ticking and he's got the lifesteal, so nothing to come from it.
So that I will call a legitimate zoning Hemo Plague because he nailed Uzi with it, and it meant that Uzi couldn't come any closer into the fight because of the damage amplification.
I find it weird that you think that my other zoning Hemo Plagues that I was talking about
Well, they're
were
just
illegitimate.
completely whiffed. Yeah. But Dade able to go aggressive, only once again has to burn the ghost, so no flash expended. And M3 retains some of their pressure in the mid lane, although now backing very far away.
Yep, Raptor Camp is going to fall down as Dade keeping himself well and truly up with this CS.
We'll lose out on mid lane turret, though you feel now.
Lots of damage down for Thor. He's going to be able to set up a Sun turret here as well. But Tides of Blood probably going to get Dade to a point where he can.
The problem with Dade is you
clear
just never know when his jungler is with him. Because he like walks towards you 1v3. And you're like, surely no sane man would do that without a jungle.
Or a support player.
But he
Or
does
do you
it
just
very
they're the same
consistently.
things? Well, get going. Still playing relatively far back now that Loveling has left the lane. Lupa about to hit that Mega Gnar point. Let's have level 8. Also has himself some magic resist now as well, in the form of that Null Magic Mantle. And caught well and truly back up in farm, so only 5 behind. Has died a couple of times, so that's not good news. Condi going to discover Loveling here, but he's a level down. And Dade making his way over. OMG still want to try and take this out of turret in the mid lane. It was called the OMG turret time ago.
Certainly was as the hook comes through.
Yeah, there it is on Dasani. Takes most of his health. As there he goes. That's the transfusion to death. And Dade picks up his first of the game.
Yeah, able to get a kill on the Vladimir, who was not kept as far down as you would expect in lane. As we said, Rookie really popularized this lane against Dade, one of the few Vladimir players in the LPL. And showed that Azir wins convincingly if you play it right. And cool, looked like he had the early game pressure, but Dade just never felt threatened to die. That meant that he's continued to farm up. And with that kill, looking to transition into a very strong mid game.
Yeah, and it was a really great trade that Cool managed to get. Pulled down here from Dade as they do manage to finally take down the turret. Sun turret decided to not be erected. Cool might decide to put one there as we come back. You see Uzi and Cool now sharing some farm here in the mid lane. Wave shoved up on the bottom side. SMLZ was down there getting work done. 21 CS in the lead over Uzi, actually.
5 seconds until Dragon. OMG won it. Dade not going to be in range.
Dade has so many bits of items as well. That's exciting. Got a rock, a cape, a book, another book, some shoes. Not bad. Oh, Condi not going to be able to get in there, but takes himself a lantern to get himself out. Cute attempt.
Going also had home guard boots, was hanging around in base, wanted to get in amongst it. But no action going down. Second dragon picked up for OMG. They have a slight gold lead and a couple of dragons to show that they've performed a little bit better in the early game.
Yeah, but these teams are matching up so incredibly well in this best of 5 series. I have a feeling we may have another late one where things are not necessarily as sure, at least not as the first series that we saw today. WE coming out quite convincingly in their game against Newbie. Of course, not back in the LPL just yet. So you guys were wondering. Still one more round. The LSPL LPL promotion.
Teleport bottom lane.
Yeah, Uzi trying to close the distance. Sun with the Moby boots there as well. As there's the Fates call. SMLZ trying to do what he can. No stun from the Condemn as he's still alive. Not for long. Going.
Looper in trouble.
Yeah, he explodes in Love City. He's going to get hooked up and he's so dead. There's the 3-man ult from Looper. But not going to be enough as Uzi locks himself down. Another kill.
Triple kill in the bottom lane for OMG. Looper 0-3-0. Not having a good performance at all this time around. And it doesn't even look like they're going to get an objective traded back. Not committing to that mid lane push. And OMG hard shoving in the bottom lane.
Yeah, 4 members down here, of course. Loveling just holding off Dade in the mid lane. Might be in a little bit of trouble there. Of course, Vladimir able to get fairly aggressive, but OMG take it down. Dade tanking up the turret because he just doesn't care about his health bar at all. This tower is going to fall down. Tides of blood for Dade. M3, they answer. They at least get the outer turret in the mid lane, but they need to do a whole lot more to get themselves back into this.
Yeah, tier 1 turret for tier 2. Not the trade they were looking for, especially when you take into account the 3 kills that were accomplished. Phantom Dancer now finished up for Uzi.
Yeah.
Void Star finished up for Cool. A little bit of a change up in the build. Trying to accelerate the rate of which he does damage. Not much MR yet picked up. That's a strange one.
Just could afford it maybe, Spawn? If you got the money?
Yeah.
I don't get it either. There is a Spectre's Cowl and Negatron Cloak. There might be a reason why. Sand Soldiers trying to get themselves in position. You can see SMLZ able to use the Rend, takes himself down a red buff before OMG can get there. Not going to be able to clear it out for them. Very nice.
Sun double Sentinel kill. 44 gold support.
Not bad.
It's his happy day.
You deserve it, son. Well, a couple of cloth armors picked up for Looper going towards what could probably be a Warden's Mail. Might be building Randuin's. Feeling he probably is. Does also have the Phage, but he's sitting on it. Something that Looper does like to do.
Certainly was. He was one of the few Trinity Force and Art players as well before Black Cleave was introduced with that build path.
Yeah. Just liked that Rage passive. Dade hasn't been back to buy in quite some time. Do have the 2-item spike though for SMLZ. That's a big deal as far as AoE team fights are concerned. Condi going to get knocked up, but it's going to be okay for now. Sun turret set up here. M3 just looking to try and get rid of that if they can. Condi takes half of his health trying to find an angle. But OMG now hard shoving on the top side of the map. Going here.
Looper not going to go mega.
No,
still a time away. They're going to try and fight it.
Yep, Death Sentence. Not going to find Uzi there. Neither is the Wind
All of a
Spider
sudden, mid lane turret under pressure. OMG just running M3 around the map.
Ah, there's the Ren down as well. Prey Seeker is just going to get some extra damage onto these M3 members, and they're getting tired. puffed out heading around Summoner's Rift spawn, like you just said.
Yeah, Mega about to run out from Looper. The window to fight is gone. They might lose 2 turrets here. They will at least lose mid lane. Love CD misses another hook.
Dade makes his way back around again. Cool, looking to try and cut him off here as Uzi taking down a Gromp. Dade takes most of his health bar. He can't stay. Inner turret falls in the mid lane. Nicely played by OMG.
And straight away they ping out the Baron. They have a lot of damage to be able to succeed in taking it down. Don't hard commit. Huge wave in the bottom lane means that someone should go back and deal with it.
M3 able to at least take down some wards.
OMG get what they're looking for. Another tier 2. Maybe even a fight.
Loveling pressures Looper away from that pink ward as well. He may be able to get back there, but OMG still with the pings all the way around this Baron. Ward still going over M3,
Huge
trying to get as many as they
crashes
can.
into the bottom lane turret. That's a lot of wasted minions. But OMG continue to control top side of the map. 50 seconds till Dragon. We'll have to see whether M3 feel they're in a position to fight it. Because looking at their items, I don't think they are. They need Last Whisper to deal with the Maokai this point of the game. Looks like it's going to be a Rylai's Crystal Scepter built up next for Dade. He's going to lack a lot of damage with that build path.
Yeah, he even has that Negatron Cloak as well. Not going to actually transform that into an Abyssal Scepter just yet. He was relying on. Does have the Distortion boots now, so that Ghost, the Flash, going to be up a whole lot more often than it otherwise would. Which is definitely handy. Has been using that Ghost almost on cooldown in this game. Needs a large rod now for Cool to augment that Void Staff. Some interesting item timings for both Dade and Cool now this series. Condi just hasn't done anything really on this Lee Sin. I mean, he's been involved in 66% of the kills for M3, but it's only 3. For 23 minutes, just hasn't really done too much.
Especially for the Warrior enchant Lee Sin. Not going to scale at all into the late game. Dragon is going to go down. That's number 3.
Oh, tried to grab it, but Condi is going to need to flash out of the way, but it's not going to do too much. OMG might be able to create a fight off it. The Hemo Plague's down. There's the Nara into the wall. Loveling has to be very careful. Loads of knockups, though, and going. Still finding his way in, and Uzi at full health, chasing after the M3 members. 3 dead for nothing. OMG grab a Dragon. Then they're looking like they're taking over this game.
And this has always been the case with Kalista. She just can't get anything done against the super tank of Maokai, especially if Maokai gets on top of her. You see nice layering of CC out of Looper and Dade, but the rest of the team shrug it off, power through, and now with the gold lead and the bottom inhibitor going to be exposed, OMG should just be able to pick up Baron and roll through the rest of the game.
Yeah, inhibitor. The perfect Baron inhibitor has been taken now for OMG, like you just said. Almost 6,000 gold, the lead for this side. Looper.
And it was only Dragon number 3, Atlas. You know, we said time and time again.
25 minutes into the game.
Why would you rush the fight? You've got the Gnar that's going to scale really well into the late game. You've got a Vladimir. SMLZ doesn't even have a Last Whisper at this point, going up against all the armor on Rek'Sai and going. You feel like they pulled the trigger 1 Dragon too early. Should have fought for number 4. 4 kills is the price they pay.
Condi now as well. They are able to get some vision around the Baron. M3 now looking to try and push up this bottom wave, buy themselves some space on the map. Looper with the doesn't have the teleport. Is Loveling going to use the Raptor Sense to try and clear out this Baron pit. Uzi as well able to do so.
And now all they have to do is control top half of the jungle, as they have all game long. Shove out the mid lane. Make sure someone's responding to super creep in the bot. That will be an easy Baron. Only 26 minutes in for OMG. Maybe one more creep wave. M3 have to look for a fight. They're going.
Yeah, Condi's looking for it. Oh, that Sonic Wave so close. Grazed the backside of Cool, but not going to connect.
There was actually nothing you could do if he hit it either. Didn't have flash. Already used safeguard. Was hoping you could just walk around the Azir that had Emperor's Divide. So optimistic at best out of Condi. Ineffective at worst.
Yep. Didn't do too
They're
much
going to
there.
start it up.
They did. Sun took a lot of damage, though. Half health onto Uzi at the same time. SMLZ feeling Loveling with spears. Looper
over the
trying
back.
to come in.
Got
There's
him.
the Mega Gnar. Wallop as well onto 3 as SMLZ now right in amongst it. The Hurricane doing work. Hemo Plague's down. Cool. He's trying to get the work done. Now the lantern to come down, and SMLZ still in amongst the fight. Oh, Winter's Bite doesn't get him down. Kalista able to pick up one. Uzi still alive. In goes Condi. He's going to take down
Meanwhile,
San.
in bottom lane, one Nexus turret falls.
Yeah, the rest of the
second
Super
must
Creep's
be on
still
its way.
there.
Condi wants to duel Baron. That's not going to work.
That's not a good fight to take, Condi. Bad news bears. Uzi making his way through, spotted out by Pinkward. He's going to discover it. SMLZ able to be the first one.
That is
take this one down.
lot
Loveling's
of-
going to kill Condi. This just in. Loveling killed Condi.
Hello, Loveling.
How's Condi? Oh, hang on. His head's stuck in a wall. That's how you did it.
That looks brutal, actually.
It really does. This is a game of Cluedo. No.
There's no way I would guess that.
No, neither would
It
I.
was a pool party, land shot.
What would he be? Colonel Mustard? Still don't even remember, I'm not going to lie. Well,
But
SMLZ
with
still
the
farming.
jungler dead and Nexus turret fallen, OMG now feel a little bit more secure in their Baron call and going to start it up one more time.
Yeah, Loveling here tanking it up as well. So Cool and Uzi getting so much consistent damage over the top of it. Uzi just tumbling around, resetting his autos, and you can see the Blade of the Ruined King doing work. Cool as well. They are going to be able to lock it down. Now start off the team fight. Love CD gets Fate's called, but he's not going to go back in. Dade uses the pull, but now he takes the lantern. Nicely played here from M3 to get out of this fight, but it's Baron now on top of OMG.
Certainly isn't a huge creep wave in the bottom half of the map. That means that Dade going to have to go respond to it. He's already incredibly low health. Mid inhibitor at least will go down, and M3 must fight, otherwise the rest of their base will follow.
Yeah, Nexus turret is so incredibly low. The last remaining one for M3, and OMG can just pile forward.
OMG should just back out. There's nothing to really be gained right now.
Look at that Nexus turret. Almost dead.
Yeah, it's going to stay almost dead, Atlas. Look at the top lane. Wait.
I'm impatient. Well, Death Sentence going to get thrown out casually there by Love CD, but wasn't going to find too much.
Everything in their control right now. They're just going to try and do it with double Super Creep Wave. Luther is exhausted, so they do have the window right now to be able to take the game.
Yeah, Meganar not going to be here. Super Creeps making their way into the base. Nexus exposed now as well. OMG looking to try and turn this one into a 2-0 up as the Hemo play comes down. Condi is able to get a decent knock up there. Love City, though, is going to fall down. Cool going nuts. Double kill already. Dade's dead. Uzi picks up 2. It is going to be the full house. Uzi full of cools. And that is going to be the Nexus down 2-0 in this best of 5 for OMG.
Yeah, and I appreciate the card reference in there.
Tried to go for it.
606 Bane, 616 Azir. Uzi and Dade having very impressive dual carry performances.
Well,
and
Uzi and Cool anyway. That's
Uzi
the
and Cool,
problem
yeah.
that I had, not going to lie. Yeah.
And if nothing else, this is the OMG we hope to see all year long.
Yeah.
Atlas
Only took
nearly
the
loses
80
another
carry.
monitor.
Yeah. Only took the 80 carry, the old 80 carry of OMG to really round out this bottom lane with Uzi.
And once again, you just got to point out the fact that as soon as they saw the Kalista first pick, they lock in Maokai, make sure that they have 2 tanky members. Maokai, Braum, also throw in Rek'Sai there, that just SMLZ could never get through. It was like cutting down a really big tree. Just took way too long. And then from there, the damage augmentation that was coming through from the Vladimir just wasn't enough. Condi did absolutely nothing that game, and it just
Neither
meant
did
that
Looper, really.
Yeah, it just meant that M3 slowly lost.
Yeah, we were talking the whole time about the fact that M3 had set up this fantastic team fighting comp. OMG never let that happen. They were getting picks. They were making sure that they started fights on their terms every single time, and it looked like M3 never really got a fair fight during that whole time on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and what we've learned so far is that everything OMG were putting into play leading up to this playoffs, the willingness to use lane swaps and bringing Uzi back onto the team is finally actually paying off for them. Both games, they've controlled the tempo of the games. They understand when they can freeze, when they need to push down turrets. They're rotating Uzi around the map very efficiently to pick up farm. And this isn't a selfish AD carry role that we're seeing.
No.
We're seeing him group up with the team, even collapse into the jungle to start off that game with a double kill. just really well played out of OMG so far.
Yeah, and Uzi, who started the season playing Vayne, not necessarily finding the greatest time on the Rift, but this time, back-to-back games, having fantastic performances, starting off 1-0-1, OMG making things happen in the early game. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have at least one more game coming up after this. OMG looking to see whether they can round out this best of 5, and M3 desperately trying to fight back with 3 in a row. We'll see whether they can do it after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL playoffs. OMG taking on M3. 2-0 up now for OMG squad. I'm Atlas. This is Spawn. What do M3 do to get back into this series?
Yeah, you really don't know after that game because it looked like this time around OMG just controlled the map.
Yeah, Loveling looking pretty happy.
You have to think
how
if they're
things are
able to
going.
secure a lane swap like that and continue to knock down turrets early, control the tempo of the game, fight on their terms, especially with the Azir, which was used a little bit better this time to bully out Dade in the mid lane, M3 are going to struggle.
Yeah, cool. Back-to-back Azir games, back-to-back Vayne games for Uzi as well. Feeling like if OMG, if it works, why would you do anything about it? Dade, deep in concentration. This man
Wanted to get something out of his nail.
he did, desperately.
And Uzi, once again, very vocal, looking quite happy on the team right now. He's had 2 good Vayne games. Wonder if the Vayne will be banned or away this time around, and Uzi might have to try and beat M3 on something else.
Yeah, and he has been able to do so, of course, in the past. I mean, it's not necessarily Uzi's champion pool that anyone has ever had a problem with, but he looks pretty damn good on the Vayne.
Yeah, 6-0-6, definitely an impressive performance. And, you know,
yeah.
as statistically unimpressive as Uzi's Vayne has been, in key moments, like looking back at when Uzi has risen to the occasion, he's done it on the likes of Lucian and Vayne. They're the 2 champions that have always been able to carry him through.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised if M3 did throw the Vayne ban in there to just make sure that if they're going to go down, they're at least going to try something different, because the control style of League of Legends that OMG are currently playing, and they've been trying to play it all week. You know, they tried to play it against QG, LGD, and EDG to no avail.
No,
But this time against M3, maybe it was the G that was doing it to them. It just doesn't appear to be a problem.
Yep, G teams. Can't really handle it against G teams, but now that they're up against M3, things are definitely looking a whole lot better. OMG banning away the Olaf one more time. Missed out on the Olaf ban in our game 2, but it is back and well and truly there now for OMG. Rai's going to be banned away from M3 as well. Kalista is going to fall. M3 not wanting to pick that one up, not wanting to let that one get through, and Twisted Fate away from Cool as well.
Yeah, and relatively similar pick ban phase so far. Have to see whether OMG stick to their guns.
Yeah, whether M3 do decide to change up what they're going to be banning away. Of course, Elise did hit the bench last time. Loveling was able to play that in the first game, definitely managing to secure the victory. And Elise on the blue side going to be banned away. Yeah, interesting.
Have to see whether M3 target one of San's champion pool. Of course, they banned Nautilus last game, or whether they pull the trigger, just get rid of the Azir or the Vayne.
Yeah, force OMG's carries onto something else. Vayne is going to be banned away, so Uzi not going to be able to pick up that champion. Double Uzi bans with the Kalista and the Vayne.
And it's amazing. From substitute back on the starting roster, already double bans after 1 set coming through on Uzi. People love to hate him, but he draws a lot of attention on Summoner's Rift, Atlas.
He most certainly does. Victor is going to be first picked away here for OMG. And Condi just going to lock away the Gragas.
Yeah, so prioritizing Gragas over Rek'Sai here. Mainly a pick away from Loveling. Loveling's Gragas has been really good. That also shows that he can play other things in this set so far, at least. Have to see whether Lupa grabs the Nautilus for a double pick away here. Actually, once again, hovers a thresh, locks it in.
Yeah, so support and jungle not giving away too much at M3 thus far in their draft. Now OMG to try and pick up the next portion of their comp. And we'll see what it is going to be. Gangplank. Interesting consideration. Loveling blocking away the Rek'Sai, so more than happy to grab that again. Cool. Honestly, looking like he's just a little bit unfazed. Probably wants to go to bed.
He always looks like that, though.
Yeah.
Cool is a very smooth dude.
That's why his name's Cool, Spawn.
Is it? Is that the story behind his name?
I don't think so. It just fitted well.
It did.
But still hovering the Gangplank. We'll see what he does decide to go with in the end. And Uzi, wow. Locking in the Caitlyn. So, Spawn, we've been talking about this all split long. Uzi's Caitlyn, the way that he punishes for every single CS, and now it's going to be actually on display.
We hope. Could be really bad as well. Haven't seen anything so far.
Yeah.
But it is definitely one of the old school champions that he liked to play. And that's what he just sits in brushes, auto-attacks champions. He was the person that initially said, just give up the first 6 CS. Doesn't even matter if you grab it. Shoot them 6 times, and after that, they can't really approach. So we're going to have to see whether SMLZ is able to withstand the punishment in the bottom lane. See whether he goes something like Corky to just see if he can farm from range. Or once again, whether they lane swap. Caitlyn, not a great lane swapper.
I really like SMLZ hovering over the Varus, though, because, you know, Season 3 All-Stars, the 2v2 battle in the Magma Chamber was won by Xpecial and Doublelift with that particular duo. And it is going to be locked in. Swan, are you there? Hello?
Okay, so Varus going to be locked in. I don't mind the Varus pickup. That story, I think, actually just took precious space up in my brain that I'm never going to get back. But Dade is locked in Cassidy. That's, of course, one of the few counter picks that we see against Victor in the early game at least. Trades relatively efficiently.
I wasn't lying. They did actually win.
I'm sure they did. I have no doubt about that.
Okay, cool.
But how that translates to Summoner's Rift, I have no idea.
In a 2v2 laning situation, it's approximately the same.
No, because there's a jungler. And
Okay.
the one thing that Varus sucks against in a long lane is jungle pressure. And Loveling can just go down wherever he wants, team up with San, and put out a lot of pressure against SMLZ.
Well, the Maokai once again going to be locked in here for going. San looking at the cow. 1 second to go. Alistair, no, not going to be the pickup. Annie going to be locked in here for OMG to round out the lineup.
Good initiation right now out of OMG. Flash Tibbers, Twisted Advance, Loveling's Flash Knockup. So much ability to be able to chunk out large members when you couple it with the Victor's ultimate. And this is going to be difficult right now for M3 to withstand. They don't have much mobility on their AD carry. When you look at Flash Tibbers and the like, SMLZ's going to be in for a world of hurt. All of a sudden, maybe regretting the All-Stars Magma Chamber, whatever the heck it is, duo lane that he and his good friend Love CD have opted for in the bottom lane.
Well, Fizz is currently being hovered here for Looper. Definitely a decent pickup into Maokai, but you're exactly right. I mean, Varus is pretty horrendously stationary for a lot of the time, isn't he?
I just love the fact that you have Varus facts everywhere.
I'm a fan of the champion.
I know you are. Looper goes with Fizz.
He is. Going to lock it in. Smart teleport Fizz there in the top lane. Going to be able to put some pressure down onto the tree. We'll see whether the lane swap is going to come in, of course. Notorious lane swappers are the old OMG, but probably will want the 2v2 as they have picked up the ultimate lane bully in Caitlyn. And not only Caitlyn, but Uzi's Caitlyn.
Yeah, exactly right. When you couple it with something like Annie, it just increases the kill potential because it sets up ganks so well, zones people away from creeps. Both have relatively high attack ranges at the start of the game. And I want to know whether Looper goes for AP or AD in the top lane. We've seen both tried extensively.
By
course,
Flandre.
When you think about good AD fizzes, you maybe think about Zatai.
Yep.
The beginning of Flandre. When you think about good AP fizzes, you think maybe Flandre up there in the top lane tried to make it work for the longest time.
Yeah, you think of AP Fizzes, you also think of Zatai. I think he tried that one out as well. Coach is going to shake hands. We are going to go over the lineups here as M3 desperate to try and stay in this best-of-5 series. Going to take the Maokai into Looper's Fizz, who was last picked. So they're happy about that one. Loveling going to take the Rek'Sai into Gragas matchup. Excited to see how this matchup is going to go in the jungle.
Yeah, Condi really needs to get on his bike. Cool versus Dade. It will be Victor into Cassidy, and Dade needs to make sure that he can stay even or better in this lane, because this one in the bottom lane, we've alluded to it a lot, but you feel it might go in their Caitlyn's favor as Uzi takes on SMLZ's Varus.
Yep, San with the Annie there as well, just to augment the aggression, and Love CD going to try and deal with it on the Thresh. He had a great Thresh game first up. We'll see how this is going to go as we get closer to the Rift.
Yeah, and a lot of early game work needs to be done from M3. They need to be able to get a lead, otherwise OMG might be able to get ahead.
Well, let's see if they can as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for Game 3 between OMG and M3. Once again, OMG on our blue side. We're going to try and close out this series with a 3-0 victory. M3 holding on for dear life. And to do that, SMLZ picks up the Varus.
See whether he can make it work as we have a 4-man stack in the bottom lane. M3 maybe looking to catch out the OMG lineup, but they're stacked as 5. They've got the numbers advantage. Uzi going to face check.
He is going to face check. Of course, the rest of OMG then find their way out. Stunned up is Love City. SMLZ getting some cheeky auto attacks, but first blood for Uzi. And has he got it every single game? Almost.
That's going to be rough.
It was already going to be rough. You can hear actual sadness in my voice, ladies and gentlemen.
That's going to be further rough.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want me to say, man. Now he's got a longsword if he wants.
Yeah, he does. Extra potion as well.
And they're going top. They think that that is where SMLZ is going to go. See whether they're spotted out by any of the wards here and whether OMG make a beeline for that bottom lane when they see them. They ping them out. But no, they will commit to the lane swap one more time.
Okay, very strange. So, San is going to at least head towards the mid lane. But Uzi?
Well, Looper is going to be very far behind now. That is one thing for sure. And it will be an AD fizz. You see Duran's sword, blade, going to be the start for Looper. Wow, English eluded me currently. It is my first language.
Surprise, surprise. San looking to try and steal away this red buff. The very best that he can. Loveling getting annoyed by Love CD as well. He just turns around. He's like, oh, I'll take you down, boy. Not happening. Dade getting some pressure on a Cool. And of course, both Cool and Uzi have switched up their champions. And M3 probably thinking they're lucky stars. It's like, okay, lane swap. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, isolate the Victor, who's just going to be able to hard shove. Means that all the farm going to go onto Dade. And SMLZ should be able to pick up a lot of CS as well. The fast push coming through.
Yeah, good going. Take a fair bit of damage in the jungle there, but you can see the rest of M3 heading towards this bottom lane.
Diving, what are you going to do?
Diving go going is certainly something that a lot of teams do like doing.
Yeah, and he lives through all of it.
Yeah, does tend to be what happens. San's down here, Loveling as well, picking the fact that probably is going to be that sort of 4-man stack towards the bottom side of the map. M3 are going to retreat, take down their blue buff, and move on.
So isolated mid lane right now, no jungle pressure has gone towards that. Of course, not very new, because M3 very rarely gank mid lane for Dade, who is being punished in CS right now, 20-11. Cool, once again, able to get an early lead.
Yeah, just relentlessly shoving this way forward and forward.
So you have to think about when these teams will peak and trough though. So Maokai is really good at a lot of the stages of the game once he gets to level 6 because he's a good initiator with flash twisted events and his ultimate's just always going to be useful. You take a look at some moonwalking in the mid lane.
Yeah, fancy footwork right there.
Caitlyn's one of the AD carries that is like a 3-item AD carry, meaning that she needs the Infinity Edge, needs either Phantom Dancer or Static Shiv. I really prefer Phantom Dancer and the Last Whisper. Otherwise, won't get far enough ahead as the game goes on. Whereas Varus, he's a little bit weird because it depends on what build you go. Do you go the Archer build, something like a tier, and just try and fire out as many Qs from range as you want?
Much like the mid lane Varus would.
Yeah, or do you go for something a little bit more standard? Infinity Edge or Bloodthirster into some attack speed, in which case he's really good at 2 items both times because of the way Varus's W works. He's quite good at chunking out tanks as well as squishy members, so maybe an earlier spike in this game at least for M3. As they're going in for a gank. That's a lot of creeps though.
Yeah, Uzi and Loveling trying to pick on someone. There's the flash knock up. Uzi once again helping pick up another kill. Loveling grabs the second one of the game.
And Looper legitimately left his top laner high and dry. He was like, I want nothing to do with this. Sorry, he's jungler.
Yeah,
and
he's done.
Scooted out.
And OMG already with a 1,300 gold advantage. Cool, just farming out the mid lane quite happily, but Dade has managed to turn that one around, picks himself up a blasting wand when he heads back to base. misleadingly, actually a defensive option as well. Gives you a little bit more of that spell shield. Love CD and SMLZ still just hanging out here on the bottom side, trying to deny Go going.
Once again, Loveling is in the top lane, seeing if he can dive Looper this time around. Looper teleported back in. He's got himself a longsword. He's not really going to do that much, probably working towards an early Trinity Force, and the dive is going to come through.
Yeah, Uzi shooting the turret first up. Looper, see whether he can get the funny business enough down as Loveling tanking up the turret. Looper takes about half of his health, but Loveling can't tank for too long. Looper just gets denied a bunch of farm, but in comes Condi. Loveling going down solo. Looper with the ignite. That's the first kill for M3.
Yeah, and he has blue buff now, so that's a good news story. As Annie now joining Uzi in the top lane, level 4 to level 6. Annie's level 3. Love CD also up here, so 3 members strong. And SMLZ isolated against Go Going.
Yeah, Condi and Love CD looking to try and put some pressure down as well. Uzi completely out of mana.
Might get stopped here.
Yeah, he's at least going to be able to shoot a ward. Love CD not going for any death sentences, anything like that. Very even is the farm of these AD carries, but 1-0-1.
Oh.
SMLZ has to be careful. Go Going. Taken down relatively low, but he's able to shrug off a lot of these.
And he has Flash available right now. Yeah. SMLZ has to get the heck out of that lane. Summon a spell, burn, Go Going. Wins a 1v1.
Yeah, going very aggressive. SMLZ just wants to hold the wave over his side of the rift. Actually decided to head back to base at this point. Lots of wards. Look at OMG's inventories. They've got massive stacks of green rewards in the back pockets of 4 members. Pink ward just put down. Another one still in the hands of Loveling. OMG looking to really knuckle down with the vision control at the moment.
Still hold a 500 gold lead, but you have to think with all the wards purchased, that might actually be a little bit closer. Vision's great if you can make picks off it or keep yourself safe to absorb farm.
Yeah, but they can see the insides of their wallets so well right now. Look at that. Wards everywhere.
Have to see whether they're able to use them to gain any advantage over the map, as now we're finally seeing the 2v2 lane without any turrets are falling. OMG did use it to pick up a kill in that top lane.
So, San and Uzi. San holding on to the stun. As SMLZ is doing misses the cannon. And the melee creep.
Nightmare on the rift.
See, look at how good Uzi is at zoning you away from creeps. Oh, hang on. Uzi, arrow, dodge there, death sentence as well. Not finding too much. San moving forward now that those cooldowns are up. And Uzi just on a safari. More than happy to wander around. Dade looking for something there, but spotted out by a ward. Tremor sense by Loveling, going to see him, even if he does walk past it. He's going to head over, pick himself up at blue buff, helped out by Condi. So, game has calmed down, 800 gold the lead for OMG.
So prolonged laning phases actually suit different lanes for different teams. So OMG right now in the bottom lane, want a prolonged laning phase, that's Caitlyn's strength. Want to continue to chip away, put pressure on the bottom lane turret. Top lane definitely going to go in Looper's favor, however, because he will become a legitimate anti-carry. AD Fizz deals with 1 member incredibly well if you go tank after the Trinity Force. And that member will probably be the victor, because then Dade is going to be able to leap onto the Caitlyn and make her life miserable. Caitlyn not going to be able to outrun a Kassadin. So you can see 2 damage threats, 2 anti-carries being locked in from M3, and this is generally what you want to do. There's a difference between an assassin and an anti-carry, because assassins generally kill you in like 1 burst. Like you're thinking like full AP Fizz. Like that's a genuine assassin. He lands a fish, hits you with a Q, you die. Whereas AD Fizz, he just kind of sticks to you until the end of the earth and chases you down. Like, no matter where you go, he will find you. I think like Smite Hecarim as being his anti-carry, because he goes Bruiser as well. Looper going aggressive.
Yeah, there's the Chum the Waters. Does clap his hands, just go going, uses the Twisted Advance and the Flash. Gets himself to safety, but that's no Summoner Spells burn for M3. Go going is going to be without his Flash. We'll see whether there is a return vision.
Ooh, a lot of damage on SMLZ.
Yeah, Preseeker comes in, Loveling looking to try and get something done. Fool's Hunt coming around as well. There's the Scrying Orb, M3 getting corralled underneath their turret. There's the teleport from Looper as well. Chains of Corruption onto San. He's underneath the turret, but look at Uzi's damage as well as Cool as he blows his load underneath the turret. Dade, he's looking to try and clean this one up. Uzi right in amongst it, flashes forward with the Peacemaker, but Love City not going to die.
Dade left alone.
Yeah, no, he is in a lot of trouble. Will need to move out from underneath this one as San. Uzi actually tanking up the turret. Tib is now going to take over, and OMG with a nice dive net themselves a 2-for-1.
I think it was a 3-for-1 in total, wasn't it?
Yes. SMLZ died first up.
SMLZ also died, so 3-for-1 in favor. And you see Uzi smiling on your screen, guys. Having a great time right now. And OMG, 3-0-2 AD carry. Gonna go back, probably finish up an Infinity Edge, and the game's going to get rough.
It's going to get very, very scary. Maybe even grab himself Berserker's Greaves in that pickaxe. Get himself towards a bit more of a pushing build. Has the pickaxe, has the boots. Avarice Blade. Oh, it's the banker Caitlyn right here. Doing all the work that she can. Only 10 CS in the lead over SMLZ, but that's a 0-1-0 Varus, who doesn't have the extra 1,600 gold that Uzi has.
Yeah, so extra longsword and the Avarice Blade. Going to be a lot of that as well as boots. So combat effectiveness, there's really not that much difference between SMLZ, but siege potential in this mid lane going to be difficult for Dade to survive the onslaught that is Caitlyn at this stage of the game.
Yep, ace in the hole onto Dade, takes him just above half health. This wave just gets destroyed. Turret as well. Uzi doing a bunch of work. Doesn't have his flash, but does have the heal available for this siege.
And I don't know whether they have the wave clear to stop it. They need to bring Varus over, but Uzi's just unrelenting. Wow, that pilt over Peacemaker.
Yeah, Dade going back to base here as well. Love City trying to dodge everything, but this is under half health for the turret. SMLZ over to the side, explosive cast to try and disengage, but OMG, turn around, destroy the creep wave. Pilt over Peacemaker and Death Ray together for so much wave clear.
Certainly is the case. They maybe abandon mid lane. No, they're going back to it. This is unrelenting siege. Loveling gets hooked. Doesn't really matter at this stage.
Oh, San chunked by that piercing
but
arrow.
All of a sudden, no piercing arrow on the wave. Tier 2 going to fall. Big wave bottom lane. Who's he going to go soak that up? And OMG, a 4,500 gold ahead at 12 minutes in.
Yeah, ridiculous. They have got all of the momentum this series. M3 looking like they're struggling to work out what their identity is in this game. They're getting dictated to, Spawn.
And, you know, Dade against the OMG lineup and Uzi, one of three scenarios was going to happen, because not all of them could make Worlds this time around, of course. Dade on Ozone then blew the last two Worlds occasions. Uzi, Starhorn Royal Club, and the whole OMG lineup. And this time, looks like previous world champion Looper and Dade not going to be able to carry M3 through.
Yeah, of course. Dade, world semi-finalist last year. Looper actually managing to take the title in the top lane. Samsung White. San is going to kill Love City. So a three-man stack is going to easily lock that one down. Tibbers came through. OMG grabbed themselves another kill.
Yeah, two people strong in the bottom lane. Looper and Dade against Uzi.
Yeah, Uzi is so dead as Dade is able to get that kill. Takes a lot of health off him, but that is going to be the first one down. Infinity Edge is there. SMLZ running away from his turret. There's the Chains of Corruption, but Tibbers is tanking
the real hero there.
Yeah, SMLZ so dead. Loveling grabs the kill. That could mean the turret now is Cool is peshed all the way up to this inhibitor.
Tony needs to be careful. He's nearly in kill range.
And Cool, he's only got 2 extra augmentations on that Hex score, still doing so much damage. 12 CS in the lead over Dade. Dade with the tier now, as opposed to grabbing a Negatron Cloak first. So finishes off the Rod of Ages, now builds the tier. We'll have that one stacking up quite nicely. It's better than a 17-minute tier though.
Certainly is.
Still not like
3 minutes better. Oh, it's not horrible at this stage of the game.
Well, I guess M3 still wanting to wait a while before they're going to be able to really find anything that they can do to get themselves back into this one. 7 CS the lead for Uzi, but wind out of his sails just a little bit now that he has fallen down at least once. Looper understanding that he does still have the ability to kill an AD carry on this Fizz. Definitely a good idea. Does have Phage now, Sheen as well. Only the Zeal proponent away from that Trinity Force.
And now a lot of pressure on Lupa Data. You know, SMLZ, he's been held down. Hasn't really been able to get much working, but there still are only 2 threats on the OMG lineup, and Cassidy and Fizz should be able to deal with them. So it's up to Dade and Lupa to try and win this game. They're 6,000 gold behind at only 15 minutes in. All of a sudden, bottom lane tier 2 now going to be under fire. Going looking for SMLZ once again in the top lane. He's going to find him.
Yeah, and there's no turret to walk back to here. Level 10 to level 9. SMLZ now starts shooting at him, but he's not going to be able to find too much. Understands that basically it means he's just going to take more damage from the ultimate. Condi, he's taking to half health here as Loveling. He's going to go in. There's the knock-up. Cool grabs it. And now the Chaos Storm going to follow Lupa underneath this turret. There's the Prey Seeker, but OMG, they want one thing, and it's called a turret.
Yeah, exactly right. They force him off. They get another kill onto the jungler. That's going to mean Dragon number 2. Or they can just keep pushing through right now, because Uzi, as we said, with that Infinity Edge, this has always been Caitlyn's game. Siege up, use that obnoxiously long range to take down structures, and with 5 gone at 16 minutes in, they're looking to break the base.
Yep, half health on this inhibitor turret. Still a few minions waiting around. San and Cool and Uzi all smacking it, and that is going to be the first inhibitor turret at 16.5 minutes.
And OMG, game to game, getting so much more impressive. Game 1 went down to the wire. Game 2 a little bit more comprehensive. This game 3 has been one-sided as all heck. 8,000 gold, 16 minutes in. And now they're looking to pick up another dragon.
It's the way they've done it as well, Spawn. The fact that, you know, this Caitlyn able to get ahead very, very early. They stacked everyone up, then switched it over into the top lane, managed to get the ganks wherever they were needed. Loveling's played fantastically the whole series long.
Yeah, it was really that teleport play in the bottom lane. You know, they started on the right foot by getting the first blood, but then able to get the huge teleport play where everything went in their favor. Uzi looked up after that and was 3-0 and 2. Just thought, man, I'm feeling good about today. I knew there was something about today that I liked. That's why I've been smiling so much lately.
Exactly.
Today is a good day, and it looks like OMG going to try and move on to the second stage of this Gauntlet run.
Yeah, looking to move on up the standings. I believe something like the likes of Vici Gaming next, if I guess correctly. Honestly, do not have it in front of me, ladies and gentlemen, so don't quote me on it just yet, but that would be my educated guess. Piercing Arrow going to do basically nothing to Loveling with only a cloth armor of armor, and that is not really what you'd want from your Varus, who is going for the AD carry type build. Does almost have that Infinity Edge built up as well as those Berserker's Greaves, but the Varus
far
has been
behind he is. A whole static shift. Dade can't even fight Loveling at this stage. San going to come in.
Yeah, does manage to land the stun. Tibbers goes down as well. Dade wants to be able to find it, but Rift walks on top of the lantern to his death.
So another casualty. Lupa holding Uzi underneath the bottom lane turret. They're sending Condi down there. If nothing else, they will kill Uzi.
Well, Uzi actually walking away.
Yeah, playing it smart.
Troubles in his life.
So it will be Vici Gaming next. They did finish 6th, as you said.
Condi. Fish goes wide. Uzi trying to do what he can. Playful Trickster not going to find the damage. Explosive Cast doing some work there.
Oh, he got him!
My
No, he
goodness,
didn't.
Lupa. Is he going to get killed by the minions? That's the question. Going finds his way in. Uzi turns around. One more auto attack. Uses the ultimate. What the heck? And in comes Cool. Uzi, you should have died. You don't channel Ace in the hole when there's a... Oh.
It's about sending a message sometime, and you know, Lupa had the audacity to dive Uzi's Caitlyn, and he just wanted to send the message, Atlas.
And Uzi had the audacity to use the Ace in the hole when he was one auto attack from dead.
Semantics, my dear play-by-play caster.
Well, 10,000 gold is going to be the lead for OMG now. And man, yeah, that was definitely sending a message. We do have the Berserker's Greaves completed, but let's have a look at this again.
Yeah,
what the heck just happened?
Able to get the first crit to start it all up, and I believe he gets another one here. Oh, that was painful. Lupa survives on nothing. They're going flashes in. And this is, I think, what you're talking about.
Yeah, that one.
The troll pole stops it coming through, and Cool able to pick it up.
Yeah, baited. Unfortunately for Condi, he wasn't able to grab himself the kill because Going still had his eye on the prize. Oh, twisted advance, looking for it onto Looper. Does get there. There's the knockback and the slow, but twisted advance, of course, dodged by the FLICKR Trickster. Looper going to be fine.
And the problem is it's still so ridiculously early in the game that OMG can't really dive turrets. You think that they would go bottom lane and try and siege up the already prepared inhibitor. But look like they just are willing to play it out. They certainly have a good scaling composition.
Uzi's pinging the Baron. He just wants
and the
to kill
jungler's
it.
going back. Is he going to ult back in? That is the real question. He is. They might just start this up.
Yep, San might just tibbers it too. We shall see. Oh no, Uzi's seen Dade.
Yeah. All of a sudden, Uzi's like, I want the Cassidy.
Yeah. Oh, uses his net to get right up to him as well. Look at the crits from Uzi. There's the ace in the hole. Loveling doesn't even need to spend any time under the turret. Too
Loveling,
easy.
why are you flashing, man? I got this.
Yeah.
Another turret probably going to fall. SMLZ.
Yeah, SMLZ, nothing that he can do. Built over Peacemaker over this wave. Yep, arrow. Not going to find San, so that's going to be 7 turrets, sorry. Of course, the inhibitor turret falling in the bottom lane. Every inner turret, every outer turret, and 1 inhibitor turret are dead, and OMG is sieging up the base.
Yeah,
one more time. There's the teleport in, saves the minion. They're going to do it, breaking the base one more time. Are they going to be able to get the inhibitor? That's the question. It looks like the answer is yes.
Comfortably. Already, mid has a creep wave on it. They can rotate into bot if they so choose.
That's 8 turrets in 22 minutes. It's like they've been doing nothing but auto-attacking turrets all game.
Lovely.
Let's go for a ride. That's okay. Death Sentence is going to land. There's the box. Chains of Corruption are down. Able to stun up a couple of members here, actually. Condi gets the body slam. San's going to die, but so does Fizz. Uzi at full health. Double buffs in the backline. Casually dodging out of the way of everything. Peacemaker to finish off Love City. Dade, decent damage there with the Force Pulse, but it's a double kill in the end. Condi able to tank up the ace in the hole. Does fall down, as I think he was tanking the turret. SMLZ's going to die as an afterthought, and OMG might be able to take down the last remaining inhibitor turret.
Yeah, 4 for 2 and a comprehensive team fight win. Cool looking for the ace.
Oh, dodges the body slam, kills Condi.
And wow, this has been an absolutely horrible game for M3. But OMG now can breathe a sigh of relief. With a base in absolute tatters at only 23 minutes in, it looks like they will be able to set their date tomorrow night with Vici Gaming and try and advance in the Gauntlet.
Yeah, moving on, of course. You do need to gather momentum from these games, and OMG have done exactly that this time around. First game, definitely a little bit rocky. That could have gone either way. Second game, looking like OMG, pretty standard play. Played their own strategies. M3 stayed in it throughout the majority. This time,
surrender vote.
Completely horrendous. And OMG with a decimating performance, 12,000 gold in the lead at 23 minutes into the game. Surrender from M3 and they're out of playoffs already.
Yeah, and one thing we know off the back of that is that Dade and Looper will miss Worlds.
Yeah.
And OMG and Uzi keep their hopes alive.
My goodness, incredible play from OMG. And look, they've the new roster, the new-ish roster, the one that's working now for OMG. Definitely looking great, and Uzi looking fantastic back on the bench.
Vayne Caitlyn.
Off the bench.
Vayne Caitlyn is what Uzi played in that set and looked terrific. Going was the one for me, though.
Yeah.
His Rumble game was great. His tank play was really good in the next couple of games. His teleports were even back on point. That man on your screen, silencing a lot of critics. You know, there was been some questions about Xiong and now going in the top lane. But that man, not going to be the happiest camper. Dade.
No. Not going to be going to Worlds this time around, Spawn. So, look, M3, they don't get there. There is always next year, though. The King of Spring might be able to come back. Of course, that is what we're heading into. Being in the playoffs means that you are in the next split of the LPL. So, Dade is going to be able to head back around next time. But OMG, congratulations to them. You saw Loveling on your screen looking like they're ready to get into the next match. It's not all celebrations right now, Spawn, because they have a long week up ahead of them.
Yeah, they made it incredibly difficult for themselves finishing in that 7th place
Yeah, what
spot.
were they thinking? Oh, hang on. No, that wasn't their choice. My bad.
So finishing in that 7th place spot, they have to run the longest way into the 1st place match, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Because they're going to end up on EDG's side of the bracket before finals 100% if they do make it to that case. So it's going to be incredibly difficult. But if they play that brand of League of Legends, Atlas, there definitely is a shot.
Yeah, exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the night. Congratulations to OMG. They will be going up against Vici Gaming tomorrow evening. Before that, we will have some more LSPL LPL promotion tournament action as 2144 Danmu Gaming are going to take on RNG, guys. Make sure you're here tomorrow. But for us, for myself, of course, I believe it was Froskerin earlier on and Spawn now and the whole production team. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.